Hello and welcome to the final round of the 2022 season here at Teesside Autodrome. Plenty of races for you here today then on a track that's going to start off quite wet after some overnight rain, but with none planned throughout the rest of the day. It looks like we're going to end the season with a nice dry track. Still some championships to wrap up, certainly in Junior Pro Kart, which is very, very close between Harvey Still and Maximus Shields. We've got third places as well to tie up in our Bambino class. Cadet Pro, that's been tied up. Cadet Club, that's very, very tight. We've got a championship battle going on between Samuel Yeadon and Sebastian Benson in that class. That's going to be really, really close between the two of them. They've qualified on the same row of the grid as each other in a class that's been amalgamated. So you're going to get Honda Cadet Pro and Honda Cadet Club going together today. And you're also going to get Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax together as well. So it's going to be a condensed race day with only 7 races in each cycle. 3 heats and a final, of course. The Senior Pro Kart, they've just had their final practice session this morning with qualifying for 4 of our classes taking place yesterday. The remaining 3 are on a random grid format, so we'll run through them when we get the opportunity before each race. On the screen you can see the Teesside Autodrome track. A few clouds this morning, but as I say, some overnight rain means that the track has been very, very wet and greasy this morning. Everybody that can do in terms of their class regulations has been allowed to go out there with their wets on. Senior Pro Kart just gone out with their slicks. But for the race day today, it will be myself and Tom Butterworth in the commentary box. Tom, welcome to Teesside.
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. Glad to have you with us as always. Looks like it's a damp start this morning, David, but like you said, weather looks dry for the rest of the day, hopefully. Fingers crossed for some people and not for other people, definitely.
Well, practice day started exactly the same yesterday here at Teesside, where I think for the first few sessions there was drivers out on wet tyres. There was no standing water, but it's one of them because even though there's no standing water, the wet is still the quicker tyre because it's a softer compound. The block moves around a little bit, which gives the drivers a lot more grip. So it's going to be, once again, Tom, that interesting dynamic of when is the right time to switch onto the slick tyres. And we could have some mixed up races throughout the day. Not only because, like I say, we've got Honda Cadet Club and Pro going together and Junior and Senior Rotax as well racing together. Now, in the classes with the Honda Cadets, they're going to be an amalgamated grid. So what you'll see is that if one of the Pro drivers retires, they're going to go all the way to the back. Not just to the back of the Pro drivers, they'll go all the way to the back of the full grid of 23 karts.
Correct. Yeah.
Whereas in the Senior and the Juniors, they're going to effectively have 2 rolling starts. They're going to have 2 separate starts, like we used to when we had quite a small Minimax grid. So you'll see 2 green flag starts in that one, as you will in Bambino, because we've got 2 iArmy Bambinos as well. So what you're going to see in that class is 2 green flags, but they're going to go off a standing start through the D chicane, and the race day shall commence.
Yeah, normally split them by about half a lap, don't we?
On the rolling starts, yes, we
Yes.
do. I think it won't be quite so much, I don't think, in that Bambino class. What with the iArmy's going off first, they are a much quicker engine, that iArmy Bambino, because it is designed as a next class up.
Yep.
The Comas are 5 to 8, whereas you don't get the luxury of driving the iArmy until you're at least 6 years old. They are out onto the track, though, Tom. The race day here at Teesside for round 8 of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series is almost up on us. Race number 1 of the meeting will be our Bambino class.
So heat number 1 of the final round of the summer series here at Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series is about to get underway. They are heading down towards the grid now with their helpers on the way down as well. So pole position goes to Harris Barber with William Crombie in 2nd place. 3rd place is Grayson Crawford, then it's Sebastian McCarthy in 4th, Sebastian Crawford in 5th, and Verity Crawford in 6th, with completing the trio of Crawfords on the grid. 7th, we have an Oliver as yet unnamed surname on the timing anyway. Then we have James Pybus, Freddie Blackshaw, and Jamie Walsh. Have we got a surname for Oliver, David?
We don't have a surname for Oliver, but
okay.
If we could pop into race control, they will be able to update the system.
Brazilian. We're going for one named.
Oh, of course. Like like Richarlison.
Yeah, like Richarlison, Ronaldo, Ronaldinho. Just got one name, Oliver. Let's go for it. I quite like that. It's new. It's interesting. Keeps us on our toes. And as always, you can get in touch with the live comments on the live chat on the YouTube channel. Lots of "on"thers in that sentence as well. So on the YouTube. On YouTube, yes, leave your comments. They will come directly through to the commentary box and we can give them a read out. As always, welcome to Michael Burke, watching as ever from Australia. Then we have Sean F. Harry Warby's giving a shout out early to Finn Collister, and it's his birthday apparently.
It is. He turned. It was his birthday yesterday in practice. Finn Collister, who joins us from the Isle of Man, he'll be racing the number 16 car in Junior Pro Kart. They'll be out next, just after this class. They are just having a little bit of a switch round because we are missing, I believe, one of the IARMYs.
A pole sitter.
We are missing a pole sitter at the moment. We're just having a bit of a reshuffle of
Barber?
Everybody else. I believe so, Tom. We're one down, certainly, in the class. Yeah, so Harris Barber, the pole position berth not there. On the pole position for our Coma class, for the first time, is the 22 of Grayson Crawford. He took pole position in that class in qualifying yesterday. Now, we are just waiting for the remaining runners, all on Comas, Tom, just to roll forward. One of them yesterday was Freddie Blackshaw. I don't think he set a time. So we're just waiting for a bit of a reshuffle here, which, Tom, gives us a little bit of time to talk about 2023.
Yes, it does. I'm glad I pinned that to the desk for us.
Picked it up yesterday in reception. Obviously, we've got a winter series coming up, but after that,
it's the amount of work that I did for it. I moved it from David's clipboard and pinned it to the desk.
Your endeavours are greatly appreciated, Tom.
Just to remind us to mention it. Yes, 2023 Teesside Championship consists of 7 rounds. March, April, May, June, August, September and October. We're missing July. Seven rounds. You're holding up 8 fingers, David.
8 rounds over 7 weekends, Tom. August is a double header.
Ah, is that why it says DLB for double header?
It does.
What's the LB?
No, that.
It says DLB.
Well, it's a double header, definitely, because that's 3 race days there, the 25th to the 27th of August, which
yes,
I believe could be bank holiday weekend.
Ah, it also means, it's also because, of course, we missed the July month, the month of July, because that's the British 24-hour month, usually, in and around that month, and also you've got Le Mans 24-hour as well.
Well, I think the British, Tom, this year will be the first weekend of August, so that'll be the July, 4th. So, yes, the week before, obviously, everybody will be practicing and getting ready, so there'll be no race weekend
for those who
in
couldn't
July.
See my hand gestures, that was July for Le Mans, and then August.
Ah, yes.
Beginning of August for the British 24. Yeah.
Everybody seems to be gridded up now, Tom. We've got issues for the 20 at the moment. That could be, that's Verity Crawford, the engine not starting, and that kart is going to be pushed, I believe, back into pit lane. They're just going to put it to one side at the moment, Tom, I think, as the rest of the field, and then hopefully they can maybe see if they can get that engine going. Race day, though, Tom, is about to commence here at Teesside Autodrome. The green flag is up, it's down. We are away and racing. We are with the IARMY cadet making its way, as you'd expect, in. And it's Sebastian McCarthy in the Coma class who swept all the way around the outside from the second row to take the lead in the Coma C50 class. 8 laps of racing then here at Teesside, although I think that will actually change to time because we've raced to 8 minutes throughout this Coma C50 season thus far. So do expect William Crombie at the front to move away from the rest of the field, the extra power of that IARMY Bambino. Then in second place at the moment, first in class, Sebastian McCarthy has a big look over his shoulder at Grayson Crawford. McCarthy, Tom, needs a strong race day here. Third place in the championship, still up for grabs, but does need to score in the region of 200 points. So class victories and second places for Sebastian McCarthy are the order of the game here today. We've got the championship spreadsheet out, and throughout the day, any championships that need wrapping up, we should be able to give you as close as we can to a live update as to where we can be in the championship permutations here at Teesside.
Yeah, of course, our incumbent champion, shall we say, the winner of the 2022 Coma C50 Bambino Championship here at Teesside on the Driver Sprints, is not actually here this weekend. Championship done and dusted. Have a weekend off.
Well, I think it's more of the fact, Tom, that because they've been racing throughout the country all year, they've not had a chance to go on holiday yet, so they needed to wrap all their championships up before booking one.
Plus, they needed to... this is the McGills, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
This is Chloe McGill, who is the incumbent champion of the 2022 championship in Bambino. And, of course, they've not even had probably any time to celebrate the birth of of Chloe's baby brother.
No, which I believe is our biggest success of the season.
It's certainly yours.
Yeah, seeing as we had a very big hand in naming that baby.
Yes.
Peer pressure worked, didn't it?
It did, yeah. When you shout it out to around about 10,000 viewers that we get on YouTube, it's going to take a lot to go against those.
Over the line in Coma, and Grayson Crawford has started to reel back in Sebastian McCarthy. You'd opened up a bit more of a gap than that. It was half a second that Crawford took out of McCarthy. Now, what we will have to watch for in this one, Tom, is our overall race leader, William Crombie. The lap time in terms of difference between the Army Bambino and the Coma is around about 6 seconds. So his fun's not going to come just yet, but it will come towards the end as he's going to have to start navigating some traffic. This is the battle for the lead in Coma C50, and Crawford... That's not half a second, that's about half an inch. He's right on the back of Sebastian McCarthy as they head down towards South Bank. On lap number 3, McCarthy opens up a bit more of a gap. The line he found there was a bit more grip, and then Crawford goes to the inside, locks up the rears. You saw them there, hard on the brakes, and Grayson Crawford's chance of a race victory, Tom, appears to have gone. He's dropped behind the 6 of Sebastian. Then Freddie Blackshaw has to take evasive action, and Jamie Walsh comes through for 5th place, 4th in class.
So that has shaken things up slightly at the front of the race. So it's now Sebastian Crawford heading up the trio of Crawfords who made their way to the grid. Sebastian McCarthy leading the race, and it is Sebastian Crawford. Then Grayson Crawford still maintains 3rd place with Jamie Walsh 4th. Freddie Blackshaw is now down to 6th place, having been overtaken by Jamie Walsh. Then it's James Pybus and, Oliver Bullock.
We've got a surname, Tom.
There we go.
He's no longer a Brazilian man. He's now a racing driver.
Okay. Oliver Bullock is our Oliver that was on the grid sheet earlier. So we have a surname. And, of course, Verity Crawford unable to take the start with some issues on the grid. But hopefully back out for heat number 2.
Yeah, very temperamental at times, these Coma C50 Bambinos, and guarantee in 5 minutes that engine will start with no qualms whatsoever.
That was Grayson Crawford with a little bit of seesawing at the wheel as he went through hairpin 3 once again.
I've just seen Sebastian McCarthy expertly hold the 56 through the D chicane with a dab of opposite lock in the middle of the corner as he kept his foot in through there.
How old is Sebastian McCarthy? Do we guesstimate? Somewhere between 5 and 8?
Yeah, he's on the younger side of that, Tom. His racing career just starting out. This is his first year. Interviewed him yesterday during our paddock walk, and he's been very, very happy with his first year of racing. Of course, the Bambino class all about just finding the feet and learning the intricacies of not so much racing, but obviously the gaining confidence throughout and
racing lines, etc. But already seeming like the master of a dab of Oppo.
Oh, of course. It's a confidence game, though, Tom. So even at this, this sort of thing, it's all about having confidence, particularly on a track that is greasy. And we've seen that he's been able to withstand pressure already from Grayson Crawford, who's now back up into 2nd place.
We had Sebastian Crawford there coming through hairpin 3 and showing exactly the same level of skill and managing to catch the slide, steering in the opposite direction, the dab of opposite lock, caught the slide. All 4 wheels were drifting. All of a sudden, they're back in line again, and foot down, and away we go.
Gap for the lead in this class is 6 seconds. That's what it cost Grayson Crawford, although has been quicker than Sebastian McCarthy, which is going to give him confidence going into race 2 if it is still slightly damp.
Yeah, 3/10 quicker that lap, in fact, was Grayson Crawford. So 6 seconds behind. It's going to be very, very difficult to catch with 2 minutes to go. It's going to be even more difficult for Sebastian Crawford, who is round at hairpin 2. Unfortunately for Sebastian Crawford.
It's going to be a good battle with him, though, now, Tom, because he's going to fall into the clutches of Jamie Walsh and Freddie Blackshaw, who are running within a second of each other down at South Bank. And they're going to be caught in the next lap or so by William Crombie, who's still continuing to lap at around 5.5, 6 seconds quicker than the rest of the field on that Iami Bambino as he makes his way round South Bank Corner, of course. Different tyres as well. You'll notice that they've got a different tread pattern on. And then when it actually dries completely, he's allowed slicks on that because they have a dry and a wet compound of the tyre for the Iami Bambino.
So it's going to be even quicker than 6 seconds a lap then, isn't it?
Yes, I think so. It's going to be around about 9 or 10, I think, once he's able to get those slick tyres on. He is about to catch up with the battle between Crawford, Walsh and Blackshaw, which we're focusing on there. The driver in the green in the background is William Crombie, so he will catch this traffic up at some point. He's going to have to thread his way through. Now he's got there's a spin for Sebastian Crawford, and Crombie's just going to go all the way around the outside. You'll see the green helmet, which is really, really good awareness there for William Crombie.
You can see how much smoother that Iami is through the corner. It's very, it's not so much stop-start. It's about, as we always say with these Bambinos, particularly the C50s, but how it's about maintaining that momentum, and you can see how important that is to William Crombie, about maintaining that momentum, using the much wider line of the track, almost right round the outside, like the berm.
Yeah, I mean, to an extent, I think over a lap, he's probably doing 50, 60, maybe 70 metres more than any other driver, but obviously it's a more powerful kart, but the line he's taking is a quicker line because he's finding the grip on the non-traditional racing line.
But also it's keeping the momentum up as well. The engine revs aren't dropping at all, and that means that he's almost full throttle all the way around this Teesside track using the lines that he's using. So the engine hasn't then got to spool up and, you know, build those revs up again, which takes time when you've got such little horsepower.
Yeah, on to the last lap then for our race leader, William Crombie. He's making his way round South Bank at the moment, so we're looking for the green helmeted kart over start finish. Then it's the Tacomas, the race leader in that class, Sebastian McCarthy, comes over the line. It could be a maiden victory for him here at Teesside Autodrome. Out of the final corner, though, the first race of the day will be won by the number 15 of William Crombie. He takes the checkered flag in a drive that's been superb. He's down to the 1 minute mark, so we're still around about 6 seconds off the outright pace. Checkered flag will come out for the rest of the field as well, even though because they're a lap down on Crombie. So Walsh will be classified in fourth with Blackshaw, and then Sebastian Crawford and James Pybus in 6th and 7th. Our two race leaders are still on their racing lap, Tom. That's Sebastian McCarthy and Grayson Crawford. So McCarthy's still making his way round the South Bank corner at the moment. He's going to be your race leader and race winner in the Coma class with Grayson Crawford. He's coming out of hairpin 4 now. Here's Sebastian McCarthy, and he's going to come through to take the checkered flag and victory in our Coma C50 class.
And there he goes. That's race victory for Sebastian McCarthy in Coma C50. Grayson Crawford will come across the line and does now to take second place, with Jamie Walsh finishing a lap behind William Crombie, but of course in a different class. So Jamie Walsh classed as third, with Freddie Blackshaw fourth, Sebastian Crawford in fifth. James Pybus on the same lap, I believe, as Sebastian McCarthy, or near enough, as near as damn it for James Pybus. So ever improving for James Pybus, as always, as we've seen throughout this season, with Oliver Bullock finishing 7th in class. So that's heat number 1 for the day, done and dusted already. I hope you're enjoying our stream. And thank you very much for coming along. Please keep your comments coming in on YouTube. We will endeavour to read them out as quickly as we can. We've got support coming in for our next heat, which is going to be Junior Pro Kart, so I will come back to that in just a moment. So we've got support coming in for Junior Pro Karters. We have Seb Racing has said good luck Maximus Shields, and Nathan Jensen has been in touch and said Danny Bean is the GOAT.
Well, we're about to find out, Tom. It's a random grid for Junior Pro Kart. Finn Collister will start on pole position with champion-elect Harvey Still alongside on the front row. Danny Bean will start in third place. He's got Sophie Pawsey for company. A returning Amy Frame starts on row number 3 with Maximus Shields in P6. And it's Harry Brown, Christian Oblag and Leon Wilson, your 9 runners in our Junior Pro Kart class.
Yes. So a couple of things to discuss. Finn Collister, of course, birthday boy, yesterday, going off pole position. Not a bad way to start for the first day after your birthday.
No. Probably had worse days because he spent his birthday at a racetrack, and what more can you want?
Absolutely. 100%. Greatest present there is. Go-karting.
Of course. Well, they are making their way out then onto the grid. They're allowed wet tyres, of course, Junior Pro Karts, which we saw. We saw how much of an advantage that the running the wet tyre has, Tom, compared to the slick runners, because last weekend there was a double-header race meeting where, not here at Teesside, but where drivers on slicks in seniors were racing with drivers on wets in juniors, and in most of the races where it was wet, the Junior Pro Karts lapped the seniors, and by like all of them. So they are worth a good 5, 6, 7 seconds a lap in these Junior Pro Karts. As Max Shields tries to get as much heat as possible into those tyres.
That's what's called getting Larry.
He was trying to hit those drifting boxes all the way around the outside of South
I think he did
Bank.
it as well. Should we mention the second thing that we need to talk about, which is the return of Amy Frame to the grid?
Well, of course.
Very welcome return for Amy Frame.
Welcome return. We spoke to Amy at the last round. She popped into the commentary box to give us an update on her injuries that she sustained in her the previous round, at round number 6 here at Teesside Autodrome. So she's had around about 7 or 8 weeks off. There was a race weekend last weekend. That was her first meeting back. There was a practice week, a day the week before here at Teesside for the driver of the 14. She goes off P number 5 with still an opportunity of taking 5th in the championship, even though she has missed effectively 2 rounds, because the round where she had that incident would become a drop round because she didn't proceed in any further races.
Didn't finish the round.
Everybody into position now. The start line marshal just confirming that we're good to go down there in the dummy grid, that we are clear in the pit lane as he makes his way forward to pick up the green flag. There is a championship at stake, of course, in this one. Harvey still goes off P2, Max Shields off P6. We'll keep you abreast of the developments throughout the race day.
Harvey's
in this
still
one.
Looking keen as well, leaning forward in the seat already, ready to go. Green flag up, down, and we are away and racing.
Danny Bean with a great start. Tom off 3rd place. He's going to try and sweep round the outside, and he got right alongside Harvey Still from 2nd, but then had to back out and elects to drop back into 3rd place.
Yeah, Harvey Still with very much a move on the inside of that D chicane there to say, I'm coming through.
Now, I'm reliably informed by our ever-growing Isle of Man contingent that that it rains a lot over there, and therefore some of their drivers are masters in the wet. We're about to find out as Finn Collister holds the lead, although Harvey Still does have the inside line as they head down towards South Bank. Still on the inside, Collister sweeps all the way round the outside with a huge amount of opposite lock to hold on to the lead, although it could be a brief one, as Harvey Still has raced this track many, many times. He's going to know where all that grip is, and then he knows sort of how to put the dab on halfway round the corner to stop the momentum of the driver behind getting that cut back, and Harvey Still will lead us over the line at the first time of asking.
Yeah, Finn Collister with a big drift coming out of hairpin 4 didn't help his forward progress there, and that did allow Harvey Still to get through nice and cleanly. But yes, I wonder if there is a Manx word for Rainmeister. That's Manx as in M-A-N-X, not people from Manchester.
Well, of course, but I'm sure that there'll be plenty of them watching.
So get in touch, people from the Isle of Man. Let us know if there's a special word for being good in the wet.
Shields down the
Bear in mind, I
inside.
won't be reading them out.
No, of Sophie Pawsey.
Just to be
Pawsey
safe.
sweeps round the outside, and she's going to try and get then Shields will get down the inside of Amy Frame as well, and then there's contact onto the back of Danny Bean. No harm done, and they all slot back into a 4-cart train.
So it is still from Collister, from Bean, Shields, Pawsey, Frame, Oblag, Brown and Wilson. The 9 runners here. Danny Bean showing well again in third place. Oh, as I say that, Max Shields forceful as ever through in hairpin 1.
Needs to do that though, Tom, because the as it goes in terms of championship points here is that Shields needs to pretty much score within touching distance of a maximum, and what he will need is for Harvey Still to have a round that would pretty much become a dropped score for this season. Of course, we race 8 rounds, but it's effectively 6 rounds because we take the 6 best scores as Sophie Pawsey has a go at getting down the inside of Danny Bean. So yeah, six of the top, your 6 top scores are what go towards your championship. So what we are going to need is Harvey Still to have a round where he scores lower than 189.
I've had a little spot here, and Sophie Pawsey is wearing Max Shields' old helmet.
No,
Is it
she's
not?
wearing, no, it's not his old helmet. It's his old helmet because
Oh, it's his
Sophie
old helmet.
Because Sophie
So it is
Pawsey's
his old
well,
helmet.
yes, because Sophie Pawsey's new helmet is at the painters.
Okay, well, Sophie Pawsey using that helmet to good effect and sending it fully up the inside of Danny Bean into South Bank
We know
corner.
the outside's got grip though, and Danny Bean proves our point.
Yes, but what I was going to say is, if she keeps that helmet on, should we start referring to her as the Iron Lady?
Well, we'll find out in a moment.
There we go.
Through we go.
A little bit of iron contact as well there on Danny Bean. Put the rear bumper of Sophie Pawsey into the side of Danny Bean and just made sure that she came through. All fair as she made her way through into what is now 4th place. So we've got Still, Collister, Shields, Pawsey and Bean, your top 5. But right there is Amy Frame as well. She's looking to make a move on Danny Bean, but not if Christian Oblag's got anything to do with it. He's going to try and take 2 in 1.
3 wide down the back straight. We could be in a few moments because Oblag could get boxed in here now, Tom, with Amy Frame getting the cutback. He might not get back in, but will he use the outside grip? He does, and then chops back to the inside. And they're going to continue to argue it out round hairpin 3, and I get a feeling that this could continue round hairpin 4 as well.
I think what we saw there was although they're side by side now coming through, cut back from Christian Oblag, they go side by side over the line, and they finally get themselves back into some sort of semblance of order as they head into the chicane and through the national loop.
Just noticing Tom Shields is now right on the back of Finn Collister for 2nd place.
And getting very lively through the chicane as well.
Yes, I think at one point as he clipped one of the curves, he was at a right angle to the next corner.
Yes.
Now
almost
he's
at a right angle to the circuit as well.
Now he's on the inside of Finn Collister as they make their way down towards South Bank. Collister's going to sweep round the outside once again with that extra grip.
And that's what I was just going to say. With that extra grip round the outside, that's what we saw, who was it? Sorry, Christian Oblag try and do, and lost the grip.
Yeah, Shields is now
maintain the
going to be
same-
on the inside. They're going to be side by side as they come through the dog leg. There's going to be a moment to hold the breath, and Shields will sweep all the way around the outside and snatches 2nd place from Finn Collister.
Yeah, great move from Shields. Lovely move there. Yeah, what I was saying about South Bank, if you maintain that one line around the outside, you're okay. If you deviate either way, if you start on the inside and move to the outside, you're going to lose grip. If you start on the outside and move to the inside, you're going to lose grip. Stay on the one line and you might well be okay.
Yeah, I think it's because you're going to tighten up that steering a little bit, aren't you? And then that's going to naturally make the rear end
likewise
loose. So,
loosen it
yeah.
off. Yeah, just that slight shift in balance in the car, and all of a sudden the grip just disappears. As you saw there, Max Shields, one line, he was on the inside, he drifted it out to the outside, but at the exit of the corner, the normal racing line, if you like, didn't unbalance the car in any way. Grip and power all the way round.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race from Shields on the previous lap. Clips this time round by Harvey Still with a 53.4. Personal best coming in though throughout the field, Tom, which suggests that the track, while still wet out there, is beginning to dry. We need to keep an eye out though. I think once these juniors on the wet start dipping into the 49s, which I think we're certainly not going to be in this one, but there'll be a lot of interesting watching going on, Tom, from that paddock. Certainly you're looking for classes getting within 2 or 3 seconds of their normal dry time, and then that's where decisions are made, and that's where the mechanic, be that the friend, the mother, the father, that's where they earn their stripes.
Yes, absolutely. 100%. So we are looking here at Amy Frame still working on the Danny Bean and trying to get through Christian Oblag. Likewise, this gap has closed back up. It went out when Oblag and Frame started to go at it toe to toe a couple of laps ago, and they've now sorted themselves out, got back in line, and are now closing back in on Danny Bean. So this is the battle for 5th place overall. Still now ahead by 4.4 seconds. The gap coming down ever so slightly with Shields and Collister. But, as Oblag tries the up and under on Amy Frame, pushes her right the way to the edge of the track as well, but got the move done.
Frame not overly impressed with that. Hands off the wheel. Didn't really appreciate being run out onto the rumble strip and then the bumpy part of the grass. Last lap has commenced for your race leader, Harvey Still. He's got a gap of 4.4 seconds. It's been fairly consistent since Shields came through. They've taken less than a tenth out of each other, either closing the gap or opening it back up since Shields moved into 2nd place. Collister, though, looks comfortable in 3rd, Tom, and I think we've had Dan Fielden in the live chat letting you know what Rainmeister is.
Yeah, I'm not reading that
Manx.
I did say that. I don't trust any of our viewers with their comments when it comes to different languages, so I'm not going to put myself in that position. But thank you, Dan Fielden, for getting in touch. Appreciate that.
Yes.
That's Oblag now moving on the inside of Danny Bean as they head into South Bank. Now, Bean we've seen in this position before and has managed to hold on.
Out of the final corner, though, Tom, comes Harvey Still. Heat 1 goes to the 48. Followed by the 181 of Maximus Shields and Finn Collister, celebrating his birthday this weekend with a 3rd place in heat number 1. The battle's still raging behind, though. It's going to be Pawsey through in 4th place. Then it's Bean, Oblag and Frame in 5th, 6th and 7th, respectively, with Harry Brown and Leon Wilson completing your junior Pro Kart runners.
So that brings to an end heat number 1 for junior Pro Kart. Another exciting one, as always. Harvey Still taking the victory, and we will move on swiftly to our now consolidated Honda Cadet class. There's going to be a fair few to get through here, so we will move on fairly quickly. But congratulations to Harvey Still. So we have a consolidated grid here today. For all of this season so far, we've had a split between Clubman and Cadet.
We have, and what has happened with this one, Tom, is
Clubman
that wherever drivers have qualified overall is where they're going to start. So we've got our pro runners on the front row, Ben Robinson and Thomas Potter. Then our leading Clubman runner in Charlie Eibel, who took superb advantage of the tow from Thomas Potter yesterday. A really smart qualifying session from Charlie Eibel, and that puts him as our leading Clubman runner. Then it's going to be William Howard, Holly Swan and Edward Rye. They're all in the pro class 4th, 5th and 6th. In 7th, it's going to be Reece Cranston. He's in 2nd place in the club class with Sam Hayes, another pro runner, in P8. Thomas Harper starts 9th with Sebastian Benson and Samuel Yeadon in 10th and 11th. That's your championship battle in the Honda Cadet Club class. Then Mason Webster in P number 12. Jacob Cartledge starts 13th with Joey Swan for company. Then it's Joshua Sullivan in 15th, the 7th place in our pro class. Only 3 laps in qualifying yesterday for the driver of the 13. The chain departing from the sprocket, meaning he didn't have an opportunity to set times where most of our runners set their personal bests on laps 10 and 11 of that qualifying session. Mason Dinsdale starts in 16th with Morgan Cooney and Ollie Carter 17th and 18th respectively. Matty Prinku-Wright and Rio Wardley are on row number 10 with debutant Matthew Plant and Rosie Franklin on row number 11. Layla Berryman starts in 23rd. No lap time for her yesterday in qualifying as she wasn't here.
Is this Rosie Franklin, as in Rosie has decided to go racing Rosie Franklin?
Absolutely.
Brilliant. So, okay, great.
Rosie Franklin, sister of Bella Franklin. She starts her first race meeting here at Teesside Autodrome.
Great to see.
Done plenty of laps round here, Tom, in higher karts, and I think one day they looked out the window, realised that she was going really quick, and the message was sent to break out the Honda Cadet.
Yes, and very welcome addition as well.
The most amazing thing with that kart, Tom, it's the Teesside Karting Academy kart. She's wearing the original race suit of Gracie Mitchell, the green and white NRG one. She's got Bella Franklin's helmet on.
Yeah,
it's a mishmash. It's full of mishmash of everything.
But there's a quality mishmash there.
Yeah.
If there's you know technical ability by osmosis of wearing kit, then 100% it's coming through.
Drivers are all rolling into position. With, the 43 of Matthew Plant has just put his arm up. The marshal having a quick look down there. You can see at the towards the tail end.
Oh, and we've got radio messages
radio
going
in. He's going down to the left side, and he's pumping something. I get the feeling, well, we know that the right side is the throttle and the left side is the brake. Both equally important, but one more so when it comes to stopping. So it could well be that we've potentially got a problem there, and that's being radioed in. So we'll see whether Plant takes up his position on the grid. Berryman's going to roll forward, as is Rosie Franklin.
Yes, I do recognise that helmet 100% now. Always loved that design as well. That's Bella's old helmet that we can see at the back of the grid. And then just rolling into position, we've got the 66 as well.
So I think we are going to go racing without Plant, unfortunately. He makes his debut here at Teesside this weekend, joining us from Ranskill in Nottinghamshire. Rest of the field is in position, though. The start line marshal, though, still has around about 40 metres just to make his way forward into position. Track is very, very damp, though, Tom. We know what it's going to be like on that opening lap. Marshall is around. He's about to pick up the green flag. Straight run down towards the national loop at the first time of asking then, and then the D chicane will be popped back in for the second one. Now, the reason that we've had this class amalgamated will become apparent in around about 5 minutes' time when this race calms down. We're away and racing. It's a good start from Potter. He's going to slot straight into second place. Edward Rye makes a good start as well. He's up into P number 5. Sam Hayes is going to try and sweep all the way around the outside and get as much grip as he possibly can. Potter, though, has already slid down the inside of Ben Robinson, and he's made his way into the lead as the stricken kart of Matthew Plant is returned back into the pit lane. They're 3 and 4 wide in the background as they're making their way round hairpin 1 and 2, and onto the back straight they go there. They're 4 wide in the background. And already Potter started to break away from Robinson on our club class leader, Charlie Eibel. We've got a spin in the middle of South Bank. That's Thomas Harper making his way up on the outside. Looks like Jacob Cartledge as well, rolling back. Shades of Vettel at Brazil. Was it 2018 potentially, or earlier than that, where he was just rolling backwards with karts flying left and right either round of him. Over the line they come, though, for the first time. It's Potter from Robinson, Eibel, Howard, Rye, Cranston, Hayes, Webster up to 8, Swan and Sullivan completing your top 10.
Yeah, Edward Rye with that lightning start up to 5th place, but it is Potter leading the way, as we have seen throughout the course of this season.
Spin,
contact
Tom.
there, contact and a spin. That is the 19 has gone round. That is... I'm trying to look down the time.
Reece Cranston, Tom, who qualified really well, was running in 6th place. On the screen, though, here we go. We're going to have a quick look at the replay.
So there's Cranston. So,
well, it's the 11 of Hayes who just gets back into the rear quarter. Webster then had to go all the way round the outside. in evasive action. I think that's opened the door and allowed a few runners past him, as he's had to take a huge amount of extra tarmac all the way around the outside.
So that has shuffled the order again, and in fact you'll see that as the timing comes through. There we go. So your top 10, Potter, Robinson, Eyeball, Howard, Hayes, Rye, Sullivan, Swan, Webster and Yeadon, and we've got a warning flag going out for the 11 of Sam Hayes, involved in that incident with Reece Cranston.
Yeah, from watching the replay, Tom, I can't say that I'm surprised by that one.
Reece Cranston now down in 21st place of 1 minute 7 laps, so lost about 8 seconds.
What I would
there.
say, though, is a very, very angry Reece Cranston, because I've just seen him send one from about 7 metres back down the inside, and he is now...
He's a man on a mission.
Yes, he's got the number board between his teeth.
Well, Joshua Sullivan set the fastest lap of the race on lap number 2. Joshua Sullivan in 7th place now, coming from, was it about 15th on the grid?
Started the day in 15th, will cross the line this time in 6th place, right on the back of William Howard and Sam Hayes.
Holly Swan down to 9th in all of that, but yeah, Sullivan also another person on a mission.
Yeah, in fact, eclipsed the fastest lap again when he came through that time round.
0.6 of a second faster than Potter on that lap.
Now he's on the back of Hayes. Down the inside he goes into hairpin number 1. Got the nose down the inside and then forced his way through. So up now into 5th place. A head tap from William Howard. Sullivan's going to pay no credence to that whatsoever as he dives down the inside into South Bank. There's a man on a mission there in the 13 after a very disappointing qualifying session yesterday. He was in 4th place, Tom, when the chain came off. And as everybody just set faster times towards the end, he dropped down the order. But now he's up into 4th place and will have sights of the club class leader, Charlie Eibel, in the 10 in front of him, who's, from him as a personal, from a class perspective, has got a huge cushion now because he's just got pro runners behind him. There's 4 of them. And then, but the next one after that in that class, Mason Webster in 2nd place in the club class, once again showing his skill, Tom, when it comes to a wet and greasy track. Yes,
indeed. Yeah, Mason Webster, of course, winning the clubman class last time out in wet and tricky conditions, and we're hoping that it stays like this all day. Sullivan takes another one. That is the 10 of Charlie Eibel, so that's Sullivan now up to 3rd place from 15th on the grid, and still... Well, according to timing, 2.1 seconds behind.
Edward Rye has had a spin.
No, out of 7th place as well. Was flying along. Such a shame for Edward Rye. But yes, Sullivan really making up for that poor qualifying, and is still, as we cross the line this time, another fastest lap of the race, another 7/10 faster, 6.5 tenths faster than Potter, closing right in. 1.4 seconds behind the race victory here for Joshua Sullivan from 15th on the grid.
Some lap traffic coming up as well as Sam Hayes goes down the inside of Charlie Eibel. That's for position on track but not in class. Eibel still leading from Mason Webster and Sebastian Benson, with Samuel Yeadon in 4th place in that one. So there is some lap traffic coming up here, Tom. There's the 34 of Rosie Franklin on her debut here at Teesside Autodrome. 3 minutes remaining. Blue flag will be out just to let Franklin know that there's some traffic coming, but she doesn't need to deviate from her line. For the race lead, though, Tom, Thomas Potter and Ben Robinson are now nose to tail. Robinson closing right in as the lap traffic. They meet during in the D chicane. They're going to find a way and sweep all the way round the outside. The top 3 now, Tom, nose to tail, because Sullivan too has closed right in on the back of our pole sitter Ben Robinson, and he's going to send a move down the inside into hairpin 1. There's a change then for 2nd place, and he's right on the back of Potter immediately as they head down the back straight towards South Bank.
That last lap round, the only person within a second of Sullivan as they go side by side was Mason Webster.
And now Potter is going to have to relent as they head down. Then there's contact in the back as Potter then forces Sullivan wide. Hard on the brakes into hairpin number 3. But Sullivan leads with 1 minute and 50 to go.
Sullivan and Webster are ridiculously fast in this race. Sullivan coming from 15th on the grid, overtaking everybody and now taking the lead, and that's Potter coming under pressure as well from Ben Robinson now. So Potter starting to struggle in these conditions, perhaps. Mason Webster up to 6th place as well, so Mason Webster coming through.
Yeah, right on the back though now of Charlie Eibel. The cushion that he had with them pro runners between them has gone, as Mason Webster has found a way past William Howard And Sam Hayes has disappeared. Tom, no, he hasn't. He's in front of Charlie Eibel. I forgot that he'd overtaken him a lap or two ago.
So your top 10 is now Sullivan from Potter, Robinson, Hayes, Eibel, Webster, Howard, Benson, Swan and Yeadon.
Yep, just looking out the window, Potter's back down the inside of Sullivan. He's broken away actually from Ben Robinson. So this is the battle for club lead though with Charlie Eibel, and I think Mason Webster's sent one down the inside there, Tom.
We've got Sullivan and Potter side by side again through the dog leg. Can't get it done this time, yeah. Sullivan. He'd passed him before.
Change for the club class lead though now, Tom. Mason Webster is past Charlie Eibel, and we know what Mason Webster can do in these conditions, and he's proving it once again.
Indeed, and Potter's suddenly found a second to his pace. He's now the only one in the 53s, but Sullivan fighting back hard through hairpin 1 and 2. Sullivan trying to get the cut back. That's not going to work there. Gets a good draft down the straight. Potter feeling the need to go defensive with a lap, just over a lap to go.
Yeah, I think they're going to see the last lap board this time. 10 seconds on the overhead gantry as they go round hairpin 3. So they're definitely going to see it this time round. Still 3-car battle for the lead. I wouldn't mind being Robinson in this one, Tom, because I could see him being able to take full advantage as Sullivan gets some snap oversteer. Looks back behind him, and I think the opportunity for a win may well have gone with that one. That's what, you know what I was saying? I wouldn't mind being in Robinson's position, was mainly because things like that can happen.
Indeed, and took advantage of it as well. Whether he can now find a way through on Thomas Potter before the end of the race is a whole different question, though. Sullivan's trying to fight back already. You can see pushing the car harder and harder into hairpin 1, really scrubbing the front.
Yeah, he's so late on the brakes into there, wasn't he, compared to the 2 in front. He's actually closed right back in on the back of Robinson as they head down towards South Bank Corner for the final time.
Mason Webster around about half a second behind Sam Hayes as well now, so closing in still for Mason Webster on 4th place overall. Sullivan looks to the inside on hairpin 4. Can't get it done there.
Potter's going to take the win though. Tom, here we go. Thomas Potter from Ben Robinson and Joshua Sullivan with Sam Hayes. Mason Webster wins in the Cadet Club class from Charlie Eibel and Sebastian Benson and Samuel Yeadon. In the middle of that was William Howard, one of our pro runners. The top 10 then completed by Holly Swan.
We can really see the corner that Mason Webster has turned in these last few weeks now, since it was the week before, I think, the previous round, wasn't it? Where were they, David?
They were at Wonwell, and I think he really, that was a breakout weekend for him, Tom. That was in the dry, and he was sticking with some really quick runners in that weekend. The following weekend, he turned up here in the wet and really put a marker down as a driver that's got a lot of talent when it comes to the wet track. Thomas Potter, though, takes the outright victory. Had to work for that one, though. At times, it was Robinson and Sullivan pushing him all the way to the end. But your race winner, the 38, your 2022 champion of Thomas Potter. And then Sullivan was facing the wrong way down there at hairpin 3. He's had a bit of an excursion on the in-lap.
A bit excited on the slow-down lap.
Well, I think obviously he got a bit of snap oversteer a few laps before, didn't he? I imagine he was just trying to see...
testing the limits.
Yeah, testing the limits, although doing it on the in-lap, not overly advised. I have had an update from the circuit owner, Kat Franklin. She said that she doesn't like watching the cadets anymore because her daughter's in it.
Okay.
Yeah, she never liked watching the Rotaxes when Bella was in it either. So luckily, though, we've got a clerk of the course anyway who watches the races, so she doesn't have to.
So that brings to an end heat number 1 for our cadet class amalgamated for this weekend. 2 classes, clubman and pro, running together. So that brings to an end Honda cadets for heat number 1, and we'll move on to Micromax heat number 1. Apologies, it's actually Minimax coming up next. It's our running order that was slightly out of order.
Yeah, if you are down there,
right now I'm on the right page. There we go. Apologies for that, folks. Right, yes, it did scare me slightly. Apologies to everybody else, and apologies to all the parents in the paddock who might have just had a bit of a panic that they were on the wrong grid as well. So pole position went to Ben Adrian, then it is Amy Peacock, Isabella Stansmore Wilson and Alfie McBain. Then it's Joseph Yao and Maya Simpson. 7th place goes to Katie Donaldson, then it's Harris Ali, Tyler O'Neill, Jack Collinson and Charlie Vary.
This Minimax class, Tom, a real mix of not only karts, because we've got some of the 950 chassis karts out there, so we'll be able to point those out to you as well as some of the bigger ones, but also because Teesside run has been, the last couple of years, as we caught back up from COVID and running the winter series and stuff like that, we've ended up with racing late into the year, into November. A huge amount of Honda cadets have moved up, so we've obviously got with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Amy Peacock, who's finished second in that Honda Cadet Championship, Harris Ali as well, and for the first time this time, Alfie McBain, Tom, moving up. He raced in the Cadet Club class at the start of the year, did 2 rounds in Cadet Pro, had a problem with the kart last time where the part of the bracket that holds the bottom of the steering column snapped. That's why he didn't come out for the final at round number 7, and with their cadet season and their time in that class almost complete, there was no point getting another cadet chassis, so they went early and bought a Mini. So he's effectively raced in 3 different classes this season, and yesterday in the dry qualified a superb 4th place.
And you were mentioning the 950 chassis. In fact, it's very, very visible on the screen. They are a much bigger chassis, but they're also, as you can see, much wider. As we look at, there we go.
So the 77 is the 950 chassis.
Yeah.
That's the shorter one,
yeah.
As is the 99 behind of Tyler O'Neill.
But then the 96 alongside.
The bigger chassis, effectively the same frame that the juniors will be running and the seniors later on.
And the 76 of Harris Ali you can see as well.
It
just looks like it's stretched, which in these conditions could actually be
looks
an advantage, being wider. So here we are underway.
Ben Adrian leads us into the national loop, followed by Isabella Stansmore-Wilson off 3rd place, using that extra grip from the outside to slide through in front of Amy Peacock, Joseph Yao, and then the 77 of Katie Donaldson, the leading 950 runner, and then they're 3 wide going round hairpin number 1. Alfie McBain holding off Tyler O'Neill, and the debuting Maya Donaldson, who makes the trip from Dundee to join us here at Teesside. Oh, Stansmore-Wilson, Tom's not got good drive out of hairpin 2. She's dropped behind Amy Peacock and Joseph Yao. Ben Adrian, though, out at the front. And as Mr. Brundle would say, like a stabbed rat.
Well, they're side by side still through hairpin 4, and you can really see visually the different sizes of chassis that are racing within this one class. It's very unusual to see this in karting with the 2 different sizes of chassis.
Yeah, it's a transitional period though for Minimax racing.
It's like looking at seniors and cadet karts side by side with each other.
Yeah, I say it's a huge transitional period as O'Neill goes down the inside of Donaldson. Donaldson then gets the cut back, and then Maya Simpson in there as well. She's on the inside there with that orange helmet.
Well, they're 3 wide down the back straight now. Harris Ali chopping to the inside.
Well, remember Heat 1 last time, Tom, where Harris Ali, after a couple of laps, when he got the tyres up to temperature, just came alive, and at one point was running as high as 2nd before the battery decided it didn't want any more charge. Into the back of him, though, goes the debuting in this class, 91, another one of the drivers stepping up from the cadet class in Jack Collinson. And Collinson, once again, with another little nudge into the back there.
Doing Morse code on the back of
I think it's one of them where I think he's got the pace, but he's got 5 karts in front of him and he needs to get through them so that he can show it.
Yes.
But what he is doing is that he's being very, very tentative. He's got the pace clearly, but isn't in any sort of rush to sort of make the overtake. I think he's waiting for other drivers to potentially make an error. And by the time he's done that, though, he could be way down the order and not have an opportunity of challenging those in front.
And this, for me, is one of the great things about Teesside is the longevity of the people who race here. They come back year after year after year, and we're already seeing that Ben Adrian, Amy Peacock, Charlie Vary, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Alfie McBain, Harris Ali, Jack Collinson, they're all names that have raced in cadet. Some of them even in probably Bambinos.
Well, yeah, we've seen Potter move up from Bambino as well. Catherine, she's moved all the way through. We've got a yellow flag as Alfie McBain. Goes across the grass at the D chicane. Charlie Vary now starting to make his way through the field. He's in front of Amy Peacock. That's going to put him up into 2nd place. I'd say there, Tom, we've got drivers that, Catherine Potter, she's moved through cadets into minis, now into juniors this weekend for the first time. We've got Jared Fox-Whiteley, the cadet champion from 2021, the Minimax champion from 2022. He moves up into juniors at for the first time this weekend, with a view next year, Tom, of going out there trying to make it 3 championships in 3 years in 3 different classes.
Yeah, that'll be an amazing piece of work if he manages that.
Stansmore-Wilson.
That was brave. Certainly was. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson round the outside of Joseph Yao and got it stopped and parked in front, and a beautiful move.
When it works, that move round the outside into the D chicane, every single time it's done is nothing short of sensational. It's
one of those where you kind of, certainly I do as a commentator, watch it and wince as we... As they do that, what you would in NASCAR call slide job. That's Katie Donaldson had an off at hairpin one. Call it the slide job, where you slide the kart in front and almost park it on the apex, and you're hoping that the other kart behind you stops in time to not fire you into the next dimension.
I mean, we see it, don't we? We see it coming from hairpin 4. We hold our breath as they come through through the final corner of the dogleg, and then have a big outwards breath as they both make it into the D chicane.
Exactly, yeah. When they do make it out of there in one piece and not into the next postcode, we're both very happy about that. But it is a brave move. It takes some stopping. So Ben Adrian, still your leader. Charlie Very, we can see on screen, that is your second place at the moment. Amy Peacock, the aforementioned Amy Peacock, is in third. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in fourth, with Joseph Yao fifth. Harris Ali has made his way through to sixth place now, followed by Jack Collinson. Then it is Maya Simpson, Tyler O'Neill, Alfie McBain and Katie Donaldson.
At the moment, Tom, Charlie Very is the fastest driver on track. The only shame for him is that he's had to come through a field full of traffic before he could get there. Yes, and now Ben Adrian's got a decent gap now. When I say fastest, it's pretty much swinging back and forth, a tenth or two between them. So Ben Adrian out at the front, 2 laps to go. So it's going to be a lap and a half now, because he's making his way down the back straight towards South Bank, effectively where Sector 2 starts. If we were using more than the one timing loop, we use 3 for the British 24-hour. And that's where the final sector starts. So it'll be Sector 2 of the national circuit here at Teesside Autodrome, as he comes out of hairpin 4 to head towards the last lap board.
So there we go, the last lap board out already for Ben Adrian with a comfortable 3.6 second lead. Fastest car on circuit once again. Charlie Very just slightly slower, but is holding well in second place, and a comfortable second place as well. 2 seconds clear of Amy Peacock. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson starting to make inroads into the gap in front with Amy Peacock, and potentially closing in as well. Enough to make a move. There's half a lap to go.
I think the time might run out. I think she could have needed a lap or two. I think she's going to close up, but not enough to put that move in, unless it's going to be a late one into 4. Out of 4, though, is coming Ben Adrian as he makes his way through. The 48 will come through in Minimax to take the checkered flag. For the first time, Ben Adrian wins in Minimax from Charlie Very, and Amy Peacock chased home by a charging Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in 3rd and 4th. Then it's going to be Yao from Harris Ali in 5th and 6th, with Collinson in 7th, with Maya Simpson in front of Tyler O'Neill in 8th and 9th. Then it's Donaldson who had that spin, and McBain as well. They're still battling it out, Tom, as they go round hairpin 4. Looks like McBain has managed to find a way through. They're side by side over start finish, and Alfie McBain will claim 10th place as he makes that move into the final corner. McBain in 10th, Donaldson in 11th.
Well, that went rather quickly, didn't it?
Flying through, isn't it?
Minimax heat number 1 done already. Congratulations to Ben Adrian. Heat winner here at Teesside in heat number 1. So coming up now will be Micromax. Nathan Jensen's been in touch, David. asked us if there'll be any hashtag cake chat later on today.
That will depend on whether there'll be any hashtag lunchtime, and I will just check to see whether we're going to have one.
Well, I've obviously, as always, I've been up in the cafe already this morning grabbing a cup of coffee, and hashtag cake chat looks like it could well be on, because the cakes are looking delicious in there, as always. It'd be a great
shame if there wasn't any. Now,
there's one that's got gold coins on the top of it, like chocolate coins.
Well, you can tell it's nearing Christmas.
Yeah, I like the idea of that. And not so much the idea of having to peel it off, but I love the idea of having cake with gold coins on the top of it. Really nice touch. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, take us through the grid for Micromax Heat 1.
Here's your grid then. Edward Haynes, our championship leader in the 3-round Micromax Championship. Before we go to running a full one next year, we'll start on pole position with the 77 of Caden Simpson alongside. Max Gilman and Riley Morrow on row 2 with Austin Oman and Leo Livings on row 3. 7th will be Drew Davidson with Grayson Wortley alongside Riley Sims-Ezard, who jumps across from Honda into the Micromax. Will start 9th with Buddy Hugo, our Bambino runner-up in P10. Then it's Josh Cormack and Ellis Child, 11th and 12th, with Riley Buckton-Young. Edward Rye pulling double duty, starts 14th, with Rhys David Richardson in 15th place.
Yeah, shout to Edward Rye, of course, doing Honda Cadet and Micromax.
Not for the first time this season either.
But still a monster effort.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think his dad as well was helping to run a Bambino yesterday. He was running 3 karts, and by looking at him, you could tell.
Yeah, yeah. I know what you mean.
Here they come then, Tom, out of the dummy grid. As they appear to the right of the screen here at Teesside. Anything interesting going on in the live chat?
There's some comments coming in. Yeah, we've got. Good luck for Seb. We've got good luck for Lennon French, who'll go in Senior Pro Kart a bit later on. Frida Yeadon saying good morning. And Grandad Basher has been in touch and said, well done, Amy Peacock.
This grid, Tom, on Micromax, pleasantly surprising, because as we know, the last 2.5 years or so, Micromax actually struggled to really get off the ground here in the UK, and then in the last 4 or 5 months, following the uncertainties around cadet classes at a higher level, Micromax has really kicked off, because it's been established for a couple of years, and I think now everybody's sort of made the jump. Now creates a proper and complete Rotax pathway all the way from the cadet class all the way through up into the seniors. As we spoke about the last round, effectively, you know, if you wanted to and you didn't fancy the rebuild, but there's a huge amount of this engine that you can continue using all the way through from effectively now all the way through to the seniors. You know, a few restrictor changes and things like that. Now, this is a rolling start.
Whoa.
So, as Ellis Child gets into the back of Drew Davidson. As I was about to say, it's a rolling start, so they are going to have to chill the beans a little bit, because they were going around South Bank as if it was race pace. So now they've calmed themselves down and got themselves into position.
I think that might have been what caught a few people out, with the sudden drop in pace.
2 rolling up laps. They're all into position now, though, Tom, which 10 seconds ago I thought would have been an absolute miracle that we were going to get this one going at the first time of asking, but they're into 2 perfect lines. The green drops and Edward Haynes leads us away as they head down towards the first corner. Caden Simpson chops to the inside. Who's that sweeping all the way around the outside? It's Riley Morrow as we've got a spin. Drew Davidson in the middle of the pack is facing the wrong way.
I thought I saw Austin Oman's name on the grid. I did, in fact, and I've just seen his helmet. There he goes, through the screen there. And that distinctive AO on his helmet for Austin Oman.
Riley Morrow had a dive down the inside, opened the door, and that's allowed Max Gilman and Caden Simpson. As Gilman looks one way to defend off Morrow, Simpson comes down the inside, and Morrow's going to do them both. Gilman's going to try and get the cut back. A driver that we've seen here in the Bambino class before, Tom, and in the Honda Cadets as well.
It was ambitious from Morrow, just full send down the inside, and then had so much pace that it just drifted him out. Unfortunately, lost a little bit of grip, and then the other 2 came back through. So across the line for the first time, it is going to be Edward Haynes, followed by Caden Simpson, Max Gilman, Riley Murrow, Austin Oman, Ellis Child. Up to 6th place, a flying start for Ellis Child, Buddy Hugo, Riley Sims, Ezard, Grayson Wortley and Josh Cormack, your top 10.
Haynes.
Big look behind for Max Gilman.
Yeah, so I say Haynes has managed to take real advantage of the fact that on the opening lap, Simpson, Gilman, Murrow and Oman, as they all take 4 different lines round hairpin number 2, and they're side by side. It's 2 by 2 down the back straight. Simpson's on the outside. I think he's going to have enough to hold off Gilman, and then Austin Oman runs Murrow really, really wide. Murrow gets the cut back and he's through, and he's going to try another move down the inside of Gilman. Murrow doesn't look like he's hanging around.
No, and we've seen this from Edward Haynes before. It's almost the, and to give him a second reference of the days, it's Vettel Red Bull-esque, isn't it? It's
opening lap,
opening lap, break the toe, break the DRS, get out of there, and let everybody else sort it out behind you. It seems to be the Edward Haynes style of driving, and it's certainly done him no harm throughout the years here at Teesside that we've seen him race.
The penalty board is going to make an appearance for the first time in this Micromax race. It's for the 45 of Riley Sims Ezard.
And that was Max Gilman going from 4th to 2nd place through hairpin 2, got the cut back, went deep, cut it tight, powered out of the corner, 4th place to 2nd place. And they're still trying to sort themselves out here for 2nd place.
I think what he's trying to say there to the rest of them is that we've been battling for the last 3 laps, and Haynes has only been able to move a second away. If we work together, we can reel this in. Because as soon as he got through, there wasn't much of a helmet tap. There was a huge amount of just arm waving because he wants to go forward. And we know that 2, 3, 4 karts in a straight line go quicker than 1, because effectively you're only punching 1 hole through the air, and you're only getting dragged back as the air comes over the top of you. They're 2 wide as they come through side by side between Simpson and Riley Murrow, the 2022 Motorsport UK British champion in the Bambino class. And Gilman has managed to break away from this chasing battle, Tom, on the previous lap as well, including that overtake. Took 2/10 out of Haynes at the front, who has set the fastest lap on the opening lap, but we know that's going to happen every single time because they're not taking that D chicane. So even though they're coming over start-finish slightly slower, they are taking a lot less track, and they're heading towards the national loop a lot quicker than what they normally would.
Yeah, I'm loving these over and under moves that we're seeing throughout the field, up and down, and throughout the classes as well. Yeah. Particularly through South Bank Corner and hairpin 2.
Gilman really takes 3/10 out of your race leader, Edward Haynes. Been really impressed with Gilman in the early phase of this race, Tom. Let's see whether the tyres can last it out, because once he broke free of that battle, he has been closing in on Edward Haynes. Buddy Hugo up into 6th as well, Tom, a driver that admittedly hasn't qualified overly well since he's moved into the Micromax class, but has been racing a lot better than what his qualifying positions have given him credit for.
Yes, indeed, and you could see now with that extra pace injection that Gilman's been able to put in, you're able to see why he was remonstrating so much with the rest of the field behind him when they were fighting. Yeah,
so hairpin 4, Tom, is where Gilman is really, really strong. He was still about half a second behind Hayes until that corner, and now he's going to cross start finish around about 1/10.5 behind the 43. Max Gilman round the what we know is the slippier part of the track in terms of when it dries, because it dries a lot slower down there.
I'll tell you who else is there as well. Austin Oman's coming through as well.
Yeah, they
half a second quicker than Edward Haynes that last lap.
If these two battle it out for too long, Tom, it's going to play into the hands of Oman. And then, to be fair, there's 5 karts all the way back to Grayson Wortley, who's closing in on the back of the 3 behind, as is Riley Sims Ezard as well. So we could have 5, as there's been a great move around the outside of Caden Simpson by Riley Murrow again. Those two still battling it out. Gilman, though, this is the strong part of the track for me, as Haynes slides slightly wide. Gilman's going to try and get the run. Now he's right on the back, but a nervous look over the shoulder from Gilman, because he knows that if he doesn't get past Haynes quickly, Austin Oman's going to be right on the back.
Well, the thing with Gilman through hairpin 4 is, hairpin 3, he couldn't quite set up for the normal line that he's been taking because Haynes was there, so he had to take an extra snatch of the steering wheel, and that scrubbed off some momentum.
Yeah, I was looking out the window at the Murrow overtake on Simpson. Was it a case that Gilman was so quick into 3 that Haynes was where he wanted his kart to be?
Exactly that, yeah. So he had to make an extra correction, put more steering angle in, which of course scrubs off the speed from the front tyres.
Yeah, takes a wider line into into South Bank to then try and close right in on the back. There's a warning flag going out for the 16 of Austin Oman.
And there you go, you can see it again. He's so much faster through 3 that then the line that he wants to take, Edward Haynes, is then on the crossover.
Warning flag for Oman, which is a surprise, Tom, because he's not been near another kart for the last 3 laps, so that must have been for something earlier on, in his overtakes as he came through the pack, the same as Gilman did. So that could have gone back a couple of laps, actually, as they were confirming which number it was, because since he's broke free, he hasn't been near anybody for the last couple of laps.
I'm just looking at the lap times now, and Oman is still closing in.
Gilman right in the slipstream. Haynes looks round. He can almost touch Max Gilman. He's that close.
Gilman waiting for Haynes to choose a line. Is he going defensive? Is he not? Gilman decides to, whatever he's going to do, I'm going to do the opposite, and there he goes through at hairpin 3.
Well, he's needed to, hasn't he? Because the last couple of laps, what he's tried himself, he's found Edward Haynes there, and Haynes is going to slide down the inside. Ellis Child up the bank at South Bank and up onto the grass. Haynes snatches the lead back at hairpin 4 as Gilman took the wider line round the outside. And the issue that he's got now, Tom, certainly for Max Gilman, is that he's effectively showed his hand already now to Edward Haynes.
That's almost what I was going to say. What I was going to say is if he can get close enough again through hairpin 1 and 2, he's made that move now. He's learnt what Haynes can do, and he's learnt what Haynes will do in response. Can he then defend from that, or is Austin Oman going to come in and spoil both of their parties and potentially take the victory here, as this is now a 3-kart battle for the win of heat number 1 here in Micromax?
As the last lap board is readied, what did we say, Tom, is that if Gilman can't get past Haynes in the first couple of attempts, it's going to really play into the hands of Austin Oman. This time, Gilman's going to try the outside line, see if he can use the concrete rumble strip,
nice
and I think
move.
he might have this, Tom, on the inside. Has the nose chopped off as the last lap board is presented to our leader, the 43 of Edward Haynes.
You could see the momentum that cost Gilman by having to get out of the throttle by the robust defence from Edward Haynes. I don't think there was anything untoward there, but that was robust from Haynes, to say the least, and Gilman had to back out. Backed him straight into the front bumper of Austin Oman.
Needs a good hairpin too, but Oman's down the inside, although he gets some snap oversteer. Gilman's in the slipstream and pops out. Haynes is going to run him to the inside, and then we'll pop back out. This one certainly is not over just yet.
There's Gilman with the up and under on Haynes, and he's going to come through at hairpin 3, and Austin Oman's going to fill that hole as well where Haynes wanted to be. Snap oversteer from Oman through 3. Can't get the move done on Edward Haynes, but it is going to be clean and through for Max Gilman. Across the line, taking heat number 1, it is going to be Max Gilman from Edward Haynes, Austin Oman. Riley Murrow with a personal best, taking 4th place. Buddy Hugo. Caden Simpson moves through to 6th on the final lap and takes Riley Simsazard for 7th. Then it's Grayson Wortley, Josh Cormack and Riley Buckton-Young, your top 10. Well, that was all action.
What a race that was, wasn't it? We thought Gilman had showed the hand too early. Made the move into hairpin 3, and this time managed to get it stopped at hairpin 4, which you couldn't do 2 laps before. Got to the inside, and with Haynes occupied as well by Austin Oman, Max Gilman takes a sensational victory in heat number 1 in Micromax.
Well done to Max Gilman. Shout as well to both Riley Murrow and Buddy Hugo as well, moving up. And having not much experience in this class, but making waves already. Austin Oman likewise. And yes, that brings to an end Micromax heat number 1. Coming up next will be another amalgamated grid for today, much like we had the Honda Cadets with Clubman and Pro running together. We've now got Junior and Senior Rotax.
Before you run through the grid, Tom, just having a look at some penalties applied in previous races. in Honda Cadet. The 11 of Sam Hayes judged a 5-second advantage by contact penalty. I think that's to do with that incident with Reece Cranston at hairpin 1. That drops him down to 9th place overall, and that's where he will start heat number 2.
Okay, so your grid for this will be senior Rotax heat number 1 is headed by Isaac O'Shea. Paul Swan in 2nd place, then it's Jack Bate and Andy Ambrose. Row 3 with Chris Stoves and Thomas Wood. Row 4 is going to be Emma Brown and Arthur Lowthian. Then it's Dan Kell heading up row 5. Martin Fisher in 10th place. Row 6 is headed by Shane Collins, and then it's Ashley Savage. Then we move into junior Rotax, which will go off around about half a lap behind. So we're going to have essentially a split race here. It is Lizzie Mentier at the front of that with Addison Smith and Nathan Jensen, Oscar Waugh, Monroe Renard and Catherine Potter. Then we have Melissa Adrian, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Ben Horner and Alfie Wallbank. Now there's going to have to be a little bit of synchronisation here, and I'm hoping that the seniors take the lead here and in terms of experience and pace themselves accordingly, so that they are, obviously we've got 2 rolling up laps for both classes, so we want a bit of a gap.
Just a quick one, Tom. Penalties applied in Minimax. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Harris Ali, Jack Collinson, Maya Simpson, all with 5-second drop-down penalties from the nose. And then even worse, unfortunately, for Harris Ali, a failure of technical compliance means that he's removed from the standings. He will start heat number 2 from 11th place.
Okay. So that is the end of rolling up lap number 1. We have got quite a gap here between the front of the seniors and the back of the seniors as they start to position themselves in 2x2 formation.
Yeah.
And in fact, Lizzie Mentier has done a great job there of realising what's going on, realising that they are quite close to the back of the seniors then, and pacing themselves accordingly. So well done to
they need around about 10 seconds, don't they, between the two of them. They don't want to be too far back, because then the seniors may catch them later on in the race, which is not what you want. But we know generally the less power in the juniors in slippy conditions can sometimes be better. Green flag is down, we're away and racing. We've seen juniors actually win outright races, Tom. I think minis, in fact, when minis and juniors used to race together, we saw minis beat all the juniors in the wet, because they've got a much smoother power application. Paul Swan then leads them through from Isaac O'Shea and the 155, the debuting James Bate in the Sam Pollitt Racing colours, as Lizzie Mentier leads Addison Smith in our Minimax class. I'll keep an eye out the window, Tom, if you can keep an eye on the screen. I'll let you know if anything happens into the first corner in Mini.
Yeah, the seniors are going through, heading through South Bank now, heading into hairpin 3. Isaac O'Shea was pole sitter, has been overtaken by Paul Swan and dropped down into 2nd place. You can see Ambrose there and Dan Kell as well in the number 1 kart heading through hairpin 4. So they go side by side and over the line. We get our rundown for the first time. It is Paul Swan from Isaac O'Shea, Jack Bate, Andy Ambrose, Thomas Wood, Dan Kell, Arthur Lowthian, Chris Stoves heading up the 177 class. So we've actually got 3 classes here on track at the one time. Then it's Martin Fisher and Ashley Savage.
Minis come over the line for the first time. Mentier leads from Addison Smith and Oscar Waugh. Jared Fox-Whiteley up from 7th into 4th with Nathan Jensen, Melissa Adrian, Monroe Renard, Alfie Wallbank, Catherine Potter and Ben Horner.
So we're looking at O'Shea trying to go down the inside of what is now Andy Ambrose, who's made his way through. Dan Kell there also looking to make his way past Isaac O'Shea. So O'Shea dropping down the order at the start of this one.
No, that's O'Shea in second. That's Tom Wood, 62, Tom, who's a 62. Very similar livery.
They are very similar. My apologies.
So yeah, it's Tom Wood who makes his debut here at Teesside Autodrome this weekend.
Doing Isaac O'Shea a disservice there. Apologies, Isaac, for when you watch this back. He's
right on the back of Paul Swan. It's that new lid, though, for Isaac O'Shea. It looks very different to normal.
Yes, it is.
I think he's... you've done him a disservice, Tom, but I don't think he's done you any favours. Oh, there's contact there between Wood and James Bate as Wood runs Bate all the way out onto the rumble strip. Bate loses 3 places then as Andy Ambrose and Daniel Kell come through. And then James Bate actually sliding round. He's going to lose another one to Arthur Lowthian. He struggled for grip round South Bank.
Yeah, not doing Jack Bate any favours there.
No, at the front, Paul Swan and Isaac O'Shea.
And senior Max at Teesside, Jack Bate.
Robust at times.
Yes.
And the rumble strips are bumpy.
And just to point out, we'll get Lizzie Mentier over the line this time, but I think that Lizzie Mentier is going a second a lap quicker than Paul Swan in the lead of this race.
I was saying, because of the smoother power application of the smaller cars, I would even say now that if we looked back at the times for what the minis were doing, that the minis could potentially be even quicker than the juniors and the seniors, because they're not getting, they don't have to wait for so long to put the power down on the way out the corner. And we've got another warning flag, trying to pick out the number as I crane my neck out the commentary box. It is for the 62 of Tom Wood. Think it might have been for that move onto the rumble strip. He's going to pick up a warning. He's up into third place. Isaac O'Shea, though, takes the lead from Paul Swan. So it's O'Shea, Swan, then Wood, with Andy Ambrose in fourth place. Daniel Kell, James Bate, Arthur Lowthian, and then Christopher Stoves, our leader in Rotax 177. The top three, though, Tom, here in the junior class, all recent graduates out of Minimax. Lizzie Mentier, the champion from last year. Jared Fox-Whiteley, this year's champion. Sandwiched between the Madison Smith, who's finished third in the Minimax Championship this year, moved up into junior at the last round. He's currently running in second place. And the gap between them is fairly steady, but as the tail end, Tom, of the senior class begin to battle, there's no reason why Mentier can't close in. There's still 5 laps for her to do it. The gap back is around about 7 seconds, but they're battling, and Mentier's around about a second and a half quicker than the seniors in front of her.
Yes, and still flying along. Yeah, 50.3 for Lizzie Mentier. Isaac O'Shea now leading the way in seniors with a 50.7. That is Paul Swan about to be overtaken potentially by Andy Ambrose, although Swan thinks different about it, and that opens the door with Ambrose sliding wide for Dan Kell to come up the inside at hairpin 3. Ambrose holds the line and holds the position. Kell trying to get the cut back through 4, and they will go side by side through the dog leg, but as we've seen before, if you had the inside line there, it's very difficult to be overtaken. Not impossible.
Even harder, though. The faster the class has become, it's even harder to make that move around the outside
because
stick.
You've got less time to get that drag that drag race completed.
Warning flag for Catherine Potter in the 20.
So Minimax, just for your reference, the fastest lap in Minimax was a 50.1, which is half a tenth slower than what, it's 6/10 slower than what Lizzie Mentier has managed.
Ambrose into a spin round South Bank. And the kart stopped on the inside. I don't know if he's got a problem to get it going again, but quite like to see.
And that's actually balked Lizzie Mentier ever so slightly. Here we have the replay. Oh, just caught the dirt on the inside. Oh, and so nearly took Paul Swan with him.
Yeah, snatched the grass, and there's even though there's not much grip on the tarmac, as Melissa Adrian has a spin as well, her arm's up in the air, so I'm guessing that wasn't 100% her own fault. But yeah, even though there's not much grip on the tarmac, there's even less on the green stuff.
Absolutely so. So Melissa Adrian was in a battle with Nathan Jensen and Alfie Wallbank, I think, and Jensen's dropped down as well in that. So we'll keep an eye on Andy Ambrose's progress back through the field and potentially overtaking Lizzie Mentier, and in fact can't right now, can't even close up. Such is the pace of Mentier. 50.3 for Mentier that lap, 50.1 for Isaac O'Shea in seniors. The seniors starting to come into their own now. Yeah,
it's pretty much evened itself out, hasn't it? Although to be fair to Mentier, she is still around about 8/10 quicker than the tail end of the seniors, but the seniors that was a good second and a half before and is now starting to close up.
In Addison Smith in second place, Alfie Warbank in third in junior. You know, all of these junior Rotax runners are in the 52nd bracket.
Yeah, just going on to the back straight now, Tom, is the battle for second place in our Minimax, in our Junior Max class, so just behind Mentia. Keep an eye out there for Jared Fox-Whiteley as he tries to put the move down the inside of Addison Smith. Does so, holds second place ever so briefly, and now has it done and completed. Thought Smith was going to snatch that one back, but Jared Fox-Whiteley is up into second place.
Yeah, good move from Fox-Whiteley. So Fox-Whiteley's doing well. Did a 50.1, was second quickest on track that time round. 50.3 this time. Last lap board is out for both classes. It is headed up at the moment by Isaac O'Shea in senior as we look at the 155 of Jack Bate recovering from an earlier being pushed wide earlier. Lost a few places and then now starting to make his way back through. That's Dan Kell.
He's come really strong, hasn't he, in the end of this one. Was held third there ever so briefly. Out of the final corner, though, Isaac O'Shea closed in at the end by Tom Wood, but the checkered flag flies for the 84 of Isaac O'Shea with Wood in second place. Then it's going to be Swan from Kell and Bate with Louthian, Savage and Emma Brown taking the victory in the in our Rotax 177. Then Mentia holds off Fox-Whiteley and Addison Smith in our Minimax class, with Warbank, Horner, War and Potter.
That brings to an end heat number 1 of the junior and senior Rotaxes. So our final race already for heat number 1 is going to be senior Pro Kart, and they will make their way out onto the grid very, very shortly. So heat number 1 for Junior Pro Kart. As I said, this will bring an end to our first set of heats today. Sorry, Senior Pro Kart. Apologies. Freudian slip. I don't know why it's Freudian, but it was definitely a slip. Anyway, Lennon French goes off pole position. Then it's Jack Morris and Jess Alexander, Thomas Braid and Simon Doughty. Then Harry Nottage in P6. Row 4 is going to be headed up by Peter Knight, with Gracie Mitchell, David Thompson-Mack and Asher Blythe rounding out the top 10. David Brewis goes off P11 with Connor Lucas in 12th. Then it's Caitlin Frame, Alban Dowell, Mark Tate, Rob Fagg, Jack Hewland and Anthony Eek.
We're going to have to ask for some assistance there.
Anybody watching on YouTube, give us a help out with that.
Friends and family at the track.
Then we have Oscar Buckley, Marty Gilfillan, Alfie King, Thomas Hewland and Harry Roddis. So, not the biggest grid here in Senior Pro Kart for this weekend, but it will certainly be an interesting one. And a few notable absences. Josh Falkus, not with us this weekend.
There's a reason for that.
Okay.
Mainly because obviously the championship's already wrapped up.
Yeah.
But I think he broke his foot playing football in the week, so definitely wouldn't have been able to. So it's a fairly good job he got that wrapped up at the last round.
Okay. I think he'd have probably still raced with a broken foot, though, if the championship wasn't wrapped up, wouldn't you?
I reckon he'd have given it a whirl.
Yeah. So they are making their way through now. Should be fairly quick to grid up. We're absolutely flying through the day at the moment. We've had support come in for Buddy Hugo from Emma Barrett and also Lizzie Mentia from Michael Burke as well in their previous heats. So please do keep your comments coming in, and we will do our best to read them out. Good and bad. Anything that you want to ask as well, rather than just give support, you can ask us anything in the commentary box. Might not be able to give you an answer, but you can ask it.
Yeah, what I've found with questions is that as long as you answer with confidence, people tend to believe you.
It's the old seed of doubt, isn't it? Say it, repeat it, believe it.
Yeah. Final few runners moving in. One or two drivers making a first appearance here this season in Peter Knight and Marty Gilfillan, who we've already seen in Junior Pro Kart this season. She moves up into the class for the first time.
So just the last couple about to move into their position. And we will get going for heat number 1 of Senior Pro Kart.
I'm just wondering, Tom, why Peter Knight, who I believe was going to go off P7, is still sat down there at the back of the grid.
Looks like a problem.
Waiting, because there is a gap for him.
Oh, there we go.
No, and he's been waved forward, so maybe they just couldn't find him when they were looking for him, because there is a lot of karts down there.
Yeah, might have just come off the dummy grid slightly out of position, and that's thrown people off a bit.
Yeah, well, he's into position, which means that Harry Nottage is going to have to take his feet down off his steering wheel and apply them to the pedals, which means he's now going to have to get himself ready to race. A few words from the marshal to the 3 of Peter Knight in the Omega Racing kart.
This should be a good one as well.
Normally sits in the BPEC series, where that team has just taken the championship honours in the pro class.
We've got French, Morris and Alexander going off the front of this. This should be a good opening lap. Morris tries to cut across and immediately
he tried to
blocked
box
by
in.
Alexander.
Yeah, I think he tried to box Alexander in there behind Lennon French. Alexander's going to take no time at all in her quest to try and get into the lead. She already stuck her nose down the inside of French, and I will expect more of the same as they head down towards the first heavy braking zone of hairpin 1.
And we've got apprentice and master here with Lennon French and Alexander. Of course, Alexander helping Lennon French throughout his karting career so far. Lots of advice. And one of the pieces of advice would be get out of hairpin 2 a bit better than that, because I'm coming through on the exit with the up and under. Alexander turning it in hugely early. Tried the Andy Ambrose line across the grass.
Asher Blythe there just got some sort of a second wind halfway around that corner with the grip that he was looking for. There's a contact warning already coming out for the 8 of Thomas
Alexander,
Hewlin.
a huge amount of curb on the inside, clip the tyres and round she goes.
She's going to have to wait. This is the problem with Senior Pro Kart. Head in the hands from Jess Alexander, but there's just so much traffic you can't just spin the kart round. And from the lead, she's going to drop down to second last. Here we go then, Tom. Down the inside, clip the tyre wall on the inside, and Jess Alexander sits and waits and watches the whites of everybody else's eyes as they make their way around hairpin 4. Jack Morris then inherits the lead. Yellow flag out as Marty Gilfillan spins at hairpin number 1. And Alexander already starting to make her way through the traffic. Gets the cut back, and there's another spin for Alexander. Clipped by the 44.
Yeah, so Alexander struggling here.
Yeah, she
with this opening lap.
Took that up and under line down the inside and was clipped by the 44 of Alfie King as she tried to get the cut back. The top 2, though, Tom, breaking away. Jack Morris and Lennon French, 2 of our young chargers in this Senior Pro Kart class. Then behind them, there is a looming presence of the 443 of Connor Lucas.
As you just saw going through the national loop, I think that was Harry Nottage that was he was overtaking there, and that's Asher Blythe has followed through as well. So Nottage tried to make his way past Thomas Braid.
Peter Knight making his way back through 7th. Gracie Mitchell with the up and under. And slick tyres on this wet track, of course. Tom, there's a contact warning coming for Asher Blythe. He'll be greeted with that next time round.
I think we missed that one. Jack Morris with the fastest lap of the race. Of course, we're only 2 laps in. Lucas now through, and so does Asher Blythe on Thomas Braid, although I'm not sure Blythe is going to get it completed. Certainly got side by side through 4. Going to try the cutback here. Gets the power on early and clean drives straight past Thomas Braid on the exit of hairpin 4. That was brilliant setup by Asher Blythe. got on the opposite line, got that drive out of hairpin 4, realised that's where you need to be side by side, get that power down early, and dragged straight past Thomas Braden, and is now once again right on the back of Connor Lucas. Slight tap there through hairpin 1, and Asher Blythe is going to move through, although I'm not sure Lucas is going to accept that, and indeed doesn't. Pushes Blythe right to the edge of the circuit. Lucas using every inch of tarmac available to him.
It's allowed Braid to come through as well.
Yeah. Move back through. Whoa, and there goes Braid. I think that was a spin and avoidance more than anything. I think he realised if he carried on, he was going to take Lucas out.
He did tap Lucas. I think Braid carried too much speed there into South Bank, and the kart goes very, very light when you apply the brakes. Here we go, and yeah, so there's no contact there. He just carries a little bit too much in.
Yeah.
And then gets on the brakes to stop him rolling back down the South Bank
and we've
corner.
got the 14 of Marty Gilfillan off.
Yeah, up on the bank on the outside of South Bank.
That's, and facing the wrong way as well. So still facing up the hill.
So yellow flag has come out at hairpin number 2. That's going to warn them that there's a car is being returned back to the track on the outside, but that means now the leaders are going to encounter some lap traffic a few laps earlier than they've anticipated, as the spinning Marty Gilfillan will be met by the rest of the field shortly. Harry Nottage is back front now of Asher Blythe. Simon Dougherty once again, Tom, running at the front of this field. 1 races here this season already. He's going to come under pressure now from Blythe and Nottage as well. Blythe's going to try and go around the outside. I've never seen 3 try to go into the D chicane before like that, but I've just been, there's a first time for everything.
Yeah, Nottage is he's doing well here, showing brilliant racecraft to position his car exactly where it needs to be, and that proving the point. Asher Blythe wanted to fill that gap, couldn't do it because Nottage was there, and round Blythe went full 360, carries on his way, probably only lost about 1.5 seconds. Look at this for catching the car. So Blythe gets the run around the outside, tries to go for the up and under, catches the inside of Nottage, and then, wait, look, round he goes, instantly turning right again.
Yeah, I think he only lost 2 there for Asher Blythe.
Most drivers there would have held it still on opposite lock and would have ended up facing the wrong way. Blythe had the awareness there to put more turn into it, to get it back round and get that 360. So well done to Asher Blythe to continue that momentum.
That's the thing though, Tom, it's so light, you know, no grip on these slick tyres that, you know, any sort of contact like that as Jess Alexander makes the way through. Moves back up into 13th place. Could soon be 14th. The 81 of Mark Tate has a spin at the National Loop. That's going to drop him out of 11th. Alexander already then promoted up into 12th. In front of her, Caitlin Frame in the 18. In a brand new helmet as well for Caitlin Frame.
Yeah, I saw that previewed on the on a post earlier this week, and really looking good in that one.
It looks good in the picture. It looks even better in person. I saw it yesterday close up. It really is a nice lid.
So we've got Jess now making way back through. So that's 12th place for Alexander. Not the best start to the weekend here for Alexander, going off the front of the grid as well. I think maybe got a bit overexcited trying to overtake Led and French and get it done nice and early.
Clipped the tyres on the inside of Ford, didn't she? And that was that had the kart facing the wrong way. And the strange thing with that is that if that had have happened now, she'd have lost 3 or 4 places because there'd have been a gap to get through the traffic. On lap 1, though, there's just no gap to get through the traffic, and she had to wait and drop down to 21st place.
I've got to be honest as well, it's unusual for Jess to have a lap that scruffy as well. And I mean, it was coming from South Bank. She was on the inside, over the grass on the inside of South Bank on the entry, turned it in way too early, and then hairpin 3 was scruffy, and then of course hairpin 4 then led to that and clipped the tyres on the inside.
Well, we saw from
very unusual from Jess.
Well, we saw from the highlight of the week on the Teesside Owner Drivers Facebook page that you know, the skill that she possesses in these wet weather conditions at the last round is a joy to behold and watch. But then the opening lap on that one, not quite as not up to her usual high standards.
We're still looking at the Doughty, Nottage, Blythe battle. So Asher Blythe has caught back up to the to Harry Nottage, who he clipped when he did that 360. Nottage has just made his way past Doughty. I was about to say for the final time potentially.
Doughty is
Doughty not happy about Blythe giving
no, but he's driving
giving the push to
driving
Nottage
his
out of the
car
corner
there like a horse. He was like a jockey.
Yeah, just moving around underneath him. Blythe trying to get that up and under again on Doughty. Doughty proving extremely difficult to overtake here as David Brewis now moves through. I say that, and David Brewis now moves through, but Doughty fights back again. This is great to see. It's like a boxer who's having different boxers come into the ring against him, and he's just like, all right, I'll take you on. I'll take you on as well. I'll take you on as well. No problem. One after the other.
It's still going on. That last lap board, though, is out now, Tom.
Simon Doughty having his own Royal Rumble. Just one after the other.
I've not seen him throw anybody over the top rope yet.
Well,
last lap board is out for Jack Morris. He's making his way round the South Bank corner, followed home by Lennon French as Nottage and Blythe continue to battle it out over 4th place. There's Jack Morris, though, turning it in. Gets the power down gently and will come out of the final corner. We know it's still chilly because he's got his Teesside Karting body warmer on, but Jack Morris will win heat number 1 in emphatic style over the line from Lennon French and Connor Lucas, your top 3. 4th is going to be a battle to the line between Asher Blythe and Harry Nottage. No love lost there, and Nottage is round. He's going to cross the line in 5th place backwards. Blythe in 4th place, Nottage in P5 with Simon Dougherty, David Brewis, Jess Alexander, Peter Knight and David Thompson-Mack completing the top 10.
Now, if you want to style out a win,
not through choice.
If you want to style out 5th place, finishing in 5th place, this is how you do it. So you go side by side, clip the curb on the inside, 360 over the line, still hold position, still finished in front of Simon Doughty.
Yeah, the only thing he's going to need now, other than new underpants, is a bolt for the front of that Nauseo panel that flopped up. I think that's come out during the race. There on screen then, here's your Heat 1 winner, the 24 of Jack Morris coming through, and he gets a big congratulations from our 3-time champion here, Connor Lucas, in the 443. And behind them, Lennon French with his best finish in the senior Pro Kart ranks, P2 for the 120. The flying farmer of Lennon French. I wouldn't mind seeing the post-race reception between Blythe and Nottage down there, Tom.
Oh, to be a fly on that wall. Definitely an interesting finish. Full 360. Do you know Blythe, I just realised as well that both of them had 360s in that race, didn't they?
They did.
Blythe had one coming out of the National League, and then Nottage.
I mean, Blythe's was good.
Not
Nottage
one to miss out.
Spectacular.
Not one to miss out, Harry Nottage, is he?
Just looking at the live chat comments, we've got people watching us from Spain, Tom. I imagine it's not rained there.
Yeah,
so,
I didn't mention them because
no.
I'm very jealous.
Yeah, but it'll be Mark and Gillian Mitchell watching Gracie from Spain. So, yeah, cheers for that in the sunshine.
What's the temperature like, Mark? Let us know in the comments.
I don't think it's as frosty as Nottage and Blythe down there.
So we will move on. That brings to an end our first set of heats here at Teesside for the final round of the Summer Series. Heat 1 done and dusted for all classes. Heading out now is Bambino's for heat number 2. Heat number 2 for Bambinos is headed up by William Crombie. potentially starting William Crombie. Sorry, no, it is William Crombie, yes, who won heat number 1 in the Army Bambino. Then it is Sebastian McCarthy, then Grayson Crawford, Jamie Walsh, Freddie Blackshaw and Sebastian Crawford in P6. James Pybus P7, Oliver Bullock P8, Verity Crawford in 9th, and Harris Barber, who did not start the previous heat. We will see if Harris Barber is actually out on the grid this time. So we'll keep an eye out for whether we have Harris Barber, and hopefully Verity Crawford can get going in this one as well, as she had problems on the grid in heat number 1 and didn't unfortunately get away. Apologies for the smashing around in the commentary box. David's brought gifts.
I dropped my selection
Well,
box.
David hasn't.
No, Tracy and Lee Mentier have bought the gifts. So there's one for the production team of Adam and Darren, and there's one for me and you.
Oh, very nice. Thank you. Well, as you know, if you want a shout out on the stream, if you want a mention, we accept all forms of bribery, particularly in this form, which is in the form of chocolate.
Of course. So Cake Chat's been replaced by...
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Lee.
By Selection Box Chat.
Very much appreciated. We'll work our way through that. So, in fact, do you know what? Look, there's a whole selection here. There's a dairy milk each. Yeah, we'll have one of them. Yeah. What are you reckoning to the double decker?
Double decker. It's a negative on the double decker.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm not a fan. Do you like double decker?
Do you know what? I think I've probably only eaten one in my life.
Well, for a special prize, then the winner of Bambino heat number 2 will also win a double decker.
Yes, let's go with that. Hashtag Chop Chat. Green flags up, green flags down, and we're away for heat number 2 of Bambino. Wow, that is a good start there from, that was Harris Barber, who is back and has taken the start of heat number 2. So Harris Barber right round the outside of William Crombie and takes the lead immediately.
What I want to know is whether it was a cart problem or whether they couldn't get the driver out of bed for heat number 1 for Harris Barber. But whatever it is, the pole sitter from the start of the day is back here at Teesside and seems to have the bit between his teeth.
Back with a bang off the line, but William Crombie is right there already, just pushing him along.
We've had a spin at hairpin 2. The 6 of Sebastian Crawford has gone round, and James Pybus has found a way round the outside.
It's very confusing, this Bambino grid. We've got 3 Crawfords and 2 Sebastians.
They don't make it easy for us, do they, Tom?
No, they don't. We do love it, though. Crombie hustling that Army Bambino through the kink. And are we going to see some differing lines now that he's got Harris Barber in front? We saw just taking that momentum line in Heat 1, just holding the speed, holding the revs up, right round the outside of every corner. In fact, there you see it, exactly as I say it, round the outside of hairpin 1, right round the outside of hairpin 2, but pushing along Harris Barber, who then opts to take a similar line.
Yeah, Crombie
through hairpin 2.
This for me looks like Crombie's got the pace, but he's just trying to feel out a line that he can use to overtake with, because there obviously Barber's forced him onto the outside. And we'll now try and use a differing line. Doesn't want to overcook it, though.
And you can see there that Crombie is now being balked by Harris Barber. He's not able to take the line that he wants to take, that fastest line around the track that he used so well in heat number 1, because now he's got Harris Barber exactly where he wants to be. So it's going to have to be a technical overtake here. It's not like you can just get on the brakes and send it up the inside in this Bambino class. It doesn't work like that. You've got to position yourself somewhere where the other car is not going to be, and up and under, as we've seen throughout the classes today. But the problem is that the Bambinos take the fastest line. The car in front will be taking the fastest line. So you're going to have a huge amount of overspeed for your up and under to make it work.
Yeah, let's see all of it.
Oh, Crombie there.
Not for the first time, actually,
Snap
round
oversteer.
hairpin 3 that Crombie's got a little bit of snap oversteer. Probably potentially getting on the power a little bit too early and spooling that engine up.
In your Coma C50s, you are headed now by Sebastian McCarthy, with Jamie Walsh showing well in second place, Freddie Blackshaw in third in class, 5th overall, Grayson Crawford, then Sebastian Crawford. Then it's James Pybus in 8th place overall, and Verity Crawford, who has made the start this time, goes away in P9. That's Oliver Bullock in 10th place overall, who has just been lapped by Sebastian McCarthy.
Just trying to keep abreast on Senior Pro Kart, Tom, of the results of that previous race, just so that we can update on the championships, because there's 4 championships in that class. Not the main one's been settled, but we've still got the club championship, which Asher Blythe leads. Then we've got the 40s class and the novice class as well, which all need to be wrapped up today. Fastest lap of the race with Harris Barber and William Crombie. And Crombie still close on Barber.
So, yeah, here we go. McCarthy's now 4 seconds clear, almost 5 seconds clear now of Jamie Walsh. 1.1 seconds then back to Grayson Crawford, and another 1.5 back to Freddie Blackshaw. So the action on track is the action on screen, which is the battle, in fact, for first and second on the road and the I-Army class. And it is still William Crombie struggling to find a way past Harris Barber. Side by side they go through hairpin 3. Crombie's going to try. I think probably should have tried the full round the outside, the berm route that he was using through heat number 1. Took an extra snatch of steering, and in fact has pulled it off.
Great move, and round the outside of some lap traffic too.
Good drive out of hairpin 4 and got the move done, and with it, the fastest lap of the race.
Let's see now whether Crombie can break free. We thought he might have had a little bit of extra straight line speed in terms of power around that bottom end from Harris Barber.
I think we're going to see how strong the slipstream effect is as well in these I-Army Bambinos, whether Harris Barber can now close in, or reclose in on the back of William Crombie, who is starting to break away.
2 minutes and 20 remaining. Crombie's opened up a little bit of a gap. That was mainly around hairpin 2, because hairpin 1, Barber was right on the back.
There he goes. That's the better line from Crombie. That's where he wants to be now, that he doesn't have Harris Barber positioned where he wants to be. Harris Barber now in second place.
Gap is 0.4 of a second on that lap.
Oh, and there goes Barber round. Barber's lost it coming out of the D chicane. Hops over the curb on the entry to the national loop, and round he goes, but gets going again and will maintain second place on the road. And unfortunately, that has put paid to that battle. That's a real shame for Harris Barber. Just the slightest mistake, and round it went. We're looking at Verity Crawford, just going 1 lap down on William Crombie. In fact, that might be 2 laps down now.
Good to see Verity back out, though, after the problems in heat number 1, which meant that she couldn't take advantage and take part. Minute remaining, so I think Crombie will come over the line this time, and then the next time round will receive the last lap board. As their lap times are around about 1 minute. Still 6 seconds or so off the normal pace for our Coma C50 Bambinos. And so it's Crombie and Barber, the top 2 in their armies. Grayson Crawford now leading from Sebastian McCarthy. So it looks like McCarthy's had a problem at some point, because on that previous lap, he was 11 seconds longer, getting round a 1:17 for Sebastian McCarthy. So off camera, we've missed a spin for the 54 The 56 kart of Sebastian McCarthy and Grayson Crawford now leads by, on the previous lap it was 4 seconds. We'll keep an eye out this time when they come through.
Last lap board about to go out for William Crombie.
In the green helmet.
And there he does take the last lap board. Harris Barber still behind by just over 6 seconds now. So now that Crombie's got through, he's roughly around about 0.3 of a second quicker per lap than Harris Barber. But then it is Grayson Crawford heading up your Coma T50 class. Third overall on the road, still 5 seconds clear now of Sebastian McCarthy, with Jamie Walsh a further 4 seconds back.
Yep. Just looking here, Tom, for Crombie, because McCarthy is the next kart in front of him, some 5 seconds down the road as they went over the last time. They are about 6 seconds quicker. If he does get past Seb McCarthy in the final complex of corners here, we could well, the race could be over for Comas slightly earlier, because he's going to sweep round the outside of Seb McCarthy. He's going to take the checkered flag. McCarthy will be shown as a lap down, which means this final lap now, Tom, for the 22 of Grayson Crawford is going to be a victory lap, because he's going to be the only Coma on the lead lap. Walsh crosses the line in second place, so Crombie and Barber, your top two in the IARMY class. Sebastian McCarthy, Jamie Walsh and Freddie Blackshaw are second, third and fourth. There's Grayson Crawford then, Tom, on what is going to be a victory lap. Now, what William Crombie just needs to sit behind him, because in front of him he's got Grayson Crawford. There's still a race going on in front, which is why Crombie slowed right down to allow the Comas to complete their race in front. Crawford's making his way round the outside of some of the lap traffic. That's Pybus, Verity Crawford and Oliver Bullock. So Grayson Crawford will come through, just has a quick look back. There's Crombie just taking it slow. Grayson Crawford, though, will come through to go round the outside, take the checkered flag, and victory for the first time in the Coma C50 Bambino class. So your complete standings, Crombie, Barber and Crawford, the top three on track, with Crawford taking the Coma C50 Bambino win. From Seb McCarthy, Jamie Walsh, Freddie Blackshaw, Sebastian Crawford, James Pybus, Verity Crawford and Oliver Bullock.
So that brings to an end Bambino's C50 heat number 2, and in the live chat we have a poll running now, David. We've got a poll.
A poll.
A poll. What's your favourite chocolate bar?
What are the choices?
Out of our selection box.
Well, out of the selection box.
Out of the selection box.
So we had dairy milk.
And we're going to dispatch Darren as well with
has he already gone?
We've dispatched Darren down to pit lane to give William Crombie the double decker. So congratulations on your win of the discarded chocolate bar, William Crombie. Hope you enjoy it.
So the other options then, I imagine, were dairy milk, Whisper, Twirl and Crunchy.
We can only put 4, so Twirl has missed the cut.
Well, to be fair, it is just a dairy milk in a different shape.
No, it's
really,
a flake.
isn't it?
It's a flake with chocolate over the top of it. That's all it is. Yeah. So, you know, it's a 99 without the ice cream, as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, I'm making a rod for my own back here, but if Crunchy wins, I'm not coming back.
I've got to be honest with you. I'm not going to hide where my vote went, and it went on Crunchy.
So I've got the production crew that like carrot cake, and I've got you that like Crunchy.
I love a Crunchy.
The world stopped spinning, mate.
Other chocolate varieties are available, of course, but man loves a Crunchy.
Oh, well, do you know what I love? Junior Pro Karts, and they've just left the dummy grid.
Segue of the season there for David Sullivan, as he dives into, what are they? Chocolate digestives.
Breakfast of champions.
So we're having cake, biscuit and chocolate chat today.
Well, there's an energy crisis going on, Tom, and I've got to build up my BMI so I don't have to put the heating on.
Well, I'm already there. I'm festively plump already, my friend. So Max Shields going off the front of Junior Pro Kart Heat number 2 with Harry Brown in second, Christian Oblag in third and Leon Wilson in fourth. Finn Collister, birthday boy, in fifth with Harvey Still in sixth, Danny Bean in seventh, Sophie Pawsey eighth and Amy Frame ninth. It's already lining up beautifully, as they always do here at Teesside for Junior Pro Kart. They are wise beyond their years, these Junior Pro Karters, in the way that they approach the grid every single time.
Still wet track, Tom. Yesterday, we needed till around about midday for a dry line to start appearing and the times to start getting into the realms where the slick tyre was on par with the wets.
I was wrong. Adam's put twirl on instead of whisper on the vote, so apologies for that. But yeah, twirl wouldn't be getting my vote.
Well, whisper, it's not for me. You're paying for bubbles, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly.
Green flag in hand then for the start line, Marshall. The engine notes rise, and it's a good start from Christian Oblag from third place. He's slotted through into second at the expense of Harry Brown. Then behind them, Harvey Still's made a good start. He's up into fifth. Collister in fourth. So as they come through the chicanes for the first time, it's Shields, Oblag, Brown, Collister, Harvey Still. Then it's Danny Bean, Amy Frame, and Sophie Pawsey finding a way past Leon Wilson into hairpin 1.
Hairpin 2 for the first time. Max Shields breaking away from Oblag now. He's doing the Edward Haynes line and disappearing at the front on the opening lap, trying to break away as Harvey Still goes right round the outside of Harry Brown. Is he going to get that move done? That's an impressive move from Harvey Still. And then straight up the inside of Finn Collister. Gets it stopped, parked on the apex, but can't get the drive out. Or can he? No, he can! As they head round the dogleg. Is he going to get through? It is! Amazing driving from Harvey Still. Already up to third place. Brilliant moves.
Get the feeling that he's a fan of these conditions.
Yes, very much so. Look at him leaning out. The reason they do that is to get the weight on the outside of that tyre, get it squashed into the tarmac. Already past Christian Oblag into hairpin 1, and that's Harvey Still up to second place.
I wonder what he's like in these conditions on slicks, because next year, Tom, he's going to be in the senior class. Having won the championship this year at 16 years old, he's going to be making the move up next year.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting dynamic for him to take on. That's Harry Brown now moving through on Danny Bean. Finn Collister got a big snatch of oversteer as well.
Slow out of 4, and that's going to allow Bean round the outside.
Yeah, Bean did really well to hold off Harry Brown in the end.
Takes a huge chunk of curb on the way through the D chicane. Collister now in front of Bean with Brown and Amy Frame.
Yeah, Frame looking racy as well. There she goes. Oh, look at that. Lovely move. Hairpin 1. Harry Brown just sliding ever so slightly sideways. Put a kart width between him and the apex, and that was all that Amy Frame needed to move through.
The thing with this type of weather condition, Tom, is obviously the intermediate tyre that we call is effectively just a really scrubbed wet.
Yes.
And as the track continues to dry, there's a move down the inside of Collister on Oblag, is that whatever you've got basically in the van is what tyre you're going to use. So you're not going to have...
Oh, sorry, David.
Yeah,
that was
right.
Oblag. What a great move that was around the outside again through the dogleg. We don't see it too often, but if you've got enough speed, you can make that move stick.
Yeah, he was slow on exit, though, and that allowed not only Collister, but then Danny Bean, who nudged Collister, then into the back of Christian Oblag, and Danny Bean's not hanging around either at the moment, Tom. We'll keep an eye on this one for the time being, and then I'll go back onto tyre chat in a few moments when this one's settled itself down.
I think you're okay, and I think you're absolutely right what you were saying as well. The very, very worn, wet tyre might be the way to start.
Well, yeah, it's one of them. Obviously, it starts, and there's probably around about 10 mil of block, and then, but you know, if you've used that tyre once and you've got 2 sets, you know, some drivers you just get really, really lucky that day when you've just got the right millimetre of tyre on the, of tread on the tyre for the conditions, and 16 of Finn Collister picks up a contact warning. I think that could have been for the little bump and run on Oblag round the national loop, although I don't think it was 100% on him, because I know Danny Bean was right behind as well, and they were all nose to tail, so there was a little bit of into the back. But now they're actually through past Christian Oblag. Oblag is starting to fall back into the clutches of Amy Frame, Harry Brown and Sophie Pawsey in the straight line down that down the back straight. It'll be half race distance when they come through next time. The gap at the head of the field is 2.8 seconds between Maximus Shields and Harvey Still taking about a 10th out on the last lap. And that Frame is through, as is Sophie Pawsey down the inside of Harry Brown. Through she comes, and that's going to move Pawsey up into P7. Frame will go up into 5th place. As the 5th down to 8th, all change positions.
Yeah, Shields now clear by over 3 seconds. Got the fastest lap of the race as well to go with it. So strong showing from Shields off the front of the grid. It's well clear now of Harvey Still. Then another big gap, 4 seconds then back to Finn Collister, and with the Collister, Bean, Frame, Oblag, Pawsey and Brown battle. That's really well. Those karts are then separated by 2 seconds, and you can see them all on screen. Shields puts in fastest lap of the race as Pawsey makes her way through on Christian Oblag.
Yeah, this one for me, Oblag could just, like I say, he could just have too much tread on the tyres now, Tom. You know, but they could be effectively, you know, the only wets they've got.
Or not enough.
That's the thing. You can't have, you can't have a 10 sets of wets with each with a different millimetre of tread left on them. So, you know, sometimes it falls for you, sometimes it doesn't, unfortunately.
Ironically, if you've got too much tread, you can end up having too much grip.
Yeah, because that's the thing.
Compared to somebody who's got a bit of slip.
There's something people will wonder, well, why are they all on wets when the track is damp but there's no standing water? Well, like I say, it's a softer compound. The block moves around, and that's what gives you the grip. And having grip is Amy Frame as she's down the inside of Danny Bean into hairpin 3.
Yeah, lovely move from Frame again. Gets a little tap from Danny Bean there on the inside of hairpin 4.
I think she might just have enough for track position, and she does as they come over start finish, and Amy Frame is up into P4.
There's that big bump there, isn't there, through the King as they go from coming downhill towards the start finish line. Just as they turn right, it flattens out all of a sudden, and so the karts essentially bottom out there, or almost bottom out. And so it looks like they almost jump in the air because they compress and then come back up again, and it bounces people out wide. When you see the seniors in these conditions on the slick tyres, they're full four-wheel drifting right the way through that right-hander, over start-finish line, and then into the right-hander of the D chicane. So it's, if you are side by side there at these speeds, what happens is the kart on the outside doesn't necessarily take that bump into account, and the one on the inside gets pushed wide naturally because of the formation of the track. As you see it there, they hit that bump and then lose grip, and they both karts will four-wheel drift, and you end up with somebody on the grass on the outside.
I mean, even using the curb as well, we've seen like people will clip that curb and it will pitch the car up into the one next to them as well, won't we? So even though it's quick when you take that curb, because obviously
Harry Nottage style.
Yeah, it shortens the corner, but if you do go through there side by side, you know, very often there's some contact as you see drivers getting alongside each other. Bean and Frame, as they head down towards South Bank. In the background it was Oblag and Brown. As Brown got the move done down the inside, and Oblag got the cutback. Danny Bean's not over in trying to wrestle 4th place back from Amy Frame. Shield is already over the line though to take the last lap board at the front. The gap now out to 5 seconds for Maximus Shields as he continues to push at the head of this junior Pro Kart heat number 2. Still in 2nd place, doing what he needs to do, Tom, to secure the championship, and that's just finished within touching distance of Max Shields as he comes into the final round here with a 16-point lead and the advantage as well when it comes to the drop score provisions.
So Shields already making his way through hairpin 3 for the final time. heat number 2 of Junior Pro Kart, and it will be a comfortable victory for Max Shields. Taking heat number 2, it is Max Shields from Harvey Still. Comes across the line almost 6 seconds behind. Then it's going to be, well, it is going to be Finn Collister, then Amy Frame, and then we've got Danny Bean and Sophie Pawsey side by side, with Bean just taking 5th place from Pawsey. Then it's Christian Oblag in 7th, Harry Brown in 8th, and Leon Wilson will come across the line in 9th place. So that brings to an end heat number 2 for Junior Pro Kart. Congratulations to Max Shields, our winner, and 19 votes in hashtag Chalk Chat so far. We've had 19 votes only. There's 128 people watching, but we've only had 19 votes. Get your vote in. Hashtag Chalk Chat. I won't tell you the scores at the moment, but it is a lot closer than we thought. Well, certainly a lot closer than David thought, that's for sure. But, yeah, keep your votes coming in. We will settle this debate once and for all. And that brings to an end heat number 2 for Junior Pro Kart. Moving on, we will have our consolidated grid of Clubman Cadet and Pro Cadet.
Protest vote.
Is it David's saying it's a protest vote? Is it because he said
I said if Crunchy wins, I'm not coming back, and it's doing surprisingly well. So I think it's a protest vote. I'm calling it.
So pole position for Cadet is going to be Thomas Potter with Ben Robinson, then Joshua Sullivan and Mason Webster, William Howard and Charlie Eyeball, Sebastian Benson and Samuel Yeadon, then Sam Hayes and Holly Swan, Edward Rye and Mason Dinsdale, Rio Wardley, Matty Prinku Wright, Reese Cranston, Jacob Cartilage, Thomas Harper and Ollie Carter. Then it's Morgan Cooney, Layla Berryman, Joey Swan, Rosie Franklin and Matthew Plant. And please do keep your comments coming in. As well, we had Vicky Carr putting in support for Lennon French in Senior Pro Kart, and Catherine Donachie has said good drive Sophie, number 77 in Junior Pro Kart in the heat just gone, and it was a good drive. Well, look, I've given it a push, and we're up to 26 votes now.
Top work, Tom.
Keep them coming in. I mean, it is ridiculously close as well. It is so much closer than I thought this was going to be.
Me and my man.
Hashtag come on Crunchy.
Back to the important thing of racing, Tom. We have got a mix of pros and clubs here at the moment on this amalgamated grid. So on pole position in the club class is Mason Webster. He starts 4th overall. Then it's Charlie Eyeball, who's 6th overall. Behind them two, it's the two championship protagonists of Sebastian Benson and Samuel Yeadon, who will keep an eye out on their positions throughout this race day. In the terms of where they were last time, they finished 3rd for Benson, 4th for Yeadon, so not much between them. They come into this final round of the championship with a 10-point swing between the two of them. So at the end of the day, we will be able to let you know straight away who your champion is going to be. Grid is into position. The start line marshal jogging forward to pick up that green flag.
So here we go with your amalgamated grid of pro and clubman cadets together for this final round of the season. The green flag is up, it's down, and we're away. Not the best of starts for Thomas Potter.
Wasn't a great start for Sullivan either, Tom, but he got a big help from William Howard. a nudge from behind, fired him forward. That gave him an extra few hundred RPM, and that's allowed him to hold on to third place. It looked like Webster was going to try and go round the outside,
wow.
and then Sullivan straight down the inside.
Full send at hairpin one.
I'll tell you what, you've got to have confidence there, Tom, bearing in mind that they won't have attacked that corner at all, because on the rolling up lap. So kudos there to the 13, because he's got to have a lot of confidence that he's getting that kart stopped.
Potter already feeling the need to tap the helmet and say, let's work together. I'm surprised by that so early in the race as well, but Sullivan came through the grid very, very quickly in heat number 1.
Webster gets alongside William Howard. They're going to be side by side through the dogleg section, and Howard holds on to 4th place.
Webster absolutely loves these conditions. You can tell from the last round that we had here. Something has just clicked in these conditions, and he's absolutely flying now.
He's always been good in the wet, Tom, and this isn't, this is a constructive way of putting it, is that when we first saw Mason Webster here at Teesside Autodrome, he was getting lapped a few times, he wasn't very quick, but his driving style was smooth and superb.
As Sullivan sends it down the back straight into the lead.
And what I was saying about the driving style being smooth and superb is, in the wet, you need to be smooth, and that makes you superb.
Yes, and she's a lovely lady here. I've met her.
Oh, superb.
Superb. Yeah, lovely lady.
Whilst you're making jokes, Tom, there's overtakes going on.
Yeah, there is. Potter's come back through on Sullivan and retakes the lead. It seems like Potter, with the greatest of respect to him, and I'm a big fan of Thomas Potter. I really, really am. He seems to just pace himself. Would I be right in thinking? Am I fair in that assessment? He paces himself. So when he's in the lead, he's just going at his own pace. As soon as he gets overtaken, he can find another half second, another 3/4 of a second.
Yeah, I
think
think you're right. So, as they come over the line then for the first time, we could have another overtake into South Bank. It's clear that Sullivan gets a good run out of hairpin 2, because once again down into South Bank he's through into the lead. So Sullivan leads then from Thomas Potter and Ben Robinson.
Yeah, Potter using Sullivan at the moment as that hare to chase and find that extra pace.
Long races these, though, Tom, in terms of tyres, because with the track drying, it could be that the pressure. So Sullivan comes over the line in front of Potter, Robinson. Then it's William Howard, Mason Webster, Sam Hayes, Charlie Eibel, Samuel Yeadon, Edward Rye, and Seb Benson. Your top 10 in front of Dinsdale, Prinku Wright, Wardally. Then it's Swan, Cranston, Harper, Cartledge, Carter, Cooney, Plant, Berryman, and Joey Swan.
And we're looking at Sam Hayes and Mason Webster going side by side through hairpin 1. So that is Sam Hayes taking 5th place overall on the road. But Mason Webster still heading up the clubman class, although right behind now is the 10 of Charlie Eibel.
So, Sam Hayes is another driver, Tom, that always goes well in the wet. Had to come through from 9th place. Might lose a place here, though, as Webster sends the 2 down the inside.
I think that might cost him, actually. Charlie Eibel can't quite get the run.
For me, though, Tom,
I was worried then that Charlie Eibel was going to come through. I say worried. I was worried for Webster that Eibel was going to come straight through then.
The thing is here, Tom, in that Cadet Club class, there's a lot of drivers that are not racing the race. They're racing a driver. And to give you context of that, you've got Benson and Yeadon battling for the championship. Then you've got, in second place, you've got Eibel battling Mason Dinsdale for 3rd in the championship. Behind them, you've got Mason Webster, who needs to finish in front of Ollie Carter for 5th in the championship. There's pairs going on. So what I'm saying with that is that they're not racing the race, they're racing the driver. And as long as they finish in front of the driver, so I don't think Eibel's going to be too keen at trying to push Mason Webster for position.
But you say Benson and Yeadon are going at it for the championship 100%, but they're 8th and 10th on the road with Edward Rye right between them.
Yeah, they've been together pretty much all year. The 156 of Thomas Harper, he's going to be greeted with a warning flag as he comes over the line. Although I don't know if he's going to see it, Tom, because he's in about a 7-kart battle for position from Dinsdale in 11th all the way down to himself in 17th.
Yeah, that is a good battle going on. And in fact, we see it here on screen. This is one of the trains. This is headed up by the 97 of Ben Robinson. Who was that going wide? That was the 27 got pushed off. William Howard. Yeah,
Hayes is through though. Hayes is through. Sorry, Tom. He's up into 3rd briefly.
Yeah.
Back down into 4th now, and then back up into 3rd again.
Up, under, up again.
And Webster is going to send a move down the inside of
Bless you.
Robinson as well. Robinson and Hayes, they're still side by side over start finish. And now, Tom, Edward Rye's got past Sebastian Benson, and Benson and Yeadon in 9th and 10th, just off the 7 or 6 kart train. They see them there in the background. That's your battle, Tom, for the Club Class Championship. The 77 of Benson with the white helmet, then the green kart of Samuel Yeadon just behind us. Matthew Plant rolls into pit lane with a problem. The 43, who didn't take part in heat number 1, will retire from heat number 2 as well.
Oh, that's a real shame for Matthew Plant. But the race continues. 2 minutes to go here, and it is Sullivan who has now broken the toe of Thomas Potter. Not a literal toe, a slipstream. Puts in the fastest lap of the race for good measure as well, and pulls that gap out to 0.8 of a second at the front of this race with 1.5 minutes to go.
We know what Potter can do though, Tom, in these weather conditions. This one is not over by any stretch. Behind, the battle rages on for 3rd place with Sam Hayes, who's come up from 9th, Tom, and this is going to give Hayes a good position, if the weather conditions stay exactly like it is, to battle for the victory in heat number 3 if they stay in greasy conditions. All the way back though from Hayes, all the way back to Yeadon in 10th. It's nose to tail down the back straight. Yeadon and Benson still battling it out for that Honda Cadet Club Championship, as Matty Prinku Wright is off at hairpin 1 into the tyre wall, collecting the 1, 2, 3 machine. And I tell you what, Tom, I was saying it wasn't over. I get the feeling that Potter could be a little bit closer this time as they come over to begin the penultimate lap here. Ever so slightly, it's 0.5 tenth that the 38 of Potter takes out of our race leader. 42 seconds, which means they will meet the last lap board next time round.
Potter's lap time was identical, near enough, within a couple of thousandths to his previous lap. Sullivan dropped 0.3 that lap from a 53.3 to a 53.6.
That's what we said before though about the good drivers, Tom, is that their swing in terms of lap time, it's tenths. Every single time it's tenths.
Thousands.
Yeah, and that's what makes them. That's what puts them right at the front. It's the consistency.
Yes, correct. Yeah, and Potter is able to maintain that consistency throughout the race. We've seen that throughout the 3 years 2 years he's been in Cadet so far.
Webster with another move down the inside of Robinson. Doesn't need to though, Tom, because he's leading the class in the Cadet Club, and he's got a cushion now because he's got Howard and Rye between him and Charlie Eibel, Benson and Yeadon. Last lap board is out then. The gap 1.1 seconds. Sullivan opened up more of a gap. Opened up 4 tenths on the previous lap as they go into hairpin 1 and hairpin 2. For the final time, onto the back straight. Cursory look over the shoulder from our race leaders. William Howard goes down the inside of Mason Webster. And there is Sullivan going round South Bank for the final time. 2 corners, hairpin 3 and hairpin 4 for your race leader. 3 has been navigated without problem. Hairpin 4 done as well. And for the first time, Joshua Sullivan in the 13 will cross the line to take a heat victory here at Teesside Autodrome from Thomas Potter and Sam Hayes, who comes through from P9. Robinson, Webster, Howard is beaten by Rye at the line, with Charlie Eibel, Seb Benson and Samuel Yeadon completing your top 10.
And there he is, Joshua Sullivan taking his first ever heat victory here at Teesside. Been a long time coming, but very, very well deserved. He's driven very well all day so far today. Could have taken heat number 1, was beaten by Thomas Potter, fair and square. Heat number 2 beats Thomas Potter, fair and square. And Joshua Sullivan, first time winner here at Teesside. And look how happy he is with that, and gets a brilliant and sporting congratulations.
I'm pleased it's raining, Tom, because we could see the delight through the visor, because they wear clear visors when it's raining compared to the tinted visor when it's not. You can see the delight in the eyes of the 13 of Joshua Sullivan. Mason Webster takes victory And that makes it a double victory for the same sticker kit as he comes over to take the Cadet Club class victory from Charlie Ivel and Sebastian Benson.
Yeah, brilliant result for both Joshua Sullivan and Mason Webster. Stepping forward big time, both of them this season, from where they were last year, and rounding off the season very, very well. We can only look forward to what they hold for the future. So that brings to an end Cadet Heat number 2, and we will move on to Minimax Heat 2. So Minimax Heat number 2 will get underway with Ben Adrian going off pole position, Charlie Very in second place with Amy Peacock, Joseph Yao, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Jack Collinson. Then we will have Tyler O'Neill, Maya Simpson, Alfie McBain, Katie Donaldson and Harris Ali. Holy moly, David. Would you like an update on hashtag Choc Chat poll?
Do I still have a job? Do I still have a job? Do I still have a job?
We didn't say what happens if it's a draw. It's currently a draw.
If it's a draw, we both go.
It's a draw. 37 votes in on the chocolate poll. That's P-O-L-L, not a poll made out of chocolate. But get your votes in. Come on, Crunchy. Come on, Crunchy.
Oh, you want a different commentary friend, do you?
Not necessarily. I really like a Crunchy.
You like a Crunchy more than you like me.
Yeah, well, that goes without saying, doesn't it? So, Minimax heading round for their final rolling up lap. They've just crossed the line now, so they will have one more lap to go. We will end that. I think we'll end that poll after this race. What do you reckon, Adam? Yeah. Director Adam behind us gives us a nod of approval. So one more race to get your votes in. So it is going to be Ben Adrian off pole position here for Minimax Heat number 2. And again, you can see the different chassis that we're racing with here in the Minimax. We talked about this earlier on at heat number 1.
Stansmore-Wilson, Tom's going to have to get the power down because I think she's come out of the dummy grid late and is going to have to start at the end of this race from the back of the pack.
Oh, well, she may be at... no, she is going to catch the tail end of the field, I think, before they get going.
Yeah, she's not going to be able to take her position, though.
Oh, no, she's going to be flat out as they come over the line. Well, she is going to be on the back of the grid, though. She has caught up with the back.
Yeah, she's not going to have to come through from half a lap down or anything, which is good for Stansmore-Wilson, but it's not going to be her position. She's not her starting position. Good
for Charlie Very as well, who's already taken the lead of this, and Harris Ali, who started 11th,
is up into P5.
Well, he had a flyer of a start. Was supposed to start 11th, already up to P5.
So Amy Peacock drops out of the slipstream, and Harris Ali as well, close right up there round the right-hander of South Bank, and then he's going to try and move down the inside of Peacock as they head towards the start line for the first time. Charlie Very leads from Ben Adrian, Joseph Yao, Amy Peacock, Harris Ali, Jack Collinson, Tyler O'Neill, Maya Simpson, Alfie McBain, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Katie Donaldson.
So Charlie Very still leading the way. Harris Ali trying to get past Amy Peacock there into 4th place. Sorry, 5th place. Can't get it done. Then up the inside into South Bank, drifting wide as he tried to turn in the rear end. Wasn't playing ball. Tried to come round and he had to catch it and back out of that move. Then again into hairpin 4. Trying to get that move done on Amy Peacock. side by side through the dog leg. Harris Ali goes wide, but then gets the move, carries that momentum, and gets that move done. So that is Harris Ali up to 4th place. These vary from Adrian, still nose to tail, 4/10 between them. Then there is a gap now with 2 seconds to this train that we can see here, which is headed by Joseph Yao. Then it's Harris Ali, Amy Peacock, Jack Collinson. Slight gap again, then to Tyler O'Neill, Maya Simpson, Alfie McBain and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, who are all nose to tail down the back straight and heading into South Bank. Got a warning flag, double warning flag in fact, for Amy Peacock and Jack Collinson going out.
5th and 6th at the moment, the two of those two. The leaders have broken away with Yao, then Harris Ali in 4th place, Peacock and Collinson 5th and 6th. Stansmore-Wilson makes her way up into 9th place. So this battle for... So as Harris Ali sends a move down the inside of Joseph Yao. Yao on the outside just runs all the way around the outside on the grippy part of the track. Then Harris Ali's down the inside. Then Yao's on the rumble strips, and he's going to run out of tarmac. He knew going around the outside was going to be a risky business, particularly when he was coming from behind Harris Ali, and Harris Ali is now up into 3rd place. Amy Peacock in P4. Yao drops down from 3rd into 5th place.
Yeah, we're looking at the Alfie McBain and Tyler O'Neill, I think it was, battle there. Yeah, so it is. That second group now is headed by Maya Simpson, then Alfie McBain, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Tyler O'Neill. These are going at it and have been really since the opening lap. This is, that was the Collinson and Yao battle for 5th place on the road. They've been dropped ever so slightly off the back of the Peacock and Ali battle, which still rages on.
Warning flag coming here, Tom, for Harris Ali. I think that was for the incident on the back straight, but yet Yao was behind him and tried to force his cart into a wedge shape that was always going to close between the outside of the track and the grass. Nonetheless, he's still going to receive it, and Amy Peacock is up into 3rd place.
Yeah, there we go. So, although you say that, she drifts wide on the entry to the National Loop, and they come out almost side by side. Harris Ali taking the tighter line, the regular racing line, but couldn't quite find a way through. This is Yao and Collinson, still nose to tail.
Tom, just place. I know at the start of this, we thought Harris Ali was starting at the back, and then he started in 5th place. Yes. That's because I've just had a refresh of the Heat 1 results, and whilst it originally did say that Harris Ali had been removed for a failure to comply in scrutineering, it was actually the 96 of Maya Simpson that had failed to comply in scrutineering, which was why Harris Ali started the race in the 5th place, in the 6th place, that he finished Heat number 1.
Now you see that was me questioning Harris Ali off mic. We were questioning Harris Ali's starting position. David gets his Sherlock Holmes hat on.
Magnifying glass out. Well, we originally thought that he'd had one of the best opening laps we'd ever seen, where he'd gone from 11th to 5th. It turns out that he'd gone from 5th to 5th.
Yes. But that now all makes perfect sense, so thank you, David, for explaining that one. Joseph Yao and Jack Collinson, again, this has gone on for about 4 laps now, and they're still side by side through South Bank. Collinson unable to get past Joseph Yao so far as they head over the line and take the last lap board that goes out for Charlie Very. Ben Adrian still close, but only but 3/4 of a second behind now. Then it is going to be Amy Peacock. Harris Ali in 4th place with a personal best. Joseph Yao, Jack Collinson, Maya Simpson, Katie Donaldson showing well in 8th place, much better than her heat number 1. Alfie McBain in 9th, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson 10th, and Tyler O'Neill 11th.
Yeah, Stansmore-Wilson, who qualified in 3rd place, has not had the day to match since, qualifying yesterday in the dry. So they head down towards hairpin 3 and 4, then the final few corners here at Teesside Autodrome. Charlie Vary will cross the line to take the checkered flag, and victory in heat number 2 from Ben Adrian. Behind them, the final step on the Heat 2 podium goes to Amy Peacock, holding off Harris Alley with Joseph Yao and Jack Collinson getting alongside as they go over start-finish, almost snatching 5th, but he has to settle for 6th in front of Maya Simpson, Katie Donaldson, Alfie McBain, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Tyler O'Neill.
Congratulations to Charlie Vary, winner of Heat 2. Oh, and we've had a spinner on the last lap. That was Isabella Stansmore-Wilson went round. Sorry, after the check flag. Just went round on the entry into hairpin 1, but gathered it all up again, and I think she managed to keep off the grass as well. And has got going again. But here comes Charlie Vary, your winner of heat number 2. Congratulations, Charlie. Ben Adrian in 2nd place. And then we had Amy Peacock rounding out the top 3. And that will move us on to Micromax heat number 2. $40 votes in the chocolate poll, David. I've got to be honest with you, it's ended, and it doesn't look good for your career here.
Does it not?
I'll go through the grid and then we'll come on to it. Max Gilman, pole position from Edward Haynes. Austin Oman in 3rd, then Riley Murrow. Buddy Hugo in 5th and Caden Simpson in 6th. Riley Sims Ezard in 7th with Grayson Wortley in 8th. Josh Cormack in 9th and Riley Buckton Young in 10th. Drew Davidson 11th and Edward Rye in 12th. Leo Livings in 13th with Ellis Child in 14th and Reese David Richardson in 15th. So just as we await the Micromaxes to head off the dummy grid, and in fact here they come for their 2 rolling up laps, that gives us a minute to run through the results.
In 4th place.
In 4th place, surprisingly, or rather it got a surprising amount of votes, was the Twirl.
Oh. In 3rd place.
The flake minus the ice cream is in 4th place. Double Decker finished 3rd, which was producer Adam's choice.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
He put in the double decker. Probably made up the 17% of the vote. I think he's rigged that one.
To be fair, if you have a look back, it's been the votes for that will be the Alpha Live account, Alpha Live 1, Alpha Live 2, and Alpha Live 3 that he's just created.
Yeah, that's probably correct. Then we've got drum roll, please. Dairy Milk in 2nd place. 32% of the vote with 35% of the vote. Your winner is the Crunchy. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Love you all. Thank you for your votes. Victory speech incoming for the Crunchy.
For you.
Thanks, Sunday. It's Crunchy. There we go. Thank you very much for all your interactions, ladies and gentlemen. As always, it's great to have you with us.
Not for me, it's not. It's a protest vote, and this is my last ever round.
Oh, dear. He's going off in a sulk now, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, God, well, the people have spoken. They don't want Sullivan and Butterworth anymore. They want Butterworth and other.
Well, Josh has now won a race as well, so you can't even mechanic for him anymore now. So that's
I couldn't.
You're not needed as the mechanic.
I couldn't mechanic for him before. That's why I don't do it.
So here we go. Micromax heading round to take the green flag for heat number 2. It is Max Gilman going off pole position on the inside, right-hand side of the grid as they head down. And it's actually, we're going to go around. I think there was slightly a few too many gaps towards the back of the grid. And they're going to go around once more.
Yep, they're still going through the chicane side by side, though. They're going to sort themselves out into single file, which is always helpful.
So, yes, heading down the back straight now. Hopefully we can get going this time. The problem with these Rotax engines, though, is that if you go too slowly, they'll oil up the plug, and that means that when you put your foot down, oil up the plug as in the spark plug, when you put your foot down, it sort of gets a bit clogged and takes a few seconds to clear.
Yeah, and in worst case
you end up
scenario,
going nowhere.
you get nothing, don't you? And if you're in the middle of the pack, that's not good. And we the few in practice, yes, there's some few of the newer drivers into the Minimax class were just getting used to that. They were sat on the dummy grid blipping the throttle, and that doesn't help. Through we come this time. The green is down. We're away and racing. Haynes gets a good start from the outside. He's going to be on the grippier part of the track on the outside, but he's just not going to be able to get turned in, I don't think. And Austin O'Man is through into second place. Haynes down into third. Then it's the 22 of Morrow in front of Simpson, Hugo, and Sims Ezard, who sends a move down the inside into hairpin number 1. Great move from Riley Sims Ezard up into 6th place.
Yeah, Austin O'Man with a great start, just pushed himself and Gilman through on Haynes. So 3 wide down the back straight. They will get themselves sorted out. Eventually, somebody went very wide, had a snatch of oversteer. That was Buddy Hugo.
It's the 45 of Sims Ezard. I think Hugo was already through. And Sims Ezard, whilst the kart looks quick in a straight line, it looks like he could be struggling a little bit, but give it a couple of laps, Tom. I think them tyres will come up to temperature. I think they could be playing the long game.
So it is Gilman from Oman, Haynes, Murrow, Simpson, Hugo, Sims Ezard, Cormac, Livings and Child, your top 10. And yeah, as we said, Austin Oman got a great start as Sims Ezard and Hugo go side by side once again through hairpin 1, and then side by side with Caden Simpson as well for good measure.
You can see that outside line though, Tom. You see certainly into hairpin 1 as well. As we look out the window of hairpin 1, well, I know you're looking there, but
I was looking at Oman put a move on Gilman, and they were so preoccupied with taking each other's different, or taking different lines, that Edward Haynes nearly swept through both of them.
Yeah, looking out the combox window, Tom, at hairpin 1, I can see why they're all going really, really wide. It's because the outside is actually dry, as Ellis Child has a spin. But yeah, if we look out the combox window, Tom, at 1, the outside is, I think, like, would be the only place on the track you could probably put a slick tyre on. But
yeah, well, it's going to be hugely grippy out there, isn't it? Whether anybody can, whether the drivers can see that, as Edward Haynes moves through on Austin Oman and gets the move done at hairpin 1. Oman immediately returns the favour through hairpin 2, but can't get the drive, and that is going to be second place for Edward Haynes.
Lap times are definitely starting to come down, though, Tom, towards the towards slick tyres. I think that certainly in Heat 3 we might see them. There's certainly a dry line appearing through the D chicane, as that is a single file corner. That's the first place on the track you're going to see the tyres come good in terms of potentially switching to slicks. Haynes and Oman are continuing to battle out over second, but they're not allowing Gilman to pull away.
Do you know what I really like about Austin Oman's hairpin 4? We watched him all last year in Bambinos, and some of this year in Bambinos, and he permanently does that up and under, doesn't he? That over and under at hairpin 4, and he's carried it right through into Micromax, and he's still doing the exact same move and getting the drive and being alongside as they head through the dogleg and over the start-finish line.
Radiator flap adjustment there then from Austin Oman, and whilst Oman and Haynes have been battling, as I say, they've not allowed Max Gilman to pull away at the front of this one.
No, Haynes looks like he's got the pace in this one. Seemed to be a bit off the pace in the first heat. I mean, he still had a very good result.
You say that. Let's not take anything away from the fact that Gilman, as soon as he broke free, was taking chunks out.
Yeah, he was very quick with Gilman. Unusual for Haynes to be, you know, not.
Oh, sorry, there, Tom.
Clear at the front.
There's a move for the lead, and Edward Haynes has got down the inside of Max Gilman. A bump and run round the national loop, forced Gilman wide. Gilman, though, holds on at the very least for another corner, but Edward Haynes, clearly, Tom, the quicker driver of the leading duo, if he can hold off Austin Oman, who tries to move down the inside of hairpin 2.
Yeah, the leading duo is a leading trio, as Oman is still looking very, very racy here. As Haynes tries the inside line. Is he? Oh, there was almost contact. Rear end was coming round as well on Edward Haynes. Did well to gather it all up and not lose any momentum. There goes Oman again with that up and under. On the inside, as on the exit of hairpin 4, Edward Haynes will get the drive and the momentum around the outside, but the inside for the dogleg, and they, as you were, through the D chicane.
Riley Murrow isn't too far off the back of this one either. He set a personal best, some 0.3 quicker than the two in front of him on the previous lap. Won't be too long, Tom, until he's right on the back of this battle for the lead. Then it's Buddy Hugo and Caden Simpson. Riley Sims-Ezard at the moment, lonely in 7th place with Cormac Wortley Livings behind. So we watch our drivers head towards hairpin 3. As Oman tries a move down the inside, and this time could have it done. He's a lot much more alongside alongside this time. Haynes, though, does indeed hold on for another corner. And once again, Tom, whilst they're battling, they're still not allowing Gilman to move away. Personal best from Haynes. Another one as well for Murrow. 2:25 remaining. And Haynes this time is going to put a nose down the inside of Gilman and is through for the lead. Gilman's not going to give this one up, though. Straight lines it down into hairpin 2. And then I think, could Haynes get boxed in here? No, he doesn't. Gilman doesn't run all the way to the outside of the track and gives Edward Haynes a free pass effectively into the lead there. If he'd run all the way out to the outside, Haynes would have got boxed in, and Haynes would be in P3 now.
I agree. I think that was
benevolent.
A little bit too kind there from Max Gilman, but you know, he's already got one heat win today. He's about to be passed now. Austin Oman does make that up and under work at hairpin 4 and gets past Max Gilman. Can he now go with Edward Haynes?
Riley Murrow's right on the back of this one now,
yeah,
Tom.
Really moved back into touch. So this is a front 4 now.
Yeah. Let's see whether Haynes and Oman have been held up by Gilman, or whether it's just the fact that they just couldn't find a way through. As now Oman's going to try that move down the inside on Haynes. Gives him the same amount of tarmac, though, as Gilman does, and Haynes is going to get the run as he down the back straight.
Oh, Oman's got the inside line, and Oman's going to get this move done. Brilliant move from Austin Oman with the up and under at hairpin 3. Is he going to maintain that momentum? No, in fact, he's going to get passed by both of them. Haynes and Gilman go through.
Gilman could get sandwiched. Gilman could try and get down the inside, and Riley Murrow has invited
welcome
himself
to the party.
To a party.
Riley Murrow now side by side with Austin Oman, but it is, as you were, 1, 2, 3, 4. Haynes, Gilman, Oman, and Murrow as fast as that. 40 seconds to go here, so we will be taking the last lap board this time round. Austin Oman up the inside of hairpin 1.
That's going to mean that Gilman can't get all the way across the track. Oh, Riley Murrow! Straight down the inside of both of them. Gilman's not overly happy with that. Murrow made the move down the inside. Gilman, though, couldn't come all the way over because Oman was there, which meant he was always going to be compromised around hairpin 2 and not have the straight line speed, and couldn't even get the kart straightened up because all of a sudden Riley Murrow was where he wanted to put the 50.
It was out, sort of, Riley Murrow was slightly out of shot there. He went into the corner in 4th place and then all of a sudden came out of it in 3rd place while we were looking at the other two.
Yeah, and at one point he was 2nd because he just went down the inside of both of them. So keep an eye, though, on Gilman. The top 2 have got a fairly even gap of around about 2/10, so it's going to need something special from Oman to close that gap up. Gilman's on the outside this time, which means Murrow could be compromised by not getting the full run, although he's managed to get the power down and come straight across. Half a lap, and this one could well be settled, Tom, unless we can see a move out of nowhere, really, from one of the top 4.
Yeah, it is going to be Edward Haynes holding the line through hairpin 4.
Gilman down the inside, snatches third briefly.
Side by side as well for the win. It is going to be Edward Haynes taking the checker flag just from Austin Oman. Riley Murrow taking 3rd place. Max Gilman in 4th. Not particularly happy with that performance is Max Gilman. Caden Simpson in 5th with Buddy Hugo 6th and Josh Cormac 7th. Riley Sims-Ezard takes 8th place. Then it's Leo Livings and Grayson Wortley rounding out your top 10. Fastest lap of the race went to Max Gilman. That was, of course, on the opening lap because they don't take the chicane.
Just a quick one. Great effort from Josh Cormac, who managed to snatch 7th on the final corner and a drag race the line with Riley Sims-Ezard. So, and Cormac very, very happy with that one. Fist pumping as he comes through the chicanes. So Great effort for Cormac into 7th place. There on screen, your winner for heat number 2, the 43 of Edward Haynes. Micromax then making their way into the pit lane. Next race up, race 17 in terms of the calendar of the day will be, after we've had our practice sessions this morning, of course, which also count as race numbers, will be the Amalgamated Junior and Senior Rotax, heat number 2. Seniors will go off first in their random grid allocation of Emma Brown and Arthur Lowthian on the front row. Then it's Daniel Kell and Martin Fisher with Shane Collins and Ashley Savage on row number 3. Isaac O'Shea, the Heat 1 winner, starts in 7th with Paul Swan for company alongside Jack Bate and Andy Ambrose on row number 5 in front of Chris Stoves and Thomas Wood. Then it's into the juniors with Catherine Potter on class pole with Melissa Adrian alongside. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Ben Horner start on row 2 with Alfie Warbank and Lizzie Mentier, the Heat 1 winner, on row number 3. Then it's Addison Smith and Nathan Jensen, row 4, Oscar War and Monroe Renard. Start 21st and 22nd, which is 9th and 10th in class. The seniors making their way out. Juniors are making their way out as well onto the grid. Just had a quick update. You'll notice out there on track that we are missing one kart at the juniors, and that's the 50 of Lizzie Mentier. And the reason that she's not out on track is because she's in the commentary box. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little headset on and we're going to find out why she's not out on track at the moment. Lizzie, there's a race about to start that you should be in. You should be going off P number 6, but you're going off P number commentary box. Why is that?
Because I'm saving my tyres for the final, as it's the final round, and I've used all my sets of tyres. And if I use them again, it'll just be like really bad for the final.
So is that the wets or the slick tyres?
Wet and slick.
Wets and slick. So we're playing the long game for this one and hoping that we're saving the tyres enough for the final. Obviously, missing heat number 2 means that you're going to not score any points for that one. Which means then you'll probably be off the back of the grid, but you're hoping that you can come through from P10 in class to take the victory. Seniors are good to go then, and they are over the line, and Arthur Lowthian goes off the outside of the front row, streams all the way round the outside from Daniel Kell and the 59 of Martin Fisher. Then it's the 52 of making his way through. Have a quick look. That's Shane Collins, who joins us from the Isle of Man. Minis are away and racing with Potter and Melissa Adrian off the outside of the front row. She slots into 2nd place with Jared Fox-Whiteley and Fox-Whiteley up and over the curbs. He's facing the wrong way. Missed by the entire field. Somehow, I've got absolutely no idea how he hasn't been collected in the middle of that spin as he's facing the wrong way. Seniors, though, come through at the end of the first lap. Kell leading from Lowthian, Fisher, Collins, Savage, Brown, Ambrose, Swan, Wood, Bate, O'Shea and Stoves.
The last time there was a parting like that, it was the Red Sea, I think, with Jared Fox-Whiteley slap bang in the middle of that pack.
That was a miracle as well, wasn't it?
I still don't know how they missed it. Here we go. We're going to see it on screen again.
Keep an eye out for the orange helmet. Gets forced up onto the curb there, and then he's facing the wrong way, and everybody just managing to miss the stricken 22.
Still not sure how they missed it, but good driving all around from those who were in avoidance. We've got a warning going out for the 62 of Thomas Wood in 9th place in seniors.
He picked up 5 seconds in the first heat, although that didn't change his finishing position from second. He still finished there, but that did pick up 5 seconds for an advantage by contact. And picks up another warning in heat number 2. We know the warnings are cumulative, Tom, so doesn't want to pick up too many of those.
Bit of a baptism of fire for Thomas Wood, isn't it?
He's just forceful in his way through.
And Lizzie was about to disappear, but I've said, well, if you're in here, we're gonna put you to work. So we're gonna share the microphone for this heat, and we're gonna get some thoughts. So Catherine Potter's leading in your class, Lizzie. What did you think to the opening lap?
Crazy what happened to Jared as he went up and over the curb and then ended up in the middle of the pack to come round.
Pretty good avoidance from everybody, though.
Yeah, everyone managed to dodge it, so everyone's safe.
Change for the lead, Tom. Sorry to cut across your interview there, but looks like Alfie Warbank has managed to find a way past Catherine Potter in the class that you were talking about. Took him 2 or 3 corners, and I don't think this one is finished yet. The chapter is not complete, and Catherine Potter picks the pen back up and continues the story. Round the outside, though, will come Melissa Adrian. Sensational move from 3rd place. She takes the lead over the line and will probably now have a decent gap as well because she's managed to use the grip all the way round the outside, and Potter back up into 2nd. Warbank and Smith in 3 and 4.
Class move from Melissa Adrian, and she's already gapped both Potter and Warbank and Smith as they head into hairpin 2. Still 7 laps to go here. Melissa Adrian, with that nice move around the outside, is now starting to pull away at the front already. What did you reckon to that one, Lizzie?
Absolute great move. Never seen something like that before.
Well, we've seen it here a few times in the various different classes. I'm pretty sure you've pulled off a move like that over the years.
Yeah, but it just didn't manage how much a gap she pulled straight into the chicane.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? And she's already moved away now to the tune of just under a second.
Yeah, good move from Adrian. Addison Smith is now up into 3rd place, which is quickly going to become 2nd as he sends a move down the inside of Potter. Potter's not going to let it go, though, we saw earlier. But now I think Addison Smith could well just run all the way around the outside, be the first on the power as they go down the back straight. Warbank as well. More hand signals from Smith. He thinks that he's got enough pace here to close in Melissa Adrian, I think, for the lead in the junior class.
Yeah, Warbank looking pretty racy as well. I think he's lining up a move potentially on Addison Smith, certainly into hairpin 1 if he can. Dan Kell has taken the lead of seniors off camera, but this is what we have when we have 2 classes on, two in categories, in fact, on track at the same time. But Dan Kell has now taken the lead overall in seniors, with Arthur Lowthian now in 2nd, Ashley Savage in 3rd, Isaac O'Shea 4th, and Thomas Wood in 5th.
Well, we're always going to miss something, aren't we, Tom, when there's so much going on? What I'd like to know from Lizzie is Addison Smith, Tom, I'm just looking out the window, has put a move on Melissa Adrian down the back straight, and Addison Smith leads in the junior class down the back straight. Warbank as well on Adrian. I want to know how much of the decision to save the tyres for heats number 3 and potentially the final as well came from the driver, or was it mechanic dictated?
It was quite a hard decision as we needed the points, but it was mainly the mechanic that decided what we should do, and then I agreed on it.
Warbank moves through for 2nd place there then on Melissa Adrian. Addison Smith out at the front in juniors has already won a race, Tom, this year. They won a final, so he's won some heats as well in the mini class, and if he can hold off Warbank and Melissa Adrian as well, it could be another victory, but in a different class this time for Addison Smith. He's down the back straight, just having a look out for Jared Fox-Whiteley. He's still at the back of the pack, but he's closing in at a rate of around about a second a lap on those in front.
Yeah, 49.3 from Addison Smith, so we're looking around about a second a lap quicker than where they were earlier on today in heat number 1, and that's the same for senior Rotaxes who are doing who are now in the 49s as well.
3 laps to go then. Kell, Lowthian and O'Shea, the top
We've got Martin
3.
Fisher dropping down the order.
I'll have a quick look out the window. We've got no yellow flag, so I'm assuming that he's come into the pits, and on the right hand side it does say that he has done, so he must have triggered the strip on the way in.
Only 2 representatives of the 177 class here this weekend. That's currently headed by Emma Brown. Chris Stoves is in 11th place on the road.
Yeah, that championship isn't settled either, Tom. They come into this one fairly close, and they don't score points for wins and seconds. They score points for where they finish overall in the race. So at the moment, Emma Brown is in front of Chris Stoves out on track. She is in 9th, sandwiched between her and Stoves is Paul Swan. There's a move down the inside there by the 52 of Shane Collins, who joins us from the Isle of Man. Ashley Savage will move back down the inside and retake 6th place.
It is amazing how many Isle of Man drivers we get here, really.
Yeah, and
considering the distance involved.
Let's give them some credit as well. Like the distance, it's 4 hours on the ferry from us speaking to Finn Collister as well. Credit to them though, in terms of because it's not the cheapest ferry in the world.
It's got to be at least 3 hours from the ferry.
Yeah.
So it's a good 7-hour trip.
Yeah.
If you live next door to the ferry port.
And for them to come over and to keep making, we've seen JJ Plowman do all the rounds so far this year, with the exception of this one. The time, the commitment, and the expense as well. To come over is greatly appreciated. O'Shea and Wood exchange positions for 2nd place in class. Wood's going to try and get back down the inside and goes wide. Arthur Lowthian could take advantage of that as Tom Wood with a very robust overtake on Isaac O'Shea.
Nearly took
down
O'Shea's
the
front
inside. Yeah, didn't he? Last lap board obviously now is out, and out of the final corner comes the one of Daniel Kell to take victory in heat number 2. Then it's going to be Wood, O'Shea, Lowthian with his best ever finish in P4 in front of Ambrose. Then it's going to be Savage, Collins, Bate. Emma Brown takes victory in Rotax 177 with Swan and Stoves. Then we need to look for Addison Smith. Here he is coming out of hairpin number 4. The 15. He's won in Minimax already this season. He's going to win in Junior Rotax as well. Addison Smith takes victory in heat number 2 from Alfie Wallbank and Melissa Adrian, in front of Oscar War in 4th place, the driver in the Teesside Karting Academy car in only his 2nd race meeting ever in outdoor karting, scores a superb 4th place in front of Catherine Potter, Monroe Renard, Nathan Jensen, Ben Horner, and a recovering Jared Fox Whiteley in 20th overall.
So final thoughts from Lizzie on Junior Rotax heat number 2.
Great result for Addison Smith, well done to him, and Alfie Warbank and Minister Adrian as well.
Thank you very much for joining us, Lizzie. So are you missing heat 3 as well, or are you just going out for the final, or are you going out for heat 3 as a run?
Possibly doing heat 3 depending on how grippy the track is and how wet it is.
Okie dokie. Well, we'll keep an eye out and see if we see you on track for heat number 3. But thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. Always a pleasure to have you here.
I always like it when we have drivers in, Tom. They can give us, particularly on today where it's slippy, or reasons as to why they've not taken part in a heat, so playing the long game, so to speak. It's always nice to sort of get that insight. And we can actually see now, Tom, out the combox window, there is a clear dry line through the D chicane. There's one appearing at hairpin 1 as well. But what we do know is that South Bank and hairpin 3, they're going to be really, really slippy still. Senior Pro Kart's normally lapping at this time of year at about the mid to low 46s. So we'll keep an eye out. If they're going sub 50 for me, that's when we're starting to get in the realms of people further down the grid potentially taking a chance.
Indeed, and that in fact moves us on to Senior Pro Kart, who are on their rolling up lap. So as David said, yes, great to get the insight of a driver, not just in the commentary box, but also while that class is actually out racing, while Lizzie's usual class was out and racing. It was great to get her views on what was going on track at the time. So pole position for Senior Pro Kart heat number 2. It's going to be headed off by David Thompson-Mack. Then it's Asher Blythe, David Brewis and Connor Lucas, Caitlin Frame and Alban Dowell. Mark Tate goes off the front of row number 4 with Rob Fagg and Lennon French, Jack Morris, Jess Alexander and Thomas Braid rounding out row 6. Then we have Simon Doughty and Harry Nottage, Peter Wright, Gracie Mitchell, Alfie King and Thomas Hewland. and Harry Roddice and Jack Hewland round out your top 20. Then it's Anthony Eek, Oscar Buckley and Marty Gilfillan in 23rd place. Support coming in from Michael Burke saying good luck in the final, Lizzie, and we share those sentiments as well. And we've got lots of support coming in for Shane as well, and Dan Kell coming in. Please do keep your comments coming in. We will endeavour to give them a shout out as quick as we can. Likewise, if you've got any questions for myself or David on anything karting related, really. It doesn't mean we can answer it, as I said before, but, you know, just bring it in and send it in and ask the question. Starter making his way down towards the start line. The green flag is in hand, just waiting for the final okay. It's up, it's down, and we are away and racing for heat number 2 of Senior Pro Kart. Asher Blythe immediately chopping across into second place, making sure he's got that covered off. And then goes it way wide around the outside of the national loop as they head through the chicane for the first time.
Thompson Mack takes a huge chunk of curb, keeps himself tight into hairpin 1, doesn't open the door for Asher Blythe. Everybody cleanly through hairpin 1, although we know generally with Senior Pro Kart, Tom, hairpin 2 is where it tends to tighten up a little bit more, and we do indeed have a spin. The 171 of Jack Hewland facing the wrong way down there at hairpin 2.
Yeah, heading through South Bank for the first time, and Asher Blythe is up the inside in hairpin 3 of David Thompson-Mack and takes the lead. Connor Lucas already through to 3rd place, but under pressure from David Brewis through hairpin 4. Although Lucas got great driving, he's immediately gapped Brewis and is straight onto the back of Thompson-Mack.
Great opening lap from Connor Lucas.
And straight through, look at that. It's like he's on wets and everybody else is on slicks through that entry into the national loop. He just has so much more grip. Jess Alexander recovering from that, poor opening lap.
Uncharacteristic heat 1.
It wasn't a bad heat, it was just a bad opening lap.
Well, yeah, there was a spin later on as well when trying to come back through. It was uncharacteristic for me, for Alexander, as Harry Nottage is going to try and slide that 10 all the way round the outside of Rob Fagg and Caitlin Frame, and does so. Wow,
that was a move and a half from Nottage. And speaking of sliding, I've just noticed for the first time today, we're starting to get, as they turn into South Bank Corner, we'll see it on the next lap, black lines appearing where they're putting on the full lock from the front tyres. So we're starting to see rubber going down onto the circuit for the first time today.
Connor Lucas right on the back now of Asher Blythe, was alongside as they took different lines around the national loop. You can still see they're fighting for some grip. The time's at 55 seconds, so we're still around about 5 seconds away from, I think, the drivers in the classes later on switching onto the slick tyres.
There are those lines on the entry into South Bank. And you can actually see dry patches appearing on right on the inside, just on the edge of the concrete. Not just the concrete dry, but also the tarmac itself is now starting to dry through South Bank Corner as well, which is unusual because that's normally the last place to dry.
Yeah, I get the feeling here, Tom, that the final could well, be dry, but I don't think the next races are. But they're the races that the mechanics don't like.
Whoa, as round goes the 80.
Brewis.
That's David Brewis, who was having such a good race.
And he's going to drop behind Simon Doughty, Tom Braid as well. They're in just on the periphery of the top 10. Yeah, for me, Tom, they're the races that the mechanic doesn't like because he has to put wets on, but he knows they're going to come back in far worse shape than when they went out because they don't fare well on a dry track, the wet tyres.
No, it's where we've talked about that that you're going to need that extremely worn, wet tyre that's, by the time it comes back in, it will be a slick.
Having a look out the window, Tom, Asher Blythe, who had a gap of half a second on the previous lap to Connor Lucas, appears to have opened that gap up to, for me, well over a second. He comes over the line, 1.3 seconds, and the fastest lap of the race by Asher Blythe sees him take a huge chunk of time. He was in the 55s before, down to 53.8. The track then definitely drying, even though there is still a puddle on the outside of the chicanes before hairpin 1.
To put it in perspective, he was 0.7 of a second quicker than Lucas, and he was 1.4 seconds quicker than Jess Alexander on that one lap alone.
So Asher Blythe, who's won races here before in heats, and is on his way to the club championship, which will yield an automatic promotion into the pro class for next year. Not many pro runners here this weekend, actually, Tom. We're missing a fair few of them. Scott Tate, Connor White, missing all of them here this weekend.
Yeah, Josh Falkus as well, of course.
Yeah, that
is
one
missing. So yeah, that's 4 that we've named straight off the bat. So yeah, that's a real shame that we haven't got as many pro class runners here. And it is actually quite a slim down grid. We've only got 22 here. I say only, I mean it's still a massive 22 kart grid,
yeah,
isn't it? But we've had them up at like 38 before.
Yeah, 38, nearly 40 before here at Teesside before British 24-hour weekends, as Harry Roddis in 4th place in the novice class picks up a contact warning. Thomas Hewland leading that one at the moment with Alfie King behind him.
So if you're a trophy hunter, this is the weekend to rock up.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, Tom,
I mean, it's a bit late to be telling people that now, but
oh, well, yeah, if you live within an hour and you're in the pro class,
yeah,
turn up for the final as Lennon French gets a bit of snap oversteer and Mark Tate with an apologetic arm in the air, although I don't know how much he could have done not to have slid into Lennon French, who was going a little bit slower than he'd expected. That's the battle for 6th place between French, Tate and Nottage. Fastest driver on track last time out, though, Tom, was Jessica Alexander. All of our front runners now, Tom, into the 53s. And Lucas, the gap starting to creep back in. It's under the 1 second mark. The last time they were over the line.
Well, we were
There's
talking
Nottage and gets down the inside of Tate. Oh, takes grass, and Harry Nottage spins for the 2nd time today. Took the huge chunk of grass on the inside and spins up the South Bank corner.
What I was going to say just then before Nottage brought out the excitement was that Alexander was 1.4 seconds slower a couple of laps ago. There's Nottage, takes that chunk of curb on the inside, turns in essentially too early, and that then spun him round. Yeah, so Alexander was 1.4 seconds slower than Asher Blythe a couple of laps ago, and then was instantly 2 seconds quicker the following, 2/10 quicker the following lap than Blythe. Blythe's pace has remained relatively constant, getting quicker and quicker, but relative to his own pace. Lucas and Alexander are now the ones taking big chunks of time. They've suddenly found the confidence and the grip a couple of laps later than Blythe did. Morris as well is around about a second off the pace at the moment with a 54.2.
Still some 7 seconds.
But fairly comfortable in 4th place, although Thompson Mack is still there, although in a different class. Alexander, again, fastest lap of the race. 4/10 quicker than Blythe. 7/10 quicker than Lucas. 2 laps to go. Has Alexander got anything left in the bag for Lucas? Has she got anything? Is she going to be able to close up?
Gonna need almost a second a lap to give herself a fighting chance into hairpin 4 as Frame, Dougherty and Brewis hold off Harry Nottage, who's trying to come back through. Both Nottage and Brewis have had eventful races, currently running in 11th and 12th respectively.
You can see that the sheen on top of the tyres, especially the rear tyres, that denotes that they are still very wet.
Fastest lap of the race by Asher Blythe into the 52.8. So the track drying up, but not enough. I don't think that we're going to see Junior Pro Kart on the wet tyre, or on the slick, sorry. Although one of them further down, if they've got a random grid allocation near the back, might give it a whirl. Asher Blythe then out onto the back straight, the gap out to 1.2. The top 3 in this race split on the previous lap alone by less than 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, I mean, we say that every time, don't we? If you're a bit further down the order, have a gamble. Have a gamble on the opposite tyre, and especially if you're not in a championship fight as well, just go for it. You never know, you might get a heat win.
Out of the final corner, Asher Blythe comes through for another heat victory here at Teesside and sends the kart sideways over start finish. An emphatic celebration from Connor Lucas and Jessica Alexander. Your top three. Morris will come through to add a 4th place to his Heat 1 victory with David Thompson-Mack and then Lennon French in front of Mark Tate, Tom Braid, and then Caitlin Frame as Simon Dougherty and Harry Nottage battle it out for the final place inside the top 10. That goes the way of Simon Dougherty.
Dougherty and Nottage have been having a good fight all day so far, haven't they?
It's been great, hasn't it?
I've really enjoyed their battles so far today. I mean, Nottage obviously having a couple of spins, and certainly one in that one that put him down the order a bit, but brought him right into the clutches of Simon Dougherty. And Dougherty coming out on top of that one. And there is your Heat 2 winner, Asher Blythe, and that brings to a close our second lot of heats here today. Next up will be Heat 3 for Bambinos. I'm liking this music. This is a bit different.
That's why we're holding up the grids, aren't we?
I'm feeling a bit gangstar
As we
listening to this.
Bounce.
Yeah, in my lowrider. Hitting them corners in them low-lows. Right, pole position for Bambino goes once again to William Crombie in the I-Army Bambino. Then we have Harris Barber in the second of the I-Army Bambinos. Grayson Crawford is going off pole position for Comercy 50 Bambinos. Then we have Sebastian McCarthy, Jamie Walsh and Freddie Blackshaw. Sebastian Crawford in 7th and James Pybus 8th, Verity Crawford 9th and Oliver Bullock in 10th place overall, but 8th in the C50 class.
Just having some championship. Got to put the numbers in the championship spreadsheet, Tom, ahead of
Got to put in them numbers, David.
Punch the numbers.
Put in them numbers. Get them numbers in. Gotta really wiggle them fingers. Get them numbers put in. Let's see where we're at.
This is taking a turn, isn't it?
Master of 1,000 voices.
I won't go that far.
No, not me. Somebody is. So while we're waiting for the Bambino to grid up, let's just run you through the Teesside Winter Series for this year coming up. So 2022-2023, we do have a 3-round Winter Series taking place between Christmas and New Year.
Always is. It's good. It's a great meeting as well.
28th and 29th of December. Get yourselves down to Teesside. Burn off that turkey. Burn off them Christmas puddings, mince pies. Get down here on the 28th and 29th of December for round 1 of the Teesside Winter Series. Round 2 takes place at Three Sisters Circuit, Wigan. Because you can't say Three Sisters Circuit without saying Wigan at the end of it. It's just a fact of life.
Quick track as well, really quick track.
That takes place towards the end of January, the 21st and 22nd of January. And then Wilton Mill used to be my home track. Now it isn't, but is the Alpha Live home track. So that is taking place on the 18th and 19th of February. And a great track that is. I've never been to Three Sisters. Wigan.
I've been. I covered mini bikes there. Really, really quick track. Really, really wide. Named after 3 hills that you can see from the 3 track, known as the Three Sisters. So,
right. Oh, good facts, Dave.
Yeah, I'm not up there with Henry Baudet's Nauseo panel fact, but
no.
But I don't think anybody can ever match that.
No, that is a level of knowledge that I don't. Yeah, like you say, I don't think anybody can surpass. Much love to Henry, especially if you're watching.
Yeah, well, he could be on his flight back from Portimao.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
green flag
or
is
the
in
Bahamas.
hand of the start line. And we're away and racing. It's another good start from Barber. He's going to sweep round the outside of Crombie to take the lead. Jamie Walsh is going to do the same as well to Grayson Crawford, and he takes the lead to become our third different leader at the start of a race here in our Coma C50 Bambino class. So Barber and Crombie, they're going to break away already. Then it's Walsh, Crawford, McCarthy. Then it's Sebastian Crawford, James Pybus, Freddie Blackshaw, Verity Crawford and Oliver Bullock.
Walsh has had a cracker of a start. Well, they're dropping back now. Crawford and McCarthy looking to make their way through.
Slow hairpin 2 for Walsh.
And then Sebastian Crawford looking to move through for P3 as well. Dry patches now appearing on the track.
Well, we know
certainly
that
on the inside of South Bank.
They lap at about 1 minute. I think probably somewhere between 1 minute and 1 minute 1 at this time of year.
McCarthy.
Slide job through in front of Grayson Crawford. We'll keep an eye out on the times because, like I say, Tom, around about 1 minute and 1 for our Comas.
Question, David. We've had our first proper question of the day come in. I'll keep an eye on the action here as McCarthy and Crawford are nose to tail. But the first question of the day that's come in, and thank you very much, Sean F. has asked, are there any different regulations for the Winter Teesside race?
Nothing specific, although it will be run over 2 heats rather than 3, because obviously at that time of year it does get much darker, and certain tracks that we're visiting may not have the option of starting early, so we have to keep it uniform throughout the throughout things. And all classes during the winter series, I believe, with it being random grids and over only 2 heats, will have qualifying, which is going to be the only difference between the summer season and going into next year. If there's anything specific that Sean wants to know, he can put it in the live chat, or he can go to the Teesside Owner Drivers Facebook page. The community on there continuing to grow now, well over 2,200 people in that group as this wonderful championship here at Teesside goes from strength to strength. And that is where we need to be. Out the front, Tom, of the IARMY class, we've got William Crombie now, right on the back of Harris Barber. He's closing in round hairpin 1. There'll be round hairpin 2 in a minute. And the speed he carried through that D chicane as they closed him right up, and he carried a huge amount down towards hairpin 1. There was some lap traffic that stopped him getting alongside, but now we have got a real battle for the lead here between Barber and Crombie.
Yeah, it took Crombie a couple of laps to really get going. As we look at this is McCarthy and Crawford still going at it at the front of the C50 field as well. So we've got battles on in both classes for the overall victory here in heat number 3 of Bambinos. Crombie's dropped back just a touch again from Barber.
I think it closes up though, Tom, round through the exit of the D. So much. Not sure he's going to be close enough this time for a move into hairpin number 1, although he is within half a kart width.
Crombie has the fastest lap of the race currently.
I think the move, if anything, Tom, is going to come down towards the South Bank corner. He's just got to get a decent run out of hairpin 2. Off the back and onto Harris Barber.
We saw this in the previous heat, didn't we? It was Crombie was able to carry the speed, but just couldn't take it the fastest line because Barber was on it. So ended up having to be sort of compromised a little bit with his lines. And they come across the line now, and again, Crombie is quicker by just over a tenth of it, or just under a tenth of a second. McCarthy and Crawford are still almost nose to tail, about 4 tenths between them now, and they're going to come across the line any second now, I think.
Yep, through the dog legs they come. The gap's opened up actually this time round between McCarthy and Crawford to around about a second between the two of them. It's 1.1. The gap has opened up at the lead as well, Tom, because Harris Barber and William Crombie encountered some lap traffic at different parts of a corner, and Barber was able to make a cleaner move through. As this time they managed to sweep round the outside of the traffic in front of them. Lap times down sub 1 minute for the first time for our Comas, sorry, for Iarmis. The Comas down to 1 minute and 3, so they are within 2 seconds and 2.5 seconds or so, Tom. I wouldn't be surprised. I think, if I'm honest, I think junior pro karts are going to be on wets.
Well,
wets. Yeah, warm wets. I wouldn't be surprised to see some of the Honda cadets towards the tail of the grid taking a chance here.
I'm with you. I think that puddle there that we've just seen on the exit of the chicane, if you're offline or you're trying to overtake somebody, that puddle is a problem if you're on slicks. However, the rest of the track is, you can see it there, it's fully dry on the entry into South Bank.
Crombie gets, at the front there, Barber gets a little bit of snap over this. So we know it's still damp, of course, and they are treaded tyres on both of these, whereas in terms of the Iarmis, they run them at all times anyway. But we'll keep an eye out on the Comas because we know we can use them as a benchmark. Round the outside comes William Crombie. He tries to slot in. He's obviously taken two race victories so far, so a second place will be enough for him to take pole position for the final. Under 2 minutes now. As we keep an eye out of the window for our leading Coma C50 Bambino, and that's Sebastian McCarthy.
Yeah, it's looking like it's about a second, maybe just under the gap now. McCarthy's going to really need to keep this one clean and tidy for the last couple of laps here. Because Crawford is not out of this by any means just yet.
3 seconds, Tom, off dry times.
Right.
At the moment for our Comas. We can't really use Iarmis as a benchmark. It's the first time we've seen them.
Well, as Crombie's taken the lead through that traffic. Crombie has taken the lead through hairpin 3 and 4.
So earlier on, now they're going to encounter some more of it as they come through the D chicane, and he's going to thread the needle and does so.
Blimey. That was brave from both drivers.
So yeah, Crombie then sets the fastest lap of the race as well as he comes through.
A lot of faith they put in the traffic there.
Yeah, in the Comas as well there.
A lot of faith.
Managed to find a way through. But earlier on, it was William Crombie who couldn't take advantage of the traffic and dropped half a second back off Harris Barber. Now,
here comes Barber back down the inside.
Engaged.
Crombie did not. I think he didn't expect Barber to be there because he didn't defend in any way whatsoever.
So what I mean there about the traffic is that Barber was able to get through down the inside. Crombie had to take the longer route round the outside. Luckily, there was some grip out there for William Crombie, and he's actually going to use it to his advantage as he's going to come back on Harris Barber, and Crombie will cross the line with 7 seconds to go. They're going to, such as the pace, Tom, now that it's starting to dry out, they're going to get an extra lap in this race than what they have in the previous ones, because they managed to cross the line this time with 7 seconds remaining.
They're actually getting more laps in than than some of the seniors.
Well, yeah, the seniors obviously
because they only run 8 lap races.
They're running.
We're going to get 10 laps here.
We race normally to time on Comas, although at the top once again it does stay number of laps. But to be fair, we normally race to 8 laps anyway. That's ballpark as to what it is when you've got 1 minute laps. So it's not going to make a huge difference. Great move from Barber down the inside of William Crombie. Crombie was looking to get the up and under, but then gets oversteer in the middle of the corner. Harris Barber, and this is where Crombie's strong though, Tom, out of the corner. They're side by side as they come over, start, finish, and somehow William Crombie's found enough drive. Harris Barber's not giving up though, and then he bounces over the inside of the curb. There's still nose to tail lap traffic in front.
That was a great save as well from William Crombie through hairpin 3, full opposite lock. Managed to catch it quickly, reacted well, and managed to stop the slide. And then get the power down and still manage to pass Harris Barber.
Threading their way through, and Barber, this time Tom gets the run on the inside of Crombie, and Crombie's looking down at the inside. There's some lap traffic in front. They're going to have to sweep round the outside. Harris Barber will lead them into South Bank for the final time. Crombie, who at the last time round used the outside wet to use all the grip. This one isn't over yet because Crombie can get the cutback, and then all he needs is a drive out of hairpin 4, which we've seen him get numerous times.
There he goes.
And there he does down the inside. And through will come William Crombie to take victory in heat number 3 from Harris Barber.
Yes, good driving from both drivers there. It was lovely and clean all the way through as well. I don't believe there was contact between either of them at any point. They must have changed places about 6 times. Sebastian McCarthy will come over the line. Here he comes through hairpin 2.
Yep, so he's onto the back straight. He's still got Crawford for company there. The only 2 runners that aren't on, that are on the lead lap. Walsh will be credited with 3rd, Blackshaw 4th, Pybus, Verity Crawford, Sebastian Crawford and Oliver Bullock both came into the pits before the end of the race. Although Bullock's still out there, Crawford pitted with 4 to go. So Sebastian McCarthy making his way around hairpin 3. Oof.
Very wide line, though.
Yeah, what I will say, Tom, is that our IARMYs have overtaken the 2nd Bambino that's still in this race. I'd be expecting them to have be brought for a quick chat because they've got involved in a race that wasn't theirs on the in-lap as they make their way in.
Yeah.
Which I'm not saying that they should be admonished, but an education is Bambino Racing, and they've obviously got, there's still a race going on there, even though Crawford and Walsh were quite far apart.
I was going to say, that's the devil's advocate side of it, is that there wasn't really a battle there going on.
No,
however,
but the driver has a right to see the checker.
If McCarthy goes round...
Exactly.
And then Crawford is held up because he's been overtaken by 2 IARMYs. Okay.
And yeah.
Well, let's see what happens going forward. Very, very young drivers as well. We must bear that in mind as well, that they are very, very young drivers. So that brings to an end our final heat for Bambinos, and we will move on to Junior Pro Kart heat number 3. Hope you all have a little dance and a sing-along to our Sting music as well, because we do in the commentary box. I was just drumming away there. Amy Frame goes off pole position for Junior Pro Kart heat number 3. Leon Wilson in 2nd place. Sophie Pawsey in 3rd with Christian Oblag in 4th. Danny Bean will go off P5 and Harry Brown in 6th place. Then it's Harvey Still and Maximus Shields and Finn Collister, yesterday's birthday boy, in P9. Here they are, making their way onto the back straight on the rolling up lap already. Probably said it 1,000 times now, but Junior Pro Karters are, without question, the best at gridding up here at Teesside. They come out nice and smooth, all in 2x2 Noah's Ark formation, head their way down the back straight, and they just roll straight into position.
They barely stop, do they? No. The top 2 just roll through.
They're so organised. There they go. They're all ready just to go straight on. They all know where they're starting as well. They know where the lines are. They just stop in the right position.
Makes it really, really easy, doesn't it, for that start line, for the grid marshal down there.
And most importantly, keeps us all on schedule as well.
And Finn Collister rolls into position. This one for me, Tom. We've had a win for Still and a win for Shields, and they will line up together on row number 4. Still in 7th place, Shields in 8th, with Collister completing the grid of Junior Pro Karts. Green flag is about to be picked up by our start line marshal. And heat number 3 for Junior Pro is go. It's a good start from Christian Oblag. He threads the needle between Sophie Pawsey and Leon Wilson and tags right onto the back of Amy Frame at the front of this race. So Frame leads us through from Oblag, then Wilson, Pawsey, Danny Bean, Harvey Still, Maximus Shields, Finn Collister, and then Harry Brown, as Danny Bean sends a move up the inside of Sophie Pawsey. And in the background there, Shields down the inside of Harvey Still as well.
Just looking back at it here, and Oblag got an absolutely lightning start. It was
just engaged, didn't it? The clutch.
It was perfectly legal.
It was a great start.
Not even a question of it, and he's already taking the lead.
Yeah, when I say engage the clutch, it's a case that because it's on a spring, you're there and you just need it to grip when you want it to, as Shields finds a way past Sophie Pawsey.
Depending how you set the clutches up, there can be a slight lag there as well. But no, that was just instant drive straight off the grid.
Yeah, good. You've got to hold that right amount of revs as well, haven't you? Oblag then leads from Frame, Bean and Shields, with Pawsey, then Harvey Still, Finn Collister and Harry Brown.
The way that Shields gets into hairpin one, he just soars at the wheel, and that scrubs the speed off almost as much as hitting the brakes. And just the grip on the front tyres, he just the friction, if you like, of him moving the wheel left and right. Just helps him scrub off that speed, and because he's left and right, it actually the car almost ends up going in a straight line.
Oblag then over the line for his first real flying lap from that standing start, 50.9, so we are still some 4 seconds away from proper dry times.
That was something I was going to point out in Bambino's, actually. Although we were only a couple of seconds off what they do in the dry time, their tyres are the same in the wet or the dry. They run that treaded tyre.
This could dry up, though, Tom, halfway through a race.
Has anybody gone slick? That's what I'd be questioning.
I don't think so in this one. I get the feeling somebody might do in Honda Cadet. Just because it's a bigger grid. Shields, I think, gets forced onto the grass there by Danny Bean. Harvey Still then manages to find a way through Sophie Pawsey, who had to get off the throttle.
Or going very defensive into hairpin 3, taking that very tight entry. That's going to allow Finn Collister to... we're starting to make a move on Sophie Pawsey. Harvey Still has moved through. So Oblag is 0.7 of a second clear now of Amy Frame. Then it is Danny Bean at the front of this group.
It was.
Oh, it was.
Now Max Shields is going to try and move down the inside. Bean's still going to be there, though. And Shields could get the cutback and uses all the curb on the inside. Concrete's quite good, Tom, for grip compared to tarmac. And he fires himself out of the corner and up into third. And then Harvey Still, and then Still is forced wide then by Danny Bean, a bit of a snow plough.
Well, he did the slide job there, and as I said, you need the other kart to be a bit compliant there, and Danny Bean was, I'm not sure was really ready for it. Sophie Pawsey is now having a go at Bean as well, coming out of hairpin 4, but Bean should hold on to that one, and does. So it's Oblag, Frame, Shields now in third, then Still in fourth, then Bean fifth, Pawsey sixth, Collister, Brown and Wilson. The 9 runners here, but we've got a train of, well, what was 7. So it's the full 9 with the exception of Frame and Oblag, who are now well clear of this pack. Almost the entire length of the back straight here. As we look at Collister again, trying to get past Pawsey on the inside of South Bank corners. There seems to be more grip there this time for Collister. Pawsey fighting back through hairpin 4, and Collister tried to get the open under but couldn't quite get the right amount of drive. Is Collister going to get it done? No. It is going to be Pawsey still holding on to 6th place.
So that one's going to rumble on. Looks like for me Collister's got a little bit more speed, although to be fair, Still, Bean and Pawsey all set personal best, as did Tom, all of the top 7 in fact. Christian Oblag, the fastest driver on track with a 50.5.
Oblag's hit the front off the start of this race, really. He's just been right up for it, hasn't he? He's got that absolutely flying start and then he's making the best of it. Wasn't too happy with his own performance in heat number 2, I think it was. Didn't have the best of results. Might have been heat number 1, I can't remember now. But yeah, wasn't particularly happy, but is certainly making up for it now. 1.3 seconds in the lead and still quicker than probably anybody else on circuit, with the exception of Max Shields, in fact, who puts in a 50.3. Still 5.9 seconds off the lead, though, Max Shields. I think that's going to be well out of touch, and I think even Amy Frame is going to be well out of touch from Max Shields as well, with only 3.5 laps to go. But Harvey Still, Danny Bean, Sophie Pawsey and Finn Collister and even Leon Wilson as well, all putting in personal bests.
Shields with the fastest lap of the race last time, Tom. 50.5. Closed in 0.3 of a second on Amy Frame, but the gap is huge between them in the next 3 laps. Oblang then this time the fastest lap, as Pawsey not happy with Danny Bean. Danny Bean not happy with Sophie Pawsey. The two of them arguing over the same piece of tarmac down there at hairpin 4.
Things you love to see. People arguing over tarmac.
Passion.
Passion.
Passion, Tom.
Racing. We like a bit of passion. Like a bit of racing. I don't know where this voice has come from all of a sudden. I think I've been...
No, well, wherever,
Adam knows.
Wherever you found it, take it back.
Yeah. Adam and I listen to the same podcast, so it's. I think it's come from that.
Is it a Yorkshire one?
No, well, to an extent. Anyways,
Pawsey on the
yeah,
back of
Pawsey's
Danny
still
Bean.
working away on Danny Bean. I think
Chiseling.
today's been a really good showing from Danny Bean. I don't want to jinx him because I jinxed him a minute ago when I said, you know, he was doing really well and holding on to 3rd place, and then immediately he dropped to 5th. As Shields and Still came through. Shields with the fastest lap of the race, but been a good performance this weekend so far from Danny Bean.
Yeah, I think here, Tom, we could be at a case where not only, you know, because they're all on wets, is that I'm not sure the wet tyre can go any quicker than this.
That could be a very good point. What's the lap times we normally run on slicks?
We're about 4 seconds off them, but I know that we're sort of getting faster lap each time, but it's fractions. I think round South Bank and hairpin 3 is where you're going to have a problem, but it's whether you're going to lose 4 seconds round there compared to what you gain in the rest of the track. Is that I think if one of the cadets goes on to slicks, we could have a really, really interesting dynamic, particularly in the final stage of that race. Last lap board out, and Christian Oblag sets a 50.14. Still going quicker.
I think South Bank is actually the driest part of the track
Yeah,
at the moment. Like we normally say, that's normally the last bit to dry
I think
up.
3 is the problem. It always is, because the start line, even though you can't tell on camera, runs slightly back into hairpin 3, and then obviously the water from South Bank runs in there, so it sort of sits and puddles. Round South Bank for the final time for Christian Oblag. He's going to come through to take victory with Amy Frame in 2nd place. That's going to be her best finishing position in Junior Pro Kart as well. Checkered flag is out for Christian Oblag. He takes the victory with Amy Frame in 2nd place. Maximus Shields in P3 and Harvey Still in P4. Then it's going to be Bean, Pawsey, Collister, Brown and Wilson. Just looking at this one now, Tom, the Junior Pro Kart Championship will go down to the final race of the season. What it will need, for me, is that Max Shields has to win it with Harvey Still inside the top 3. If Shields doesn't win it, then Still can finish further down. But Shields will have to, for me, have to go all out for the victory. Harvey Still has got to finish in 3rd place. 3rd place, so if Shields wins it and Still is in 3rd, Still is the champion. 4th place, though, not good enough if Shields takes the victory. It's going to be a really, really interesting final in Junior Pro.
It is, certainly, and it will be interesting to see where they line up on the grid relative to each other as well, because both Still and Shields have won a heat.
They have won a heat. Dog Watch Tom is underway here at
Teesside.
We've already had a white fluffy one, and now we've got a brown one and a not brown one.
For fans of kids TV, I shall write that down in my dog log.
We've been bribed, Tom. We're being bribed.
Got more bribery coming in. Things you love to see.
It's birthday cake as well, Tom.
Oh.
So it's not his birthday yet, but it's Buddy's birthday on the 1st of December next week.
Ooh.
Okay.
Thursday, the 1st of December,
much.
which is so Buddy Hugo is his birthday next Thursday, means he shares his birthday with Maximus Shields, whose birthday is also on the 1st of December.
Oh, very good. Well, we'll be expecting cake from Maximus Shields as well then, shall we?
Well, there was birthday cake all around last night.
Barry, if you're listening.
Can't ask anything more, mate. He bought pizza for us last night.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, him and a few others.
Oh,
Stars.
well.
Stars
Fair
of the paddock. But yeah, thank you
I wasn't here last night, unfortunately, so I missed out on that. So.
Thank you to Katie, Buddy Hugo's mum, for bringing us some cake in.
Could have saved me a slice of the action.
Do you eat pizza cold is just a grim proposition. Honda Cadet, though, Tom, are making their way out, which means that we should probably do a bumper and a grid. Sharing's caring, Tom. I've given half of my cake to Adam. I wonder if Darren will receive the same from you. Probably not. On pole position, Joshua Sullivan for the first time after taking a Heat 2 victory. Alongside him, our 2022 champion, Thomas Potter, who has his car aggressively angled towards the inside. Sam Hayes and Ben Robinson start on the second row with Mason Webster and Edward Wright on row 3. Then it's William Howard and Charlie Eibel, Sebastian Benson and Samuel Yeadon, with Rio Warderley and Holly Swan on row number 6. Mason Dinsdale starts 13 with Reece Cranston alongside. Thomas Harper and Jacob Cartledge, row 8. Ollie Carter and Morgan Cooney on row number 9. Then it's Layla Berryman and Matthew Princu-Wright completing the top 20. Joey Swan, Matthew Plant and Rosie Franklin, although she does not appear to be out. Oh, she did not start in the last heat, but she is out for this one. Having a look out the window, Tom, can I see any slick tyres?
I don't know, can you?
Well,
I'm still applying the Savlon from the burn you gave me a moment ago regarding the cake and sharing.
I mean, you were shaking your head in a no fashion. What did you want me to do?
Look, you see, this is the wonderful thing about us not being on camera. You can lie about me and nobody can nobody can see.
I mean, I could lie about you.
I wasn't shaking my head.
I'm not going
Viewers,
to, but
listeners.
We'll see. Yeah, when they come over start line, Tom, I'll have a look to see whether anybody is on slicks. I would really, really hope that somebody down there has taken a risk. We've found one.
We found one.
It's the 156 of Thomas Harper. He's rolled the dice, Tom.
What position is Thomas Harper starting in? It's about...
It's on the odd side. I think he starts 15th.
Good counting, David. Much faster than I was.
It's almost like I've just run through the grid, Tom.
Almost like that. Green flag in stereo is up. It's down. Good start from Sullivan. Good start from Potter as well. And he's going to slot into second place. They all head down at full speed into the national loop for the first time in heat number 3.
Let's keep an eye on the 156. See whether he can get that kart stopped, Tom. I think the first few laps for him could be tricky. And then after that, we'll see how he goes. He's got to get round the first few laps because he doesn't want to be miles behind. I think the lap 1 and 2 could be tricky for him.
Once the heat generates into those slick tyres, he could well be, as our producer-director likes to call it, different gravy.
Well, we'll find out, Tom. Give it a few laps for me. I think that he could really start to come through. If he can pull 3 or 4 tenths a lap out, or 3 or 4 seconds a lap based on the wet to dry times, we could well see a race here for Thomas Harper. It's always 0 to 0, isn't it, or vice versa?
Well, it could,
when somebody takes an opportunity. Over the line then for the first time, it's Sullivan from Potter and Hayes, Robinson, Howard, Webster, Wright, Eibel, Yeadon and Benson. Your top 10.
It could be 0 to 0. It could also be 0 to 0 and back to 0 again by the end of the race. Such could be the pace.
Yep, contact into the back there of Sullivan by Potter. Doesn't unstable either of them until hairpin 2 there, where Potter gets a little bit of snap oversteer, and behind him, Sam Hayes, who likes the seat. You can definitely see it's dry round there, Tom. Round the outside, yes. They're really making it there as Dinsdale and Benson argue over the line on the inside. Then it becomes here. I think this is where it's tricky, into hairpin 3. Certainly getting it stopped.
1 as well is pretty slippy. But this sort of area, if they can get good drive out of hairpin 4, particularly on the concrete runoff on the edge of the track, that's where you're going to then power past people on these wet tyres.
Potter, Tom, through that D chicane is phenomenal, closing up 3 kart lengths that Sullivan held, 2 tenths over the line, quarter of a second, closed up in the blink of an eye through that D chicane. We know he's late on the brakes into there, he always is. Sometimes we see the inside left lifting as well.
It's not great for Harper so far. He's about 5 seconds off the pace of the leaders right now. 5 minutes to go, though. Let's see whether whether this gamble's going to eventually pay off.
Always need a benchmark for the first time, don't we? I certainly think the next one, you know, when we move into Rotax, Tom, the softer tyre, they can get more heat into the compound. I think they're going to excel if they were to go into slicks.
I'll tell you what, he looked pretty confident going through 1 and 2 just now. I saw him out of the commentary box window. Sullivan still coming under pressure from Potter. Sam Hayes still there in 3rd place with Ben Robinson in 4th. Howard in 5th, Webster 6th, Rye 7th, Eyeball 8th. All of those within 2 seconds of Joshua Sullivan for the lead. So any of these front 8 currently could win this race. Samuel Yeadon then 1.2 seconds back in 9th and Mason Dinsdale in 10th.
Down the back straight they go then. Nose to tail, Potter in the slipstream as Sullivan elects not to pop out until right towards the end, and by then the door was closed anyway. For me, Tom, here, Potter is right in the wheel tracks, closes up, like I say, he's really, really quick through the D chicane, but then as they head down towards hairpin 1, Sullivan takes a tighter line, but is also later on the brakes and still manages to make the corner. And for me, that is the real overtaking spot that Potter could try and do. And Sullivan is closing that off just by taking a different line, which actually is his normal racing line anyway. He does go tighter in there, but can just get the kart stopped.
Ben Robinson with the fastest lap of the race as well. So moving right into the back of Sam Hayes now. There he is on screen in that 97 kart.
Potter's got down the inside, Tom, of Sullivan out of hairpin 2. Will Sullivan get more drive as he got on the power earlier? But I think Potter's got this one as they head down towards South Bank. Sullivan's going to have to relent, is he? I think he's still keeping his foot in round the outside, but this one will go the way of Potter and he moves through into the lead. Sullivan then drops down into 2nd. There's some lap traffic coming up in front, so they're going to have to negotiate that traffic. Sullivan's got boxed in, has he? No, it's Potter as well. They're side by side over start finish, and Sullivan retakes the lead and manages to take advantage.
It was Potter that got boxed in the end, and yeah, Sullivan went through, and it was Rosie Franklin
yeah,
who I think
she's peeled off into the pit lane.
Has been having some problems, hence the slow pace, but has pulled into the pits now. I'm keeping my eye on Harper's lap times. He's going quicker every single lap. And it's still way off the pace. It can't be said any other way. Way off the pace, but getting quicker every single lap. Just taken another 0.8 of a second off his own personal best.
Yeah, Potter's back through on Sullivan. Same move down the inside, then Tom into South Bank, and this time I'm not sure Sullivan's going to have the assistance of lap traffic to help him out, although Harper's gone off at hairpin 1. Sullivan's alongside Thomas Potter. They're side by side over start finish as they head towards the D chicane, and he's back through round the outside. We said, Tom, every time that move done, it's sensational, and this one nonetheless is a sensational move all the way round the outside. Forced Potter onto the curb on the inside. Potter had to acquiesce, and Sullivan is through and back into the lead.
And Potter not particularly happy with that as he tried to make a move straight back at Joshua Sullivan at hairpin 1, but couldn't quite get the move completed.
It's not me, Tom. He's far better than I ever was.
Oh, well, I wasn't going to say it, but I'm glad you've admitted it.
William Howard there, Tom, with a move all the way around the outside on Ben Robinson. The leading 2, though. Potter's now going to dive down the inside of 4, and this time's going to be his opportunity, I think, to force Sullivan wide onto the rumble strips. 1 minute and 58 remaining. They're nose to tail as they come over the line. Less than 1/10 of a second, and that is about as close as you can get unless you're side by side, because that is probably where just, you know, the transponders on the back of the seat, although then Sullivan had to get on the brakes a little bit earlier and Potter's opened up a bit more of a gap.
Edward Rye with the fastest lap of the race as well, at 51.3 in 6th place, and still these front sort of 8 are still within 2 seconds of the leaders. It could go any way, especially if Potter and Sullivan do continue to battle.
Gap's quite wide now, Tom, actually, in that one.
It will start to come together, though, if they start fighting.
They crossed the line nose to tail on the previous lap, but Sullivan was so close to Potter that he had to get on the brakes a little bit earlier into the D, and that really opened up the gap. Now Potter's got 0.6.
On Thomas Harper's slick tyre watch, he's still 5 seconds off the pace of the leaders, but he's only 2 seconds a lap off the pace of the guys and girls towards the rear end of the field. So still not
Yeah.
making any inroads into those in front. However, confidence building. I think I had a spin a couple of laps ago, but confidence building still.
Yeah, I've just seen him go into hairpin 3, Tom, fully sideways, so the confidence is there. But maybe this race came 10 or 15 minutes too early. But always needed somebody to take that gamble.
Oof. Right, he's now coming up on a second off the pace of Layla Berryman in 21st. I mean, he's still 45 seconds off the lead and 25 seconds off the back of Layla Berryman. So, I mean...
With a spin as well, though, Tom. But
yes,
he's still
with a spin. But so that position is most probably going... 22nd place is going to be where Thomas Harper finishes.
Driving the wheels off it, though, Tom.
And good data for everybody else as well out there.
Real team player, then.
Yeah. I mean, it was a gamble worth taking, definitely. It was a gamble worth taking.
Yeah, I'm pleased someone's done it as well, Tom. We'd mentioned on comms that it was always worth somebody giving it a whirl.
Well, gets a lot of commentary time as well.
Oh, of course.
A lot of mentions.
And we're going to catch him there, actually,
there he
on
is,
screen
on camera.
as Thomas Potter and Joshua Sullivan come up onto the back. And do you know what, Tom? They are really only closing on him round hairpin 3. That's the corner that's causing them the problems. You know, the rest of his time through there, we've just seen him go through the D chicane. He's not really losing a huge amount of track time, although he does have to stay exactly within the tram lines. Potter with the fastest lap of the race, 2/10 in front of Sullivan, but he's got lap traffic coming up in front of him, although Harper's gone really, really wide and allows the two leaders to come through. Fantastic awareness then by the 156 of Harper, who'd seen the blue flags and seen everybody else coming through.
Potter not feeling the need to pace himself this time. He's put in the fastest lap of the race now, 50.9.
Hayes and Howard battling it out over fourth place now as Ben Robinson has come through for P3. And then Howard, it's a little bit of a nudge in the back. Out of the final corner, though, will come Thomas Potter to take the race victory. The lap traffic now starting to get involved there. Potter takes the victory. Sullivan in second with Robinson from Hayes, Howard, Rye. Webster wins once again in Honda Cadet Club from Charlie Eibel and Mason Dinsdale, with Samuel Yeadon and Sebastian Benson 4th and 5th in class. Their championship battle will go down to the final race as well.
Congratulations to Thomas Potter. That was a good victory, and again, great sportsmanship between the two front runners of the day, Sullivan and Potter. Big fist pumps between the two, as there was at the previous heat when Sullivan won it. So Potter hit the front and never really looked back once he managed to sort of get a little bit of a gap to Sullivan. That was it. He was away and racing. Congratulations once again to Thomas Potter, victor of Cadet Heat number 3, and also to Mason Webster, winner of the Clubman class. We will move on to Minimax Heat number 3. Well, we have a little dance away in the commentary box to our lovely new grid music. We've got Charlie Vary on pole position for Minimax Heat number 3. Ben Adrian will go off second place with Amy Peacock in 3rd. Harris Ali in 4th. Joseph Yao in 5th and Jack Collinson in 6th. Then we have Katie Donaldson and Alfie McBain 7th and 8th. Maya Simpson in 9th with Tyler O'Neill in 10th and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in 11th place. Just waiting for the last few Honda cadets to make their way off the track and into pit lane. There's a bit of a queue at the moment. And the Minimaxes head out, just as I say that, for their couple of rolling up laps. Let us know what you think of our new music in the comments section. I feel kind of like I need to do that kind of thing, David. You know, where you like wiggle your feet side to side, like that. Yeah, no, well you can't see it on screen, but yeah, we're kind of bouncing like that to it, like the gang stars that we are.
Oh yeah, Two proper G's, we. Just having looked on then at the Honda Cadet Club Championship.
We're more like wee wees than wee G's.
Yeah. It's going to be a shootout between Yeadon and Benson for the championship. If in that class is if Benson wins, Yeadon's got to finish second. Yeadon goes into the final race with a slight points advantage, but with a 7-point swing between the two of them. Yeadon led into the day, but Benson's had a 1-point swing in the standings between the two of them today. And so we'll keep an eye out on that one. Dinsdale and Eibel still battling out for second. Mason Webster and Ollie Carter for third, but Webster's had some great heats today already in Honda Cadet Club. So that'll be, looks like Webster could be going away with P5 in the championship.
So here we go, heading down towards the line. The green flag is in hand. It's up, it's down, and we're away and racing. And Harris Ali making it 3 wide at the start of the race already moves into second place. Fourth on the grid, already in second as they exit the national loop for the first time. It is Vary from Ali, from Adrian into hairpin 1.
Amy Peacock making a good start as well. She's up into third place.
Sorry, Peacock, not Adrian. My apologies. Got them the wrong way around.
Adrian fourth, Katie Donaldson up into 5th place in that 950 chassis in the JDR liveried 77 kart. Now keep an eye out the window. I'm looking out the window here, Tom, for any slick runners. So I'll let you do the talking, I'll do the spotting.
Well, I was going to say it's amazing to see. I know we've said it all day, that we're running the 2 different types of chassis here this weekend, and it is like looking at a senior and a cadet on track at the same time. Of course, they've got the same power, same tyres and everything like that, but the chassis size.
I think there could be a slight weight difference, because obviously you're not going to get as much weight on that smaller frame.
It's interesting to see, though, isn't it? And you can see Katie Donaldson there in that smaller chassis. Just looks like a whole different class.
Alfie McBain sliding the 7 kart around the outside there on the back of Tyler O'Neill, and one of our 950 runners. And, then Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, I've just seen, tries to get a good run all the way around the outside. Amy Peacock has found her way through on Harris Ali, and then Harris Ali's forced wide, not only by Ben Adrian, but Katie Donaldson as well as the
there was
three
a bit
of
of a
them.
concertina effect, wasn't there? And Katie Donaldson was at the back of that train.
Going to have to try and find a way through here, because Amy Peacock in second place is looking over her shoulder and wondering where the rest of the field's gone. She's got past Harris Ali and is starting to disappear. The gap when they came over the line, Tom, was 0.3 of a second. She's got at least a second and a half now, and Ben Adrian finds a way down the inside. Katie Donaldson tries to do exactly the same on Harris Ali. And the cutback is on here if she can get a good run out of the corner.
She had to check up ever so slightly, but still got the move done. Great drive from Katie Donaldson.
So close there as she got the door closed on Harris Ali, who after a good start is starting to go backwards on this ever drying track here at Teesside.
So it is Vary from Peacock, Adrian, Donaldson, Ali, Collinson, Tyler O'Neill, then it's Yao, McBain, Stansmore, Wilson and Simpson, your 11 runners. I like Tyler O'Neill's helmet. It's I think that's the first time we've seen that here at Teesside, isn't it?
So he was here at the last round, but I was fairly sure that historically he's had an orange helmet as Tyler O'Neill.
I don't recognise that helmet.
No,
I've never seen that before.
But goes really, really well with the colours on the kart.
Yeah, well, it just goes really well with everything. Fluorescent colours are I'm a big fan of on helmets. I think everybody is. That's why everybody's got them. But I like the I like the design of it as well. It's a nice looking lid. Katie Donaldson with the Sol tyre on the front of it. She's trying to have a look at Ben Adrian through hairpin 3. Trying that cut back again through 4, and she gets good drive once again. Is she going to do what she did to Harris Ali? She does. Great drive off hairpin 4 for the second time in 3 laps to get past Ben Adrian and demote him to 4th place. And Katie Donaldson, who had a difficult start to the day, went off at hairpin 1, struggled with the conditions, and is really now starting to make headway in this Minimax field. Up onto the podium places. Can she drop now Ben Adrian? Or is Adrian going to start to fight back? Sort of lap times are we looking at, David? 47s and 48s for the rest of the pit.
Peacock was 0.3 quicker than Vary on the previous lap. The gap 1.7 last time is now down to 1.29.
Another half second this lap.
So 2 laps to go. Amy Peacock's going to need another 2 laps exactly like that, Tom, to put herself within distance of Charlie Vary. This battle for the leads actually flew under the radar, really, as she's been taking chunks out that we've not focused too much on. That's Collinson, O'Neill and Stansmore-Wilson. Over the line, Collinson was in front, but now he's behind Tyler O'Neill and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. That's going to drop him down into 8th place. Keeping an eye out on Amy Peacock. She could well run out of laps here, Tom. Last lap board is out. Previous, it was just under 1.3 as they come over the line. This time it's down to 0.8. Another 0.4 by Amy Peacock, but if only this was the final and she had 10 laps to go at it rather than the 8 for the heats, she might have had a chance. She is closing in on Charlie Vary in front. She could be too far back, but round hairpin 1, Tom, she's thrown a line on the 37 and reeled herself in.
Wow, here we go. Absolutely flying, and she's there already. She's down the inside.
Vary's going to need the grip on the outside. Peacock with a great slide job.
Brilliant
down
move.
The inside. Charlie Vary tries to force a wide into hairpin 1. Can he get the cutback? Amy Peacock has got it stopped, and Amy Peacock will come through and take victory in heat number 3 from Charlie Vary and Katie Donaldson, taking that 950 chassis to 3rd place.
What a drive in the end from Amy Peacock there. Took a few laps to get going, but once she did, absolutely flying. Here we go with a replay down the inside at South Bank. She was 0.4 of a second behind, was she? At the
0.8 over the line.
Over the line.
Yeah.
Caught that up in less than half a lap and overtook. Here she goes, and then parked it on the apex. Stopped Vary getting that cutback. That was brilliant awareness as well to not allow that cutback, and then just drove away.
Amy Peacock
Great driving from Amy
becomes the
Peacock.
latest driver to take victory in 2 different classes here at Teesside Autodrome this season. And the number 17 will be going to victory lane in heat number 3.
Also well done to Charlie Vary for 2nd place. I mean, a good drive to get away from everybody else at the front, because Katie Donaldson in 3rd was still 5.4 seconds behind. So still good, very good driving from Charlie Vary. Also from Katie Donaldson, who, as we said, didn't have the easiest start to the day, but has found her lines correct now at Teesside and is starting to make headway. So we'll look forward to the final.
Just having a quick look at some live chat for Aiden. Has been on saying great race, Amy. And I don't think we could disagree with that. Please do keep them comments coming in as we move on to heat number 3 in Micromax. Edward Haynes then will lead us round after winning heat number 2 with Austin O'Man alongside on the outside of the front row. Then it's Riley Morrow and Max Gilman with Caden Simpson and Buddy Hugo sharing row number 3. Josh Cormack, who got past Riley Sims-Ezard on the last corner of heat number 2, starts 7th with Sims-Ezard alongside in 8th. Leo Livings and Riley Buckton-Young complete the top 10 with Drew Davidson and Edward Wright 11th and 12th. Then it's going to be Grayson Wortley and Ellis Child on row 7 with Reese David Richardson completing our Micromax runners. Two rolling up laps, of course. They're going to make their way around for the second of those, with Haynes in charge of dictating the pace. Going to keep an eye out, Tom, once again here, as to whether anybody has got any slick tyres on. As we saw there, the entry into South Bank Corner, the gravel on the right hand side, which is used for stopping the cars when they're doing car testing here, that come round the South Bank Corner then straight up towards the chicane as the field makes. We've got one straggler, Tom. Try and keep an eye out who that might be. I get a feeling it's Riley Buckton Young coming through. He's going to start half a lap down. We're away and racing. Haynes leads us through then. Gilman looks like he's made a good start, trying to get down the inside of Austin Oman. Round the national loop, him and Oman side by side. Oman has to relent, and Gilman from 4th place is up into 2nd.
Morrow already making a move as well on the 77 of Caden Simpson. Oh, big contact between him, Morrow and Oman. Just chopping across different lines, I think it was, and just coming together, side pod to side pod, but that's allowed Simpson back through. And then Morrow still trying to go around the outside of Oman. In the end, it was Buddy Hugo moving, doing an up and under on Riley Morrow, and it not coming off in the end.
Sims Ezard's right in the mix as well there, both him and Hugo with bright yellow helmets on.
That was a pretty hard side-to-side hit between Morrow and Oman.
That's where you need your side pods to be your friend. So Haynes leads from Gilman and Caden Simpson. They've got a decent gap then back to Oman and Morrow, who've been part of the top 4 all day.
So your top 10, Haynes, Gilman, Simpson, Oman, Morrow, Hugo, Sims Ezard, Child, Cormac and Livings, as they head into hairpin 3 for the second time. So Gilman is now under pressure from Caden Simpson as they go side by side. Oman is still right there, as is Morrow, as is Hugo. I've been impressed with Hugo's pace since he's moved up to Micromax. I mean, I know he was getting there very much so in
Hugo,
Bambinos.
Yeah,
but,
sorry, Tom, but it's Hugo in the second pack. The bright yellow helmet in the front pack is Riley Sims Ezard.
Yeah.
On the back of that one. The colour scheme is similar because I think Hugo's got the Sodi colours, but there's Sims Ezard, the driver, at the back of this one. He's the one who switched from Hondas through into to Micromax.
I think Hugo's had a bit of an issue somewhere because he was right with them.
Yeah, and he's dropped back into the pack.
We must have missed it off camera slightly.
Sims Ezard here, Tom's just taking advantage of everybody battling between them. Has already knocked off Caden Simpson there in one corner. Could get Oman with a good run on the way out.
Not literally knocked him off.
No, but in terms of positions, he's really starting to come good in this one, Tom, is Riley Sims Ezard. Just waiting for the drivers in front to battle and then putting his car in the gap that's been created.
Have you gone on Slick's watch yet, this particular race?
I haven't. I'm trying to find out who picked up the warning flag over start finish. Just trying to pick out the numbers. I think it's the 88 of Ellis Child. Could have picked that up because I've just seen an 8 and I don't think there's any other drivers with 8s in their numbers. So unless it's Leo Livings, but I'm sure I saw 2 of them.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it could be Ellis Child. There's Sims Ezard sliding slightly wide, but he's now once again in front of Austin Oman, although he was until Oman carried too much speed and forces Riley. Forced Riley Sims Ezard wide down there at hairpin number 4. Sims Ezard then is going to drop 1 place and around about 10 kart lengths off the back of Austin Oman in the 16.
Yeah, not the best of moves from Austin Oman. I'm sure when he looks back at that one, he's not going to be particularly proud of that. But it is Haynes from Gilman now, 1.8 seconds clear of Gilman. So this is what we're used to seeing from Edward Haynes. Hits the front and disappears. Riley Morrow still right there with Max Gilman, and then Austin Oman on the back of them. Here they are on camera now. Morrow still looking for a way through on Gilman. And it's actually Austin Oman who's going to take both of them at the exit of South Bank corner into hairpin 3. 2 in 1 for Austin Oman and moves through. That was much cleaner. That's what he should have done on the previous lap.
Through he goes then, Austin Oman, and moves through into second place. Morrow in third, Gilman down to fourth. Sims Ezard with the fastest lap of the race with a 49.5 as he tries to close back in those 10 kart lengths that he dropped when forced wide by Oman down at hairpin 3.
I'm going to put a stake in the ground and say that, no, I'm not. I was going to say Austin Oman's going to set the fastest lap of the race this time round, but he still might.
But Morrow got a really good run out of there, didn't he, Tom?
Yeah, I thought with Oman hitting the front, I thought he might start to stretch these this pack of 5 out. But it doesn't seem to be the case. They're all still able to carry on in the slipstream that is now created at the front of this by Austin Oman. Let's have a look at the lap times. 50.0 for Edward Haynes, 50.0 for Austin Oman, 50.1 for Riley Morrow, and 50.0 for Max Gilman. Fastest driver on track that time round was Caden Simpson in 6th place.
And he's right on the back, Tom, of Riley Sims Ezard, who has set the fastest lap of the race so far on the previous lap to this one. And here's in the background, you can see Simpson making the move down the inside.
And Morrow got through at hairpin 2, so Morrow is now at the front of this train.
Yeah, even though it is dry in there, Tom, there's still grip round the outside because Simpson was alongside Sims Ezard, then Sims Ezard was able to just keep the power down all the way around the outside of South Bank and into hairpin 3. Although Sims Ezard's got a great run on Max Gilman. Gilman was slow out of 4. Sims Ezard's going to try and keep his footing. Gilman has to relent. There's contact on the way through there, and Gilman's up and over the curve. Sims Ezard is all the way around the outside, as could be Caden Simpson as well, as Gilman is slow, trying to return back to the track. He's not overly happy with that one, but Simpson squeezes him, and he is through into 5th place.
Yeah, they were side by side through the chicane, and I can tell you from my own personal experience, it's not the best place to be. There's generally only a cart width.
Gilman was really slow, Tom, out of hairpin 4. That allowed Sims Ezard to get alongside, and Sims Ezard didn't look like he was giving in on that one.
So we've got Morrow in front of Oman, as we said earlier, but I think these two need to, I know we've only got a minute and a half and there's a 2.3 second gap, but these two really do need to work together. Austin Oman needs to work with Riley Morrow and vice versa if they're going to make any kind of inroads into Edward Haynes' lead. They were a 10th quicker that lap round, so the gap is 2.2 now.
Going to take a lot, isn't it, Tom, in the final 2 laps?
Yeah, they're going to need to go a second a lap quicker, and that's pretty difficult in this class. But stranger things have happened, and especially if they work together, they've got a chance. It's never over till it's over.
No, it looks like Oman is complying, though, Tom. He's just sitting in the slipstream, although then carries a bit too much speed, and then moves through at hairpin number 3, although Morrow not given this one. These two went toe-to-toe earlier in the year, Tom, in Bambino in the British Champs. And looks like they're going toe-to-toe once again in Micromax.
Did you see how much grip Oman had got, though, through South Bank? That they went one behind the other, and Oman was able to still chop to the inside.
Caden Simpson, 8/10 quicker than the leaders on that last lap. As he closed right back in on the back of Riley Sims Ezard with a 49.1.
Yeah, he was out of this when he was going side by side with Gilman, wasn't he? He was way off.
Gilman's going back. Honestly, mate, Gilman's going backwards. He's going to fall now behind Drew Davidson, slowly down the back straight. Max Gilman just not got the power at the end of this race. He's going to finish at the moment in 7th, and I wouldn't even be out of the realms of possibility that he could fall even further on the final lap.
And Sims Ezard has now moved through into 3rd place, past Riley Morrow through hairpin 3. So there is Haynes, then Oman, Sims Ezard, Morrow, Simpson, Drew Davidson in 6th, and Max Gilman, as you said, David, now down to 7th place.
Yeah, and he's got a couple of seconds in front of Edward Rye, but just doesn't seem to have the power coming out of the corner.
That was desperate looking from Riley Morrow, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think
threw it down the inside of hairpin 2 and ended up costing him a place as Caden Simpson took advantage and overtook both of them.
Yeah, right the way round the outside of Riley Sims-Ezard goes Caden Simpson. Out of the final corner is the 43 of Edward Haynes. He's going to come through to take victory in heat number 3 from Austin O'Man. Then it's going to be Caden Simpson, Riley Sims-Ezard for P4, and Riley Murrow in 5th place in front of Davidson. Gilman does indeed cross in 7th, with Wright closing in on the final lap. He took almost a second out of Gilman, such was Gilman's issues towards the end of that race. Wortley and Hugo complete the top 10 in front of Cormac, Livings, Child, Rhys David Richardson and Riley Buckton Young, who started half a lap down, although Richardson gets in front of Child, in fact, on that final lap.
So there is your Heat 3 winner, Edward Haynes. Congratulations to you. Very flat, that Nassau panel on Edward Haynes. I've noticed that throughout the day.
Yeah, low down, isn't it?
Extremely flat.
It's a good job we're not looking for the number on the front of it.
Yeah, that's very true, yeah. But it's been like that all day. I wondered whether it had just been pushed down ever so slightly at the start of the race earlier on, but no, it's been like that for all 3 heats now. So obviously a deliberate ploy, but yes, very difficult to read the number on it. Thankfully, we've got transponders that tell us who it is. And that will bring to an end our Micromax heats. The next race for them will be the final. Coming up next will be Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax amalgamated grids.
Random grids, of course, for Junior and Senior Rotax. Seniors go out first with Thomas Wood and Ashley Savage on the front row, Chris Stokes and Shane Collins on row number 2. Then it's going to be Andy Ambrose in 5th place with Martin Fisher alongside Jack Bate and Daniel Kelly, won heat number 2 on row number 4. Then it's Paul Swan and Arthur Loudhian with Isaac O'Shea and Emma Brown on row number 6. Then we'll be going into our juniors after that. It's going to be Monroe Renard off pole position with Alfie Warbank for company on that front row. Oscar Warren and Ben Horner, then Nathan Jensen and Jared Fox Whiteley on row number 9. Addison Smith, who won heat number 2, starts 19th overall with Melissa Adrian. And then it's going to be Lizzie Mentier, if she's out, and Catherine Potter on the final row of our junior grid.
No Lizzie Mentier that I can see.
No, so it could well be, Tom, that having not used all the tyre allocation this year in junior, that she feels that she can win the final from the back row.
It's a bold strategy.
And we're going to see if it's going to pay off.
Yes.
Cotton. For all you dodgeball fans out there.
Glad you got that reference. So while we've got a quick rolling up lap, speaking of quick rolling up lap, somebody's backwards over the grass.
Martin Fisher.
Yeah, has gone backwards over the start-finish line. So, Teesside Sprint Championship dates for 2023. March the 24th and 25th, April the 22nd and 23rd, May the 27th and 28th, June the 23rd and 24th, August the 25th to the 27th, the double-header round, September the 23rd and 24th, and October the 21st and 22nd, which should make all of those the fourth weekend of the month.
Fourth Sunday is our race day here at Teesside, and it also means that we're going to have a nice break, I feel, before we then head towards the O-Plate, the winter round here at Teesside between Christmas and New Year. So it will be the O-Plate meeting here at Teesside Autodrome between Christmas and New Year this year and next year as well. Through they come then, and we're away and racing. Looks like we've got some slick runners this time, Tom. We'll keep an eye out for those as they make their way. And there's contact into the first corner. Is that Andy Ambrose facing the wrong? No, it's Ashley Savage, who was on the outside of the front row. He tried to go toe-to-toe with Tom Wood, and that did not work out for him. They're 4 wide in minis as they head down towards the first corner. And what they're going to find is Andy Ambrose rejoining the fray right in front of them from our seniors. So it was Ambrose, the other driver, that was off there as well, Tom, as the minis now, also the juniors now start to mix it in the middle here with the seniors. There's a spin down there for Martin Fisher round South Bank.
He's had some excursions already, hasn't he, in this heat?
Yes, one on the outlap and one on the opening.
And yeah, Andy Ambrose went so far off. He was pretty much in a different postcode.
Well, he's now in a different race.
He is.
He's now racing
quite
with the
literally
juniors.
in a different race. Yeah. So we'll get your juniors over the line. So it is Ben Horner leading from Alfie Warbank, then Monroe Renard, Nathan Jensen, Oscar Waugh, Catherine Potter, Melissa Adrian, Addison Smith and Jared Fox Whiteley. Yeah,
it looks like that opening lap, Tom, has been a bit of a mismatch for all of our junior runners, because everybody that was sort of in the midfield is now right at the back, and everyone that was at the back is now in the midfield. So it looks like they managed to take full advantage as Isaac O'Shea goes down the inside. Jack Bate has taken the lead in all of the action with the minis and has a gap of over a second to O'Shea, Shane Collins and Thomas Wood, who started on the front row. Did Wood. I think Wood, Tom, could be on wets, and I think that could be part of the reason why he's going in the other direction.
We've got a lot of slick runners out there, it looks like, at the moment. Look at the times as well, in the 45s for the seniors.
So they're normally running in the 41s, but like I say, I think that the wets, anybody in the wets around there, although O'Shea, Tom, has closed right up on Bate on that on the previous lap for the lead in seniors down there, and he's made the move already at hairpin 4. Isaac O'Shea then leading the way in the senior Rotax class.
I think Potter's on wets.
Well, O'Shea's on slicks, Tom, and he's at the front. I think this is proving the point. This is the tipping point now for me, is that slicks are the way forwards.
Their wets on the 64 of Alfie Warbank. So Warbank's on wets. Definitely.
Warning for the 69 of Monroe Renard in third place.
Just trying to pick them up on camera now. Whether you can see that. It tends to be as well. You can see the white markings on the edge of the tyre as well.
Yeah,
they're the wets, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh, that's James Bate, Jack Bate, he was in second place in the senior Rotax class. That car coming to a halt round the outside of the national loop and being pushed away to safety before the chicanes. And he's going to have to watch the rest of this race from over there on the barrier.
So it seems like most of the seniors have gone on slicks and most of the juniors have gone on wets.
You can see as they come through the D chicane behind us, just past the commentary box, you can see the line down the middle of the wets, Tom.
Yeah,
so that's there on the 81 as Kel
as Chris Stokes.
Yeah, you can see the line down the middle.
And Kel is he's very much on slicks. So Kel getting that much better drive out of hairpin 2, and there he is. So that's Dan Kel, Heat 2 winner, and he is on slicks. And look at the pace difference. He's only just passed Chris Stoves, and he's already 1.7 seconds in front. Another thing with the seniors is as well, they're much better, because they've got so much more power, they are able to generate that heat into the rears much better than the juniors, and certainly the minis will be able to.
Savage, who looks like he could too be on wets, we'll confirm that in a minute by looking at the rear wheel, but he's found a way through. They are narrower as well, the rears in the wets. They're about 30 millimetres narrower.
Wets for all three of those.
But by being narrower, what that actually does as well is it makes effectively the rear wheel a lot squarer and provides a increased contact patch.
Although I think Savage, on saying that, Savage might be on slicks. Looking out for some white markings on those tyres. We'll soon pick them up, I'm sure. There he goes.
Just at the front, Tom, of this one, Shane Collins has found a way past Isaac O'Shea. There he is, the TNC liveried race suit.
I'm going to hazard a guess that Monroe Renard has gone slicks.
Because Monroe Renard has gone into the lead
Of junior Rotax and is a good 0.4 of a second quicker than anybody on that lap within the class. The only one near him was Alfie Warbank, who we know is on wets. Addison Smith is also on wets. Monroe Renard, 45.7. Get them across the line this time. They're just heading through hairpin 4. See what the lap times are like for Renard compared to everybody else. 45.8 for Renard, 46.6 for Warbank. So yeah, Renard is definitely, I would guess, on slicks.
You would definitely guess that you're 60% sure that you're 40% sure that he's on slicks.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd go with those odds as well. But yeah, miles quicker is Renard than anybody else in juniors. We've got a warning flag gone out for the 62.
Thomas Wood, who was in second place, and our leader at the time, Shane Collins, is now down in third place.
So could have been a bit of contact there.
Well, keeping with the consistency there for Thomas Wood, that's been 3 races and 3 warning flags, so you can't say he's not consistent.
Absolutely. He's got the hat trick now. You go for one in the final
Still
as well.
got the final. Jared Fox-Whiteley on that previous lap finds a way past Oscar War and sets a personal best as well, and he's almost a second quicker than Smith in front of him.
He's 2 seconds quicker than Renard.
Yeah, 1.5 laps remaining for for juniors, because seniors are over the line already to take the last lap board. Thomas Wood, Isaac O'Shea, the top 2, then Shane Collins, who has dropped away off the back of that lead battle despite having led briefly.
The juniors are now starting to make their way through the seniors on wets.
So those that are on slicks are now starting to move through. Although Monroe Renard, I think, is on wets. I've just seen him there. We'll pick it up later on, because after Woods come through to take the checker, I think we'll focus then on those juniors. Out of the final corner, though, Thomas Wood comes through to take the checkered flag, and victory from Isaac O'Shea and Shane Collins, your top 3. Behind, there's a battle going on between Swan and Kell snatches it over the line as they come through side by side. The start line marshal there took a step back because he thought they were going to find their way into the tyre wall. Minis, though, juniors, we'll keep an eye on them as Savage comes out for 7th place. Monroe Renard then will come through to take victory in the junior Rotax class for the first time, 8th overall, as he finds a way past Stoves. Then it's Warbank and Jared Fox-Whiteley on the final lap, gets past Addison Smith for 3rd place.
Good recovery drive from Jared Fox-Whiteley to get 3rd place there. Started off the back of the grid for juniors and managed to make his way right the way through to 3rd. So that brings to an end heat number 3 for our junior and senior Rotax classes. We'll just having a quick look at the tyres. Both Kell and Swan were on slicks. Look, if we can just stick with this camera for another 30 seconds or so. There we have Martin Fisher on slicks. There's Ashley Savage on wets. Then we've got Monroe Renard on wets, although they are well worn. Then we've got Alfie Warbank on wets. Emma Brown. Fox-Whiteley on slicks.
Yeah, Chris Stokes there with a majestic moustache. I wonder if November has anything to do with that.
Ambrose on slicks. Interesting choices being made here. You can really see the difference in the tyres now.
Yeah, that will
now that they've come to a stop.
So that'll explain why, for me, Fox-Whiteley went backwards in the first couple of laps and then was just making jumps every single time.
Yeah, once you got that temperature in there, which, as I said, in these Rotax classes is a lot easier to do. Certainly the seniors, to generate that heat into the tyres because of the speed that they carry through the corner. It just generates that heat.
Yeah.
As soon as you can get the slightest bit of grip, that's it. You're there. So, moving on, that brings to an end junior and senior Rotax heat number 3, and we will move on to our final heat of the day, which will be senior Pro Kart.
Grids on the screen then for the final heat of the day before we'll go straight into the finals. No break for lunch. We're just going to keep this one rolling here at Teesside Autodrome. Gracie Mitchell starts heat number 3 from pole position with Rob Fagg alongside Peter Knight and Mark Tate on row number 2 with Harry Nottage and Alban Dowell on row 3. Then it's Simon Dougherty and Caitlin Frame before Tom Braid and Connor Lucas complete the top 10 with Jessica Alexander and David Brewis on row number 6. Then it's going to be Jack Morris in P13 with Asher Blythe alongside. Lennon French and David Thompson-Mack are on row 8. Marty Gilfillan and Harry Roddis 17th and 18th respectively, with Oscar Buckley and Thomas Hewland completing the top 20. Anthony Ecke, Alfie King and Jack Hewland, well, I think a couple of them are not running here today, so we'll keep an eye out for that as the final few runners roll into position. Pole sitter then, Gracie Mitchell in the 61. Just looking back, watching for the final few runners to take up their positions here at Teesside. We've just got a bit of a switcheroo on the final row as Alfie King needs to be on the inside and the 171 of Hewland is going to go to the outside. And then, Tom, we should be good to go racing. Marshall making his way to the front. The final heat of the day before we move on to our finals. Green flag in the air. The engine notes rise early. They're down. It's a good start from Rob Fagg. He's going to slot straight in behind Gracie Mitchell, although Peter Knight's going to use the outside, which then becomes the inside for the national loop to take full advantage, and he moves through into second place. Fagg down into third with Mark Tate and then Harry Nottage. Your top 5 as they head down towards their 2 and 3 wide into hairpin number 1. Alexander down the inside of Connor Lucas. Jack Morris forced out wide onto the outside, and then Asher Blythe bouncing over the curbs as well. And, Morris here, Tom, needs a good one, as does Asher Blythe. They've both taken victories and 4th places.
Oh, that wasn't a good one.
No, Morris turns David Brewis round at South Bank. That one is definitely going to get looked at as Brewis remonstrates with the 24 of Jack Morris.
Absolutely fuming. Here we go. We're going to have another look at it now. So Morris just sent it up the inside. Got a massive cross up as well, yeah. Sawing at the wheel.
Yellow flag, Tom. Well. It's Caitlin Frame facing the wrong way through the D chicane. She rejoins the fray, although she will be behind David Brewis now, and that will put her in 22nd place.
So your top 10 is Mitchell, still holding on to the lead from Peter Knight and Rob Fagg. Then it's Mark Tate, Harry Nottage, Simon Doughty. They are separated by 1.6 seconds, but they've been nose to tail pretty much all day. Alban Dowell, Jessica Alexander, Connor Lucas in 9th, and Thomas Braid in 10th. We look at Jack Morris, who's just overtaken 3 people in 2 corners. So coming off the back of that initial first lap incident. Oh, I've noticed we've got no digiboard for the first time. It's taken me till now to notice the digiboard's missing.
I'm pleased that you switched on, Tom.
Yes.
Unlike the digiboard.
Unlike the digiboard, which is missing, as I said. Okay. Anyway. We've got a warning flag going out for the 24 of Jack Morris, which will be for that opening lap incident.
Alexander lining up Simon Dougherty for 6th place. Through she goes, although she has a bit of understeer as well into that corner. Dougherty seems to have a good amount of grip, and he turned in. Then Connor Lucas is going to try and force his way through as well. And then Thomas Braid. So a difficult couple of corners for Simon Dougherty, but that's often the case in Pro Kart. Once one comes through, it's difficult to get the door closed, and if your line is forced wide, then it's not exactly the easiest of times.
Peter Knight with the fastest lap of the race that time round, a 47.6.
4/10, Tom, and now he's right on the back of Gracie Mitchell.
He's 4/10 quicker than anybody out there. pretty much everybody else doing 48 flats and 48 fours.
Thomas Hewland has a spin and another spin. He's stuck on the grass there. And slick tyres, Tom, on the grass doesn't go well. And he's going to drop down into 22nd. So Knight now right on the back of Gracie Mitchell. And this is your battle for the lead as they head down towards hairpin 4. He's managed to close up, and then there's something bounces off the kart there,
flying
Tom.
into the grass in the D chicane. Is it going to come back on track? It is. Manages to get missed by everybody, and it's still rolling.
Yeah, I'd be curious as to what that is, Tom. I know we've got a marshal down there in the middle of that infield. I wonder if you could go and collect it and have a look, because it seemed to come from the side of the cart and down the side of each of the driver.
Start line marshal's running over for it now.
What I'm saying, Tom, is down the side of each of the driver is the weight that they use to get them up to the weight. So if that's come off, there's a chance that first of all
they'll be underweight.
They'll be underweight when they come in. So I know he's going to go and have a look for that. I think he's probably got to go about another 8 metres further onto the grass because it didn't stop.
Yeah, it's still.
But Mitchell coming over the line, although what I will say is on the left side, it looks like the thing's still there that holds the weight in. So I'm not quite sure what's come off.
It didn't look
Knight's
heavy
cart.
enough to be weight. It looked like a.
It was disc.
It looked like the inside of a sellotape.
Yeah, it was disc shaped, wasn't it? But it had enough propulsion to keep it going a good 50 metres or so. And it pretty much went where David Brewis is currently parked, facing the wrong way with Caitlin Frame at the D chicane.
Ended up somewhere around there. Anyway, we should really focus on the racing and let the marshals do their job. So, Mitchell from Knight, still, we can see them here, although now it's Knight from Mitchell. Great overtake through hairpin 3. Mitchell went wide at hairpin 3, and that allowed Knight straight through. Alexander with the fastest lap of the race in 4th place as well.
Half a second quicker than anybody else.
Yeah, flying along now. The times are really tumbling.
Ballpark fully dry now, aren't they, Tom? Now about a second off normal dry times at this time of the year, like low 46s. The rest of the field doing like mid to low 48s, but the front runners well into the 47s. So definitely dry tyre time come the finals.
Unless we get any more rain. But it doesn't look like the way at the moment. Although we have got cloud cover.
Having a quick
It's
look.
a bit hazy, more than cloud cover, I should say.
Sam Hazy.
So it is Knight now extending the gap at the front of this race to 0.4 of a second. Harry Nottage 2.6 behind Mitchell second, then Nottage, then Alexander 4th, Lucas 5th, Tate 6th, Braid 7th, Fag 8th, Blythe 9th, and Morris in 10th place. Alexander again with the quickest lap of the race last time around. About 3/10 or so quicker than Peter Knight at the front of the race.
Got a full second, Tom, quicker than Harry Nottage, and with 2 laps to go, this time round she was 4/10 quicker, and once again sets the fastest lap of the race, and was now within half a second. That was the 4/10 I was looking at, which was the gap, not how much quicker, unfortunately. So I got that one wrong. But she's now within 4/10 of a second of Nottage for 3rd place.
She's coming through here, I think. We're looking at Morris passing Rob Fagg with Asher Blythe right there as well. Morris decided to go for the up and under, but couldn't quite get it pulled off. And Rob Fagg looked tensing behind the wheel, trying. Oh, Morris again!
For the second time, there's contact at South Bank, and Rob Fagg is turned round numerous times, in fact, with a spin this time. And for the second time, I say Jack Morris involved in an incident down there at South Bank.
It was almost a carbon copy, wasn't it, of the other one? We'll wait to see whether there are any
ramifications.
Yes, good word, David. Good word. So last lap board is out. Peter Knight still leads by 0.7 of a second. Alexander has not managed to overtake Harry Nottage just yet, but now she has. There we go, moving through the inside of South Bank Corner. Harry Nottage going the car park route, lost all grip around the outside. And it is going to be Peter Knight taking a first victory here at Teesside in the owner-driver sprint series. Gracie Mitchell comes across the line in second place and immediately into the pit lane. Then it's Jess Alexander in third, Harry Nottage in fourth, Connor Lucas fifth, Thomas Braid sixth, Asher Blythe seventh, Mark Tate eighth, Jack Morris ninth, although we'll wait to see whether that is a provisional or an actual result, and then Lennon French in 10th. If it isn't, David Thompson-Mack finished 11th. Well, that brings to an end our heats for the day.
Just a development, Tom, out of the senior Rotax heats that we watched beforehand. The driver that led us over the line, Thomas Wood, has been judged for the second time for an advantage by contact. This time, though, not 5 seconds, it's +1 lap, and that's dropped him all the way down to 20th overall, which will be around about 11th in class. Isaac O'Shea then takes the victory from Shane Collins and Dan Kell. Ashley Savage also picks up a 5-second penalty for a dropped nose. I imagine that was something to do with the opening lap incident around the National Loop.
Do you think that's accumulation of warnings for Thomas Wood, perhaps?
Either way, I wouldn't be surprised. Like I say, it's been 3 and 3, so we can't be... and we've always said here at Teesside, it is an accumulation of warning flags, so that is the punishment that has been handed out.
Give me 2 seconds, David. I'm just going to nip outside the door. I'll be right back.
So Peter Knight then takes victory from Gracie Mitchell and Jessica Alexander. Just having a quick look in the live chat comments, because we've got Jamie McGill and all of the McGill family watching from home as they enjoy a well-deserved rest at the end of a very successful season for Chloe. And they wish all the Bambinos and the Micromax runners, most of whom they've actually raced before in the Bambino class, all the very best before the finals. And speaking of finals, the first one is down there in the dummy grid. It's time to go racing with our Bambinos. Grid for the final then sees William Crombie on the front row. Then it's Sebastian McCarthy, Grayson Crawford, Jamie Walsh, Freddie Blackshaw and Sebastian Crawford, with James Pybus and Verity Crawford on row number 4. Oliver Bullock and then Harris Barber showing as 98 points, but that's because he didn't take part in heat number 1. What I do think, though, is that I think the I-Armies will start at the front with them being quicker, so expect Barber to go off the front, outside of the front row, and he has indeed come out of the dummy grid holding area alongside William Crombie, so the 2 I-Armies will lead us round. Now, Tom, you popped out. Anything important for you to assess the situation on?
I was trying to help the marshals find that bit that fell off. He needs to come towards us a little bit. He needs to step to his left by about 6 or 7 metres.
This is almost like battleships, isn't it? I'll take grid B5, please.
I said to him, if you draw a circle, make that green section a circle. Slap bang in the middle.
Yeah, it was definitely somewhere between I reckon halfway between the track and the digital flag.
He's gone way too far over now. Anyways, Bambino final. We've had a comment from the McGills.
Oh, I know. I've addressed it.
Oh, have you? Sorry, I was out of the commentary box.
It's all right, no problem.
Having my own conversation. That's it. Keep walking. Keep walking. Nearly there. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Left a bit.
It's all right. They can hear us on the circuit pier. Somewhere around there. Somewhere around there, boss. You're in the right area.
Good times.
You're boiling hot.
Getting colder.
There it is! There we go. See, it's not just a commentary service we provide.
Now I'm curious.
Treasure hunts as well.
Now I'm curious as to what it is, Tom.
Yeah, we want to know now.
I'm going to dispatch you again. You see, this is here, Tom. You see it actually come off here.
Oh, there we go.
That's what I mean.
It is a weight.
I don't know what it is.
I think it is a weight.
So
that means he might be underweight, though.
Well,
and he won that one.
Well, yeah. Go and find out how many kilos. Tom's been dispatched from the commentary box once again. because they're about £5 a kilo second hand, so grab that, we could sell it. Here we go then for our IARMI Bambino and Coma C50 Bambino final. Front row is the IARMI of William Crombie and Harris Barber. Then behind it's our Comas with Sebastian McCarthy on pole position. He needs to finish towards the front end of that to snatch third place in the championship. Does the 56 of Sebastian McCarthy. So all of our runners are now into position. Our parents and helpers making their way off. Green flag in hand. It's down. We're away and racing. It's a good start once again, Tom, from Harris Barber, who's going to sweep round the outside of William Crombie. And not for the first time today. Crombie gets slow away from the line. Barber with a rocket ship of a start. And through he comes into the lead.
Speaking of rocket ship starts, McCarthy's had a good one as well. He's moving away at the front of the Bambino grid. Jamie Walsh again with another good start, same as last time round. So they head through. Oh, Crombie has already retaken the lead.
Yeah,
well, Harris Barber had a bit of a swapper
in the last couple of races. It's been a struggle for him until around about mid-race to get through, but this time
he's already done it.
He's through. I say they can run on slicks. Can the IARMIs?
Just a bit of housekeeping. Peter Knight, if you are listening to the Circuit PA, please come up to the commentary box. We've got a present for you.
Is it some lead?
It's a weight, yeah.
How many kilos?
Oh, it's not much. It's
just a one.
Yeah, I think it's just a one.
So it's only worth a £5.
So it is Crombie from Barber. Harris Barber in second place. McCarthy in third place overall, but leading the Coma C50s. Then we've got Grayson Crawford, Jamie Walsh and Sebastian Crawford, and they are still nose to tail. And Sebastian Crawford is looking very racy behind Jamie Walsh as well. Oh, there he goes for the up and under through hairpin 2. I just see out of the commentary box window, and Crawford is through on Jamie Walsh. So that is the podium, the final podium place up for grabs in C50s. Verity Crawford and Oliver Bullock are in their own race as well. Way off the back of these front two in IARMIs as they go side by side around them, straddle the C50. I think that was Verity Crawford when either side of it to pass and put a lap down, but Crawford and Bullock are having a good little race between them.
So I was just doing some housekeeping, Tom, ahead of the Senior Pro Kart final.
Harris Barber has put in the fastest lap of the race, and William Crombie is not getting away here from Barber. McCarthy, meanwhile, is a full 5 or almost 5 seconds clear of Grayson Crawford. Sebastian Crawford in third place still in the C50s. I'll wait to get them over the line this time and see whether Sebastian Crawford is making any inroads on Grayson. Let's have a quick look. 7 seconds now, the gap between McCarthy and Grayson Crawford. Sebastian Crawford actually almost matching Grayson Crawford that time round. So Sebastian Crawford managing to pick up the pace throughout the day. And starting to reel in. Brother?
Cousin.
Cousin.
Cousins. I did interview them yesterday and just assumed that they were all brothers and sisters, and it turns out that I'd not been on Ancestry and I was woefully wrong. So when that interview comes out, if I do mention any sort of brothers or sisters, it was doesn't mean that I'm right. It's just that I'd had a free license to say. You know when I said earlier, if you say it and it sounds convincing, it's true.
I do.
It wasn't.
Oh. Okay. So Barber and Crombie still going at it here at the front of this race. Oh, Barber really trying to change his line midway through South Bank and get a move done on Crosby, but couldn't make it work that time round. But Barber seems to be the quickest of this pair at the moment. It's not been the case throughout this day so far. No. Every time Crombie's hit the front, he's managed to sort of stay there fairly comfortably. But Barber is the quickest of this pair right now.
Yeah, it hasn't been easy for Crombie in getting actually in front of Barber, although it has taken normally till around about half race for him to find a way through. But when he has been there, he has had that pace advantage. This time, though, Harris Barber, particularly now that we're on to a drier track, seems to have at least enough pace to match William Crombie, particularly down this end of the track where, even though we are dry, it is a little bit slippier.
Fastest lap of the race that time round for Harris Barber as well.
Yeah, a tenth.
Personal best for Crombie.
I'll say there's only a tenth and a half between them, so it is still really, really tight. McCarthy leads by a good margin as well as the Iamis come up on the 28 of Freddie Blackshaw.
Yeah, as I say, I think Barber's got some pace in hand here. He just needs to be able to find a way through on Crombie. Although Crombie, saying that, put in a 54.9 last time around, which was the fastest lap of the race so far.
Yeah, opened up a couple of tenths, although that seems to have been closed up through hairpins 1 and 2 as they make their way down the back straight this time. Harris Barber, there's some lap traffic in front. Barber's going to try and move down the inside into South Bank, and he's through with 2 minutes remaining.
That's pure power, just drove straight past.
Yeah, nice bit of slipstream, got a good run out of hairpin 2, which is, and then he used that to his advantage as they now starting to thread their way through some more lap traffic. They're going to go either side of Jamie Walsh.
Oh, that allowed Crombie back through, has it? Certainly allowed him side by side.
He has to slot back in. Minute and a half remaining. So that's going to be around about 2 or 3 laps. They are going to encounter some more lap traffic before the end of this race, I'm sure of it. But Harris Barber, who missed the opening heat of the day, now has William Crombie right in his wheel tracks.
Oh, there we go, side by side again.
Crombie's through this time, and Barber immediately switches back to the inside and will come back through. Looked like Crombie got the drive round the corner, but as soon as they got into a straight line, Harris Barber had enough, and William Crombie, it's just too far round the outside of that corner for him to get back through. Lap traffic, oh, William Crombie there, Tom, boxes Harris Barber in behind the lap traffic. Barber can't get back out, and William Crombie comes through as they start the penultimate lap. Next time round, last lap board, Freddie Blackshaw is off on the outside of hairpin number 1. That car has stopped, and they're going to meet a yellow flag shortly, Tom, as they come up. There is some lap traffic in front for our Iamis, and they're going to go round the outside. Now, I know that the comas are a lot slower, but they have managed to go round there outside, and Blackshaw is safely on the outside of the track.
I'd like to point out that Sebastian Crawford is now within the second and a half of Grayson Crawford, and in fact, I think over the line, when they come over the line, I think they were pretty much going to be nose to tail. In fact, they are nose to tail. That's for second and third in C50.
Well, they've swapped round now, Tom. You'll just come out, catch them in the background. And I think Sebastian Crawford now has moved through into second place. Barber leads them over the line then to take the last lap board with William Crombie. And then it is going to be Sebastian Crawford who's up into second place. And had to go round the outside of Verity Crawford. And in doing so, he bounced up and over the curbs there. She is facing the wrong way at the D chicane. But, yeah, Sebastian Crawford. When I spoke to him yesterday, he was fairly clear in saying that he thought Grayson was a little bit quicker, but here we are with Sebastian in front, and he's starting to move away actually, Tom, in second place in that class.
Change for the lead again on the final lap as William Crombie overtakes Harris Barber through South Bank corner. Could that be the final move of the day and seal a victory for William Crombie? Harris Barber fighting back around the outside. They come side by side over the line. It is going to be William Crombie by 0.037 of a second from Harris Barber. Doesn't get much closer than that. Sebastian McCarthy will come over the line. Well, in fact, he hasn't been lapped, so Sebastian McCarthy's got a whole nother lap to go yet.
Sebastian Crawford, though, Tom, beats Grayson for second place. So there's two Crawfords on the podium, Sebastian and Grayson in second and third, respectively.
There is Sebastian McCarthy. Ooh, big lean.
What he's done, though, today, Tom, is take 2 heat victories and take a second place, and in winning the final, has scored enough points to put him into third place in the championship. So if the McCarthy family haven't got tickets yet for the presentation at the end of February, they're going to go and need to procure some of those, because Sebastian McCarthy crosses the line to take victory and third place in our Coma C50 Bambino Championship.
So congratulations to William Crombie, who has taken victory here in Iami, and also Sebastian McCarthy taking victory in C50. With the Crawfords 4th and 5th on the road, 2nd and 3rd in C50 as well. That brings to an end our very first final of the day, which is Bambino C50. Next will be our second final of the day. This is Sebastian Crawford. Hands up in the air, and the big lean on the inside of South Bank. Love to see that. But Junior Pro Kart final up next. So this one will decide the championship in Junior Pro Kart. Maximus Shields needs to win. Harvey still needs to finish 3rd or better. If that is the case, Harvey still will be champion. If he finishes in the top 3, Max Shields has to win the race and hope that Harvey still finishes somewhere outside of the top 3 to be champion. Finn Collister goes off P3, Amy Frame P4, Christian Oblag P5, and Danny Bean P6. P7 goes to Sophie Pawsey with Harry Brown in 8th and Leon Wilson in 9th. So just to reiterate, if Harvey still finishes in the top 3, regardless of where Max Shields finishes, Harvey still will be champion. If Harvey still finishes anywhere outside of the top 3, Max Shields has to win the race to be crowned champion. There are other permutations as well, various in if Harvey still has an absolute shocker and finishes anywhere outside of the top 4, it could mean that potentially Max Shields can finish 2nd, but Max Shields knows what he has to do. He has to win this race regardless. Harvey still only has to follow in the wheel tracks of Max Shields from 2nd place on the grid to take this championship home with him. All set for a cracker, David?
Absolutely, Tom.
You okay?
Yes, I've had a comfort break.
Oh,
That should
sorry,
see
I
me through
thought
to the end of the day.
I thought you'd gone for a chat.
No.
Briefly, I thought you were bringing news. So, championship decider. Oh, I do love a championship decider, especially when it's the last race of the last round of the season. Max Shields, you can see, pumping himself up. Ready to go for this one.
For me here, Tom, Shields has to win it. Still, just has to tie on to the back.
That's
of
what I was saying.
181.
Yeah, just needs to follow in the wheel tracks. So the start line marshal making his way down to the front of the grid.
12 laps then of senior pro kart action here at Teesside.
Green flag is up. Down, we are away. Good start from both Still and Shields as they slot into first and second places. Christian Oblag, already winner of a heat today, drops into third place, overtaking Finn Collister, who is now in fourth. That's Danny Bean in fifth, and I think it's Amy Frame in fifth. Yeah, fifth it is.
Onto the back straight they go then. Oblag.
Oblag could be the fly in the ointment here, you know. He's had a good day so far.
Well, still can afford to drop one place. He can go down to third. That'll give him the championship by 3 points. But if he goes down to fourth, though, Tom, that's a 1 point swing in the direction of Max Shields, who bounces over the curbs. He's pushing. Can't do anything else, though.
No. Still, I don't know whether still at the minute he's going about this the right way. He's pretty defensive already. Should really just be head down and go flat out. And try to go with Shields. Instead, he finds himself defending.
Finn Collister and Christian Oblag there.
Yes, indeed.
The thing for me now, Tom, with Shields is we've seen this before, and I've seen it recently in karting as well, in the British, is that yes, he can move away and needs it, but then at the end, obviously, if he takes the win, he needs still to be no better than, in fact, it was Club 100, where the guy at the front, he needed the driver at the time who was in second to finish no better than third or fourth. And in the final 2 or 3 laps, what he did was slow right down
and backed him
into the rest of the pack, and then tried to use that to his advantage. On that occasion, it didn't quite work out for him, but what a race that was, covered by Alpha Live at Buckmore Park a few weeks ago. Our friends Andrew and Howard from Double Dash Motorsport Media, who we share the British 24-hour with here, were covering that one. It was a superb race. If you get the opportunity to watch that back on the Alpha channel, please do. But that was, the leader then just backed him into the pack to see whether he could make something happen. Looks like in this case here, Shields is just going to drive off the front and let nature take its course, so to speak, with those behind, because there is Oblag and Collister. Both here, Tom, could cause Harvey Still some worry.
Well, there is a thing with, of course, with Oblag. Oblag could go past.
Yeah,
Still could let Oblag go past, no problem at all.
Doesn't need it, as Collister actually went wide, Tom, round the National Loop.
I was going to say the problem is that then he'd have Collister on his tail, and if Collister comes through...
Oblag down the inside of Shields, into hairpin 2. There was a little bit of contact between them, and Christian Oblag is through into second place. And now, Harvey Still is in the nervous zone.
Yes, here we go. We're going to have a replay of it. So there is Oblag. Full send down the inside. Just straight lines it between 1 and 2. Gets the nose in there and...
Side pod to side pod.
And got through.
A little bit of lift between the two of them. Oblag then up into second place. Harvey Still down into third.
So Shields is now in the lead of this race by 3 seconds. Harvey Still is under extreme pressure here from Finn Collister. This is the danger zone, as David called it, the nervous zone. This is the squeaky bum time, as a famous commentator once said, for Harvey Still. If Finn Collister comes through, this championship is going to Max Shields.
Yeah, it's going to be wide open, Tom, this one. The issue is that for Still is that if he drops down into fourth place, this becomes a drop round for him. So there's nothing he can do if he's down into fourth or anywhere below. This becomes a drop round. Such has been the strength, really, of Harvey Still throughout this year, that if he drops down into fourth place, he's still going to score 194 points for a round. 194, and to drop it would be... pretty much unheard of unless you run, like senior pro kart when you're running in qualifying.
Collister side by side. Round the outside, couldn't get the move done. Going to try and get the switch back, get the better drive down the back straight.
Bit of a defence to the inside there from Harvey Still. Collister with a bit of a helmet tap. You say that nothing silly is going to happen, but as the laps come down, what Collister's saying there is, I'm not going to attack you now, but give it a couple of laps or so, and that might change. Amy Frame coming into play as well, Tom, in the background. I think she needs a certain position as well to move up into fifth in the championship. think she needs to finish third. So she's really wanting to push Tom for Harvey Still's third place, because Amy Frame needs that third place to jump into fifth in the championship. So she's going to close up, and when she does, I don't think she's going to ride shotgun for very long. She needs that third place. Collister has a look over his shoulder, sees that Frame is coming. Apologies to Shield and Oblang. They're going to get absolutely no coverage whatsoever in first and second in this race, unless Oblag closes that gap of nearly 3 seconds in, because we're going to stick here with Harvey Still riding in third place. Third place is going to be enough for the championship. Fourth, however, will not. Oblag sets the fastest lap of the race. 5 to go in Junior Pro.
Well, the other thing to consider is there are 5 laps to go, and Christian Oblag is 2 seconds behind, but was a second faster than Max Shields on that lap. Now, if he overtakes Max Shields, Harvey Still doesn't need third place anymore.
No, if Shields finishes in second place, Harvey Still, it doesn't matter, because even if he scores a drop score, that's not going to be enough for Maximus Shields. He needs to win this race, with Harvey Still needing to finish inside the top 3.
God, this is nervous times, David.
Nervous for us,
It's tense
nervous
in
for
the
the
box.
drivers, nervous for those watching as well. Shields crosses the line this time, 4 to go. The gap was 1.9, it's now down to 1.2. Oblag taking chunks out of Max Shields.
Another 6/10 faster.
So Oblag needs to close in. Well, he doesn't need to, because he's guaranteed third in the championship. Shields, though, could have just gone early. The tyres could be going to be a bit higher on pressure, so he could have needed to go a little bit lower.
I called it at the start of this race. I said Christian Oblag could be the fly in the ointment here. Let's see whether he's going to overtake Maximus Shields and deny Shields a potential championship regardless of where Still finishes. Still, however, is still managing to hold on to third place. So Still is doing what he needs to do, which is finish third, regardless of where Shields finishes. If Still finishes third, the championship is going home with Still.
2.5 laps, 7 tenths now at the for the leaders, Tom. Shields needs to win this race. Looks over his shoulder at Christian Oblag behind. Oblag closing in, another fastest lap.
Another
on the
half
previous
second.
Half a second, so he's going to be right on the back of Maximus Shields here. Will want to finish this season on a high, I'm sure. But in doing so, if he was to take the victory from Max Shields, it doesn't matter about Harvey Still. Still becomes irrelevant in the race.
Oh, Amy
will
Frame!
win the championship. Down the inside of Finn Collister goes Amy Frame over the line. 2 to go. The gap for the lead. 3/10 of a second now. And Harvey Still's got a bit more of a cushion now. Amy Frame has come through, but Frame is the driver that is desperate for third place. Collister goes wide, drops off the leading, the 2 in front. Yeah, Frame needs P3 from Harvey Still to move up, I think, into 5th in the championship. We're going to cut now to the lead battle, because Christian Oblag has reeled in well over 2 seconds, Tom, onto the back of Maximus Shields.
Yeah, this is going to get very close now. Oblag is right there onto the back of Shields. They're going to come across the line and take the final lap board. Has Oblag got anything left in his tyres? Has he got anything left in terms of attack for Maximus Shields? Is he going to deny him a potential championship? Harvey Still is still in third place, but Amy Frame is right there in 4th, and she is right on the tail of Still. She could take this away from Still. Oblag is up the inside, a hairpin 1.
Shields is going to get the cutback. Side by side, down the back straight they go. They're pretty much going to enter South Bank at the same moment in time. Maximus Shields, Christian Oblag. Oblag's round the outside. Shields not giving this one up. He's desperate to take the victory, because it's all he can do to take the championship. Tom's looking out the window at Harvey Still. Shields hard on the brakes. Oblag into the back of the 181. Shields is going to come through, I think, to take the victory.
Still
Shields
third.
wins from Oblag, but Harvey Still comes through, finishes third, and takes the championship by 3 points in Junior Pro Kart. 1:2.40 to 1:2.37. Shields did absolutely everything that he could do, and Harvey Still comes through. Shields has just asked him there, Thomas, to go around the corner. Where did you finish? Harvey Still, third place. And the 48 of Harvey Still, there on your screen. Your race winner, Maximus Shields. But Harvey Still, head in his hands with elation, is your 2022 Junior Pro Kart champion here at Teesside Autodrome.
Congratulations, Harvey Still. That was a tense drive, to say the very least. Congratulations as well to our podium sitters, which is Max Shields, Christian Oblag, and Harvey Still taking third place, and with it, the championship.
You could see, honestly, Tom, there must be tears in the eyes there of Harvey Still. His head was in his hands down the back straight. And at least one thing with that, Tom, is that it meant that his mum could stop bouncing up and down like a kangaroo, because she was all 12 laps of that race. She was bouncing up and down on the start-finish straight. That's what nerves does for you.
It was nervy from Still, wasn't it? But big shout as well to Amy Frame, finishing fourth on a comeback drive as well. First race back after her injuries. So, yeah, well done to Amy Frame.
Here we go then, Tom. Honda Cadets are already on their way out, and I've got some breaking news for you when we come back after the bumper. What we'll do, Tom, we'll run through the grid first with Thomas Potter and Joshua Sullivan sharing the front row, Ben Robinson and Mason Webster on row number 2. Sam Hayes and William Howard start row number 3. Webster there in 4th, leading our clubman runner. Then it's Eyeball and Rye in 7th and 8th, with Benson and Yeadon, the 2 championship protagonists, starting 9th and 10th alongside each other. Dinsdale and Swan are on row number 6. Row 7 sees Rio Ward Alley and Reese Cranston, with Jacob Cartledge and Ollie Carter. Matty Prinku-Wright and Thomas Harper start 17th and 18th, with Morgan Cooney and Layla Berryman on row number 10. Then it's Joey Swan and Matthew Plant and Rosie Franklin starting in 23rd. The breaking news I was telling you about, Tom, we've got some wet runners in this race, even though we've seen, I think in the previous one, that the dry times were pretty much as we expected. So Webster, Hayes, Rye, Swan, the other Swan as well, so that's Joey and Holly, Ollie Carter, Layla Berryman and Rosie Franklin are on wets. I imagine that they'd be very, very worn wets, or at least if they're not, they will be in 10 minutes' time.
Brave decision in these conditions. We've seen that the switch has now gone the other way in terms of lap time, so unless there's rain incoming...
Well, we saw last year, actually, a couple of runners that they were able to run in conditions like this pretty much the whole race until maybe the last couple of laps on wets without a huge drop-off, but there will be a drop-off at some point.
But as you said, David, the softer compound as well, so there could be, with the dropping temperature as well out there, because it is getting colder, the softer compound could warm up a bit quicker and could give them an advantage early in the race.
The opening couple of laps could be for them. Other than that, Tom, I get the feeling that this could be all about the slick tyre. But
look at Mason Webster out the window. As always. What is he doing?
I can't see him through the pillow in the combox. He's limbering himself up, Tom. He's rocking back and forth.
It looked like he was like he'd got some heavy metal on in his helmet.
Rocking back and forth like an impatient child, almost waiting for a green flag.
Well, here we go. We are getting the final runners into place for the amalgamated grid of the Honda Cadet final. So we've got 2 classes, Clubman and Pro. We've put them together for this round, mostly due to the lighting conditions, I think, in all honesty. If we'd run the separate grids, because we've got junior and senior Rotax running together as well. So that would have been, it's 8 races basically that we saved off the day. Which is
almost another 2 hours, isn't it?
Yes, so it's almost another full section of a full run through of heats that we've managed to save today. But it certainly made for some brilliant action. with people who have been at the front of Clubman and now very much mixing it with the pros, which is exactly how
I think
that
the
class
weather
was designed
conditions,
to
of
be.
course, played into that as well. As drivers, obviously, are either strong or not in the wet weather. But nonetheless, it's been great seeing the Clubman drivers mixing it with the pros.
Green flag is down and we're away. Good start from Sullivan, but dropped straight in behind Potter.
Yeah, I think that's what he wanted to do all along. And Hayes has made a good start as well. He's going to move down the inside of William Howard. As we said, then wet tyres early on, Tom, could give a bit of an option on the, with sort of being softer on the block. There's a move down the inside there for the
Sullivan
lead.
went through on Potter with a robust move. I don't think there was any contact. If there was, it was very, very minimal. But I think Potter saw him last minute and just moved out of the way. That's allowed Sullivan through.
Sam Hayes as well, though, Tom, the driver on the wets, is through into second place, and he's going to quickly, Tom, move through into the lead. So, as we said, we think the wets are going to potentially give an option early doors. We've got a spinner down there. It's it's Holly Swan, Tom, facing the wrong way. Sam Hayes will come through, and for the first time here at Teesside, he will lead a lap as he comes over in front of the 13 of Joshua Sullivan. Potter in third, then it's William Howard, Mason Webster, Ben Robinson, Edward Rye, Charlie Ibel, Sebastian Benson, and Ollie Carter.
I think once they get some heat into these slick tyres, it's going to be game over for these guys in the wet.
Sullivan down the inside. Same move he made actually on Potter on the opening lap, and now Potter's going to get the drive, as is William Howard on Sam Hayes, and now the Hayes and Webster on the wets. William Howard, Tom, has really come through in this one, and he's going to make a move, I think, down the inside of Potter. Could be a late starter for William Howard, this one, but he's into third place. Sullivan leads Potter over the line then.
We've got a warning flag going out for Sullivan for that move on Hayes through hairpin 1.
Yeah, although they will have, the start line marshal will have to wait another lap to present it, because the leaders are already through an over start finish.
Yeah, and Potter is right on the tail now of Sullivan. Is he going to go up the inside into hairpin 2? No, they go through line astern as they were.
Genuinely get the feeling here, Tom. Thomas Potter is a very, very smart driver. And unless he knows he can get through without costing himself time, I get the feeling...
Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, I get the feeling. I was about to say that he was going to try and work with and push away and break away from William Howard, who now, William Howard is through and Potter is wide onto the rumble strip on the outside.
And that's cost Potter a few places, actually, and he is now down to, I think, around 5th or 6th. 5th place across the line for Potter.
Yep, Howard down the inside. There's a warning as well for the 195 of Holly Swan. William Howard, Tom, came over the line 7 tenths behind Sullivan, but for me, obviously, he had that overtaker on Potter in the middle of the lap. He's the fastest driver on the track for me at the moment, is William Howard in that 27 car.
Sullivan looking nervous, multiple looks behind. When you're looking behind through hairpin 1, that's when you know you're nervous.
Yep, got to look forward. Sullivan not won a race, a final here. William Howard not won a final here. Howard is so quick into hairpin 3, Tom. Edward Rye's going to try and send one down the inside of Thomas Potter. And Ben Robinson as well. He's going to get through now, I think, on Edward Rye, who tried that move and then got balked. William Howard, Tom, the gap was 7 tenths. It's now down to 6 tenths. Takes a tenth out of Sullivan. Fastest lap of the race, as I said. Thought he was the fastest driver. The timing now confirms that.
Hayes and Webster about half a second off that. Potter 50.4, so 4 tenths quicker. So yeah, the wet runners of certainly Webster and Hayes, the times are starting to drop off for them. They're going to have to go full defensive and hold up this train behind them if they want any chance of a podium. So it is Sullivan from Howard, Hayes, Webster, Potter, Rye, although Rye is trying to go around the outside of 7th place Ben Robinson. Then it's Ibel, Benson and Yeed in your top 10.
Webster tries a move down the inside of Hayes, and that's going to allow Thomas Potter to come through. Gap for the lead is still 6 tenths, although Howard did take a little bit out. Yeah, now this is where the slicks are really going to come into it.
Yeah.
And when, and I say when because I think he will, Howard closes in on Sullivan, they're going to have to be very careful not to do what Ewan House and Amy Peacock did at the last round, which was battle too early and then invite Thomas Potter back in, because we know how dangerous he can be in these situations.
Exactly, and the slick tyres are really starting to come up to temperature now. Personal best coming in for all of the slick shod runners through the last lap, with Hayes and Webster being a second off what Sullivan and Howard were doing at the front of the race now.
Robinson there down the inside of Sam Hayes.
So the gamble of getting those wet tyres on and getting the pace in early doors seems to have worked, but now it is going the other way. They're 1.7 seconds now slower than Joshua Sullivan, who sets the fastest lap of the race at 49.7. 0.2 faster than Howard, 0.3 faster than Potter, with Ben Robinson doing a 50.5.
Yeah, Robinson, Tom, it will in 4th place. That's going to be enough to make to give him 3rd in the championship in that Honda Cadet Pro
There goes
class.
Webster. Webster on the inside of Hayes. Following through is Rye on the slicks. So Rye's going to pass Hayes as well and get that move completed comfortably.
4 minutes remaining, almost to a second as Sullivan crosses the line. 7/10 on the previous lap, out to a second this time round as they come through. Howard, it's all about tyre pressures, isn't it, Tom? Is that, you know, if you can go towards the end of the race, fastest driver on track, though, is Ben Robinson at the moment. 0.3 quicker than Potter in front of him.
0.3 quicker than anybody.
Yeah, but Potter, in turn, 0.3 quicker than William Howard. We could have a great battle on here for the podium. Howard now is the one with a look over his shoulder. Nervous times for William Howard, still awaiting that first podium here at Teesside Autodrome as Edward Rye moves past Mason Webster, although that one on track but not for position. It's Yeadon, Tom, for me, that we need to keep an eye out of, because he's still in front of Benson, but now they've got Reece Cranston between them as well, I believe.
That's a good point, David, that Rye and Webster aren't in the same class. So although it is a change for position on track, it is not in terms of championship.
That's why Webster, for me, didn't defend too much, Tom, in that one, because he didn't need to. But now he's got both Eibel and Yeadon right behind him, and that one is for position.
Fastest driver on track, Thomas Potter, 3/4 of a second faster than William Howard, 0.3 faster than Joshua Sullivan. Going with him, though, Ben Robinson, 0.6 of a second behind Potter.
Yeah, I tell you, this is going to be...
Potter's right there, isn't he?
Yeah, it's going to be really... Is
that Robinson passed?
Robinson is past Thomas Potter, and now has William Howard in front. Howard, Tom, he had a huge amount of pace early doors. You get the feeling that, you know, one of them, all it takes is 2 or 3 PSI higher on the tyres, and they effectively, we call them cooked, but it just means that they just become really, really slippery when they're over that optimal window. Robinson's down the inside, Potter's coming as well, and Howard will hold on at the moment for one corner at least.
To 3rd place, yes, as so Sullivan is now leading to the tune of 2.6 seconds.
Yeah, he's been within 0.2 of those behind him every single up. Howard's back down the inside. Told you he was good down there at hairpin 3. He's back down the inside of Robinson. Robinson's coming back through. Howard should be able to get on the power earlier on the outside and should have track position on the inside, mainly because Robinson can't get back in because Potter is through into 3rd place. 1.5 minutes remaining. 3 laps then of this Teesside Autodrome National Circuit.
And Sullivan again moving away. Now the gap is out to 3.2 seconds. Potter still right there. And Robin, how many times have we seen this on Honda Cadet? If you can get away at the front of the field, it's normally Potter doing it to the rest of the field. Moving away at the front and everybody else scrapping away for 2nd place. Well, this time it's Sullivan and Potter is there in the scrap for 2nd.
Yep, so Howard back into 2nd place. Potter's going to try and get down the inside, but we know Howard is quick down this end. See there, and he opens up 2 or 3 kart lengths on the rest of the field. Sullivan will come over the line. Tom, this one might go a lap longer as Thomas Potter forceful on his overtake down the inside. William Howard not at all happy with that. That's dropped him outside the podium places. with Potter now up into second, Robinson third, William Howard angry and in fourth place.
Yes, he was not amused with that one at all, but it is Sullivan, Robinson, Potter, Howard, Rye, Yeadon, Eyeball with a personal best. Mason Webster now in 8th place, Reese Cranston in 9th and Sam Hayes in 10th. Yeadon is now heading the clubman class.
That's going to be enough for him, Tom, to be the club champion of 2022. If he can hold on to that one. 8 seconds on top of the board, which means your race leader should be greeted this time by the last lap board when he comes round. The time has elapsed. Sullivan will see the last lap board, although I'm not sure he's going to have seen it as he comes through. Those behind, though, Robinson up into second, Potter down to third, William Howard in fourth, having been nudged out of second place a lap ago. In the club class, Eyeball now leads from Yeadon with Webster in third place, although he's got a decent gap to Reese Cranston, but Cranston is closing in. He's on slicks as well.
Sullivan still comfortably quickest kart on track.
4.7 seconds is the gap at the front for Joshua Sullivan. Not won a final here at Teesside this season. He's finished 16th in the championship last year. He's going to finish 4th this year from 15th place at the start of the day. He's going to come through to take victory by well over 5 seconds. Robinson spun at the final corner. Thomas Potter will come through for second place. William Howard, for the first time, goes to the podium in P3 with Rye in fourth. Eyeball wins the club class from Yeadon. Then it's Webster in that class. That's going to be Samuel Yeadon as your 2022 champion in the Honda Cadet Club class.
Yeah, congratulations to Joshua Sullivan. First ever final victory here to go with his first ever heat victory here. There he goes, Joshua Sullivan. Congratulations to you, sir.
Got to the front and then just let the rest of the field do what the field need to do behind.
Well, he did to Potter what Potter normally does to everybody else. Yeah, really confident and composed drive from Sullivan. We've seen him step forward throughout the year, much like we've seen Mason Webster step forward throughout the year. Congratulations to Charlie Eyeball on your clubman win as well in the final. Samuel Yeadon on your championship in clubman. Well done to all of you. William Howard on the podium in pro as well. And then we've got Yeadon in second place in clubman, and then Mason Webster also taking a podium as well.
Top three, clubman. Tom, then, in that Honda Cadet Club class. They'll be the three that are going to the presentation evening. Samuel Yeadon as your champion, Sebastian Benson and Charlie Eyeball, the top three in the Honda Cadet Club class.
So congratulations to all of those, and we will move on to our Minimax final coming up next. So, your Minimax final is the next race up, and we have Charlie Vary going off pole position with Ben Adrian in second, Amy Peacock in third place, and Harris Ali in fourth, Joseph Yao in fifth, and Katie Donaldson in sixth. Jack Collinson in seventh with Isabella Stansmore Wilson in eighth, Tyler O'Neill in ninth, and Alfie McBain rounds out your top 10. Maya Simpson rounds out the grid. And they are heading round now for the second of their rolling up laps. And looking forward to seeing this one get underway. It's we've had some good racing throughout the day in Minimax. Charlie Very, Ben Adrian, Amy Peacock, and Katie Donaldson. Harris Ali as well has had a good day. And we will get this one underway. After this will be the Micromax final as well for all your Micromax fans. So heading up towards the start of this final in Minimax, it is going to be Very and Adrian. Green flag is up, down, and we're away.
Pace is quick over the line, Tom. They were being told to slow it down, and you can tell because everybody's overcooked it into the first corner at the National Loop. Don't think anybody made the apex, and we've got two off and onto the grass.
That's Stansmore Wilson and
Harris
Ali.
Ali's just spinning wheels there, Tom. I think he's got the rear end into a rut, and he's going to need marshal assistance to get that one out. But yeah, I think everybody just... The pace over the line, Tom, they must have been 10, 15 mile an hour quicker than what we've seen throughout the rest of the day. And everybody went wide, including Charlie Very and Ben Adrian off the front row. And that's why they're down now behind Amy Peacock and Katie Donaldson.
Well, to show how far behind Harris Ali now is, Alfie McBain crossed the line 21 seconds behind Maya Simpson and has overtaken Harris Ali.
Yeah. Harris Ali, like, pretty much down the back straight, his head's all the way back, he's looking at the sky, he knows that this final is pretty much over before it started. Amy Peacock, Katie Donaldson, then the top two, they were off the second row as Adrian and Very. Like I say, Tom, the pace over the start line was so much that, and certainly because they've not raced on slicks before today, is no real gauge of where the braking point is, and they just slid so far wide, as did those behind as well. I don't think there was any contact for Stansmore Wilson or for Harris Ali. I think they just overdid it and went onto the grass as Tyler O'Neill finds a way through on Ben Adrian.
Yeah, so it is Peacock from Donaldson who's had a great start to this one. Charlie Very, Tyler O'Neill, Ben Adrian not had the best of starts, dropping down into 5th place, and it's Maya Simpson who has had a very good start as well, going off the back of this grid. Joseph Yao, Jack Collinson, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, then the aforementioned Alfie McBain and Harris Ali. They are a long way back. Katie Donaldson, there you can see in the 77, the 99 of Tyler O'Neill behind. Tyler O'Neill having a good final as well, starting to move towards the front of this. Katie Donaldson getting nervous in 3rd place, and feeling the need to have a look behind. Charlie Very taking 2nd place on that lap and setting the fastest lap of the race. That is Very overtaking Amy Peacock for the lead through hairpins 1 and 2. Change for the lead. Charlie Very now in front. Tyler O'Neill also taking Katie Donaldson for 3rd place. So all action here in the Minimax final.
Yeah, Very there with the fastest lap, Tom, on the previous lap by a good 3/4 of a second.
So Tyler O'Neill, as I said, he was starting to show well in the final here, and they're indeed moving into the podium places for the first time today.
Ben Adrian right on the back of this one. Didn't seem overly quick at the start of this race, Tom, did Ben Adrian, but I think it could well be a case of just waiting for them tyres to come good, and the pressure's coming up because now he's closed right back in on Peacock, O'Neill, Donaldson as well. They are nose to tail.
Meanwhile, Charlie Very is at the front of this by almost a second now, was fastest on that lap by 1.4 seconds. Faster than Amy Peacock, and there was an overtake involved in that as well. So Charlie Very's got some good tyres at the moment as he crosses the line with a 44.556, and that is again almost a full second faster than anybody else on circuit. The only person within a second, or the only two, were Tyler O'Neill and Katie Donaldson. They're closing in and once again on the back of Peacock, and in fact O'Neill is now passing Amy Peacock and he's through. Ben Adrian up the inside of Katie Donaldson for 4th place.
Yeah, very similar move that O'Neill put in as well on Amy Peacock. So they make their way round.
And
South
there's
Bank.
Adrian not hanging around at all. He's up the inside of hairpin 3, and that's through and past Amy Peacock, who's starting to tumble down the order.
Yeah, potentially, like we're saying, too high on pressures maybe, because she went well in the opening couple of laps as the tyres went through the optimal window, and looks like now they might have gone too far, and she is starting to drop back.
Doesn't look like she's sliding around too much, though. Not on camera anyway, so...
No, but it could well just be a case that she's unable to get the power down quite as early as the others down the straight, because she's unable to apply it. Donaldson, we're going to find out here as Donaldson gets alongside mid-corner. There will be a slight...
Ah, is she on wets?
Don't think so. That front looks very narrow. Although
It's got the white on the tyres.
Yeah.
I think she's on wets.
Yeah, there's a groove down the middle of them, isn't there? That might be why.
So Amy Peacock on wet tyres took the gamble and has gone on wets, and it's not worked out. A bit like what we saw with the with Mason Webster and
A few of the others as well. In that.
who was it?
Well, Sam Hayes was leading,
Sam Hayes,
wasn't he, on
sorry,
the opening
Sam
lap,
Hayes. I
and
knew it was Sam.
then fell backwards.
Yes. We're looking at O'Neill and Adrian. So Adrian has really started to come alive now. Really struggled for the first few laps and dropped back, but has now gone full send up the inside of Tyler O'Neill and almost scared Tyler O'Neill off the road. Adrian came back through that quickly. So Adrian now finding the pace, but nowhere near as fast as Charlie Very, who put in a 44.2. Adrian a 44.9. Absolutely flying is Charlie Very. Clear at the front of this race by 5 seconds.
Yeah, continuing to push, about to put a lap on Harris Ali, I think.
Could almost get out and push. He's that far in front at the moment.
He's moved through. Harris Ali, of course, who was off on that opening lap. He's will be now classified as a lap down as Very comes through. Last lap board out then for Charlie Very. Absolutely flying in this one. And then it's going to be O'Neill and Adrian. O'Neill now back in front, of course, up into second place, and he sets a personal best to the shade outside for 45 seconds.
So O'Neill has got back through on Adrian, and then Adrian returns the favour now into hairpin 1 and hairpin 2. They are still in position. So it is Adrian now still in front of Tyler O'Neill. I thought O'Neill was going to come back through in hairpin 2.
Same engine, of course, Tom. It's just that it's a different size chassis, with the 950 being the new spec one of where my Minimax is going. Checkered flag, though, already for Charlie Very as he comes through to take a superb victory. Adrian will come through for second, with O'Neill in third, the leader in the 950, as he finishes in front of Katie Donaldson. And then Joseph Yao is the third of our larger chassis runners, in fifth place overall, in front of Amy Peacock, with Maya Simpson in P7. Then it's Collinson, Stansmore Wilson and Alfie McBain coming through in 10th place.
Yeah, good showing from Joseph Yao at the end. Some good pace there to work through to 5th place as well. So congratulations to Charlie Very. There he goes. We'll actually get a good shot of him coming over the line this time. There you go. Well done, Charlie Very. Minimax final winner, Adrian, also on the podium, and Tyler O'Neill in 3rd place. Next up will be our Micromax final. Grid is just about to be cleared, and then we will have the Micromax carts heading out very shortly. Pole position goes to Edward Haynes, Austin Oman in 2nd place, with Max Gilman in 3rd. Riley Morrow in 4th, and Caden Simpson 5th, with Riley Sims Ezard in 6th. Row 4 is headed up by Buddy Hugo with Josh Cormack. Then row 5 is Drew Davidson and Grayson Wortley. Row 6, Edward Rye and Riley Buckton Young. Row 7, Leo Livings and Ellis Child. And row 8 is Reese Davids Richardson. We've got some questions who have come in, which was Thomas Fleming was asking, are the big karts mixed with the small karts? Well, it's actually been answered by himself, which was yes, they're both Minimaxes, just adjusting to it. Forgot they were introducing Minimax as a small kart class. Well, yes, that's exactly what we were saying throughout the day. You had the 2 different size chassis, so they look very, very different.
Yes, obviously at the higher level at Motorsport UK, they're going to be running the Minimaxes on that 950 chassis from this season coming. IKR is normally running a little bit further behind, so all of those runners remaining on the bigger chassis, because they've already raced most of the year on that bigger chassis. They're not going to try and shoehorn themselves back into the smaller one, but then on the flip side, them drivers not quite ready yet at the age of around 12 to move up into the junior Rotax class and compete with the drivers that are nearly 15, 16 years old.
There you go, Thomas Fleming. Hope that helps.
We try our bestest, don't we, Tom?
We do. Our bestest. We have a Micromax final about to get underway.
We do. Just a quick one. V3 Racing for us, and when does Asher Bly drive? Well, he'll be the final race of the day. After this one, we've got Senior Rotax, and then it's Senior Pro Kart. He'll be in that one.
Oh, we're going round again.
Yep, I think that was there was a bit of confusion as to where everybody needed to be, and I think that was because Riley Morrow had a spun on the on the first out lap and was just trying to regain his position. I'm not sure that he was in the required side of the grid.
So might get going this time round.
Still trying to get themselves into position, aren't they? As Haynes slows them up round South Bank once again. They're into position, although I think we've got the 78 of Leo Livings just trying to slot himself back in as he'd fallen behind Ellis Child in the 88, who will go off the final row after a spin in one of the heats. Here we go then. Haynes on the inside, Oman on the outside. Green flag is in the air. They come through. They're into some nice, neat lines. The green is down. We're away and racing. It's a good start from Haynes. Oman on the outside might not get the chance to turn in because Gilman's there. There's a little bit of contact on the nose. But Oman then carries enough speed to get down the inside of Edward Haynes, and he'll lead us through the chicanes. Haynes, though, takes no time in diving back down the inside. Gilman could be through as well, although Oman's not going to give that one up. Gilman round the outside, gets on the power earlier, and he's up into second place. Caden Simpson then moves to the inside to see whether he can move up into third place. Oman could just have enough and does.
Not sure that that position as they head down the back straight for the first time was warranted of where Oman deserved to be for that move into turn one. That was a great opening move to go from second and then drop to third, an immediate sweep round and take first place.
Haynes then from Gilman and Oman. Simpson, Riley Sims Ezard up into fifth. Morrow down into sixth. Cormac, Child with a great opening lap, Tom, from 15th up into 8th in front of Hugo, Davidson, Wortley, Livings, Rye, Buckton Young and Richardson.
Yeah, Haynes starting to move away now at the front of this Micromax final. Gilman looking comfortable at the moment in second place, with Austin Oman also seemingly fairly comfortable in third. But we'll see whether Caden Simpson, Ezard and Morrow have got any answers for them.
Gap on the first lap.
That's Ellis Child taking another position,
yeah,
by the way.
he's coming. He's flying, isn't he, at the moment? Another half a second. Haynes takes out of the rest of the field here. At the front, opens the gap up to a full second from Max Gilman and Austin Oman.
So, yes, it is Morrow now having a go on the inside. Wow, that gap closed very, very quickly.
Was always going to, though, wasn't it? And that's allowed Ellis Child to come through, and maybe Josh Cormack as well.
Not quite for Cormac, but yeah, that was a gap that was always going to close and get pinched by Sims Ezard, and Morrow was trying to fill that gap.
Got to admire Morrow's bravery and also optimism as well.
Yes. Thought you were going to say something else then. But yes, absolutely.
Another half a second.
Saw
Haynes.
a gap and went for it.
Yes, he did. Almost ruined his own race and that of Riley Sims Ezard as well.
But that was, in fairness to Morrow, though, good awareness, and we're already a lap further on than that, as Edward Haynes is now out in the lead by 1.4 seconds. Gilman comfortable half second in front of Austin Oman at the moment, but Oman not comfortable now because Caden Simpson is right there with him.
Yeah, I think Oman could come under a bit of pressure here now from Caden Simpson, who is pleased to be back here, Tom, in the Micromax with the advent of this new Micromax Championship from round 6 onwards. But we'll have a full Micromax Championship here next year at Teesside. The Hondas will be amalgamated once again next year into one grid, as they have been today. Not sure. I don't know if we'll still remain to have Pro and Club class next year, but we'll find out now. We've got Ellis Child trying to put a move down the inside of Riley Sims Ezard.
Not trying to influence anything, but I really like the Pro and Club element to it.
I do as well, but I do love the fact that today they've been able to mix it up with each other. I think
absolutely.
It's been
but that's the way it
really,
should be.
really
and
good.
then the two classes should be fluid as well. You know, it should be, if you're at the top of the Clubman and you're mixing it sort of top 5 in Pro, then you shouldn't be in Clubman anymore.
It's tough halfway through a season, though, that isn't it? Because if a driver's leading a championship, to then effectively take the championship away from them by putting them up mid-season, which is why I'm always a bit thing with subclasses, is that you have to be very, very sure at the start of the year. I think, and to be honest, I think this year between Pro and Club, I don't think we've had. It's been a really, really solid split. You know, obviously this round's been a bit of an anomaly, mixing them up as well because it's been a bit wet. But now we see Caden Simpson on the back of Austin Oman. He's going to try and get that run to the inside. Oman should have track position, and although he does take a huge chunk of curb, and that's going to slow him down a little bit. And sweeping round the outside comes Caden Simpson. And see the issue there that Oman had while taking the curb. If your wheels aren't on the floor, they're not powering you forwards.
Very true, and Simpson seems to be growing into this race as the more it goes on. Didn't have the quickest of starts, but is certainly finding some speed now. Has he got some kind of answer for the pace of Gilman? I don't think anybody's got an answer for the pace of Edward Haynes at the moment. He's a full 0.4 of a second every single lap clear of anybody else on track.
Oman tries to get down the inside of Simpson, and then Simpson runs wide as he carried too much speed in defending, and now he's going to have to do all the hard work again as he drops outside the top 3.
Just seen a little flash of a green light there on Caden Simpson's on the back of Caden Simpson's seat. If anybody was wondering what that is, that's the transponder.
Yes, it flashes to let you know that it's still working, which
Yes.
is very important, because if it's not, you don't get any lap times.
But in these diminishing light conditions, that flash, which you wouldn't normally see in the sunlight,
Yeah,
in fact, you can see it there. Yeah, you wouldn't normally see that in the sunlight. But Simpson moving to the inside of Austin Oman, can't quite carry the speed round South Bank and has to back out of it.
There's still that need to go round the outside, isn't there? I think it's still greasy. It's not wet, but I don't think there's all the grip that they had at the end of practice yesterday before it rained overnight. Haynes leads by almost 4 seconds then from Gilman, with Oman and Simpson battling out for that final step. Gilman around about 0.2 a lap quicker than the battle behind him, but on the last one was 0.7 slower than Edward Haynes. Simpson, Tom, has got a good run this time and moves out of the slipstream early on Austin Oman. And once again, he's down the inside. This time, though, Oman's going to have to run around the outside again, and does. For me there, could Simpson...
I think
keep
Simpson
it in a straight, but for me,
he
could he
needs to
keep
be
it in
about
a
6
straight
inches
line?
left of where his line was before, and he'd have been all right there.
Could he keep it in a straight line a little bit longer and stop Oman turning in, and then use the line that Oman's been using? Although he's going to try and get alongside down the inside into the D chicane, and the door is closed firmly by Austin Oman. 2:40 to go.
Yeah, Haynes is still moving away at the front of this by at least 0.4 of a second a lap.
Some pace, that, isn't it, Tom?
Stinking up the show, David.
Of course, doesn't.
I mean, brilliant driving from Edward Haynes, of course. He's miles in front.
Yeah, it means it doesn't really get
doesn't get much coverage,
doesn't get much coverage, does he?
No. So we're focusing on this battle for the final place of the podium, which is currently held by Austin Oman. Max Gilman not getting away too far at the front of this. 46.9 again for Edward Haynes.
47 for the first time.
So another fastest lap of the race. But Gilman is only 1.2 seconds in front of Austin Oman. If Simpson and Oman can work together a little bit, maybe if Simpson can push Oman along or vice versa, they might be able to close in on the back of Gilman here. It's not done and dusted for second place quite yet.
I was just looking out the window, Tom, at the battle going on behind the battle for the podium, which was from Sims Ezard down to Wortley. I think, Sims Ezard down there. He made a move down the inside for what would have been 5th place. It was a great move, but then unfortunately everybody else got through at the next corner as he got forced wide onto the rumble strips. But came from a mile back to try and get the move done on Riley Murrow, and it was a great effort from Sims Ezard. Unfortunately, it's dropped him and Murrow behind Josh Cormack, who's been flying, and the 71 of Grayson Wortley.
And another shout to Edward Haynes. Fastest lap of the race again, 46.7. So he's going about 0.2 of a second quicker than his own lap times each time. And he's now, he was a full second a lap faster than Austin Oman that time round.
I think next time round he's going to see the last lap board. He's just come over start finish now with 30 seconds remaining, so next time he certainly will. That's Sims Ezard in the background with that yellow helmet on. This is your battle for the final step on the podium. Oman still in front of Caden Simpson.
Caden Simpson going very wide through the national loop as well. It looked like he got a bit of a swapper on halfway through there. They will come across the line this time and take the last lap board. Austin Oman is still closing in on the back of Max Gilman, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. It looks fairly done and dusted in terms of second place, barring any mistakes. And obviously we don't want to put any kind of commentator's curse on Max Gilman. Far from it.
Haynes comes and crosses the line then. Last lap board for him. Gilman will come through as well. He's got 1.3 seconds on the previous lap. Back to Austin Oman. The gap actually comes down to 1.1, but I think Oman's going to be very, very occupied with Caden Simpson for that final step on the podium. So as Simpson sends the move down the inside, Tom, into hairpin number 1. Oman's going to get the cut back. Simpson might stop him from turning in. We've got a yellow flag out. Grayson Wortley, Tom, is off and into the tyre wall at the outside on the entry into the chicanes. Yellow flag is out. All the field is through, which is fine. Edward Haynes is going to come through to take the checkered flag and the victory here then at Teesside Autodrome. He takes the win. It's going to be Haynes from Gilman, then Austin Oman and Caden Simpson, your top 4. Josh Cormack will cross for P5. He's worked really hard for that today as Josh Cormack. Great to see him inside the top 5. Murrow, Sims Ezard in 6th and 7th. Then it's going to be Davidson, Rye and Riley Buckton-Young in P number 10 in front of the 78 of Leo Livings. Buddy Hugo and then Ellis Child comes through as well with Reese David Richardson, your final runner out there. Grayson Wortley on the final lap off into the tyres. Marshall's attending to him. as we finished the race. There wouldn't have been any point putting the red flag out as everybody else was coming through and they'd already passed the incident anyway. So Marshall's just making sure that Wortley's okay. I imagine whilst he's not feeling in great shape, part of that could well be disappointment as well. He's run really, really well today inside the top 10 as Grayson Wortley. Two more races here then today, with senior and junior Rotax in a few moments' time, then senior Pro Kart as well after that. So Wortley's still in the kart, actually. In fact, he's driving through, and Grayson Wortley's going to drive this one back to the pit lane. So he's okay. Great to see for Grayson Wortley. Just Marshall's made sure that he was okay, and he's going to drive the 71 kart back down into the pit lane. And the circuit is clear once again for the penultimate race, not only of the day, but of the 2022 season here at Teesside Autodrome. It's going to be senior Rotax and junior Rotax. Seniors already making their way out with Isaac O'Shea, Daniel Kell and Thomas Wood, the top three. Then it's Paul Swan on the outside of row 2. Arthur Loudian and Shane Collins share row number 3 with Ashley Savage and Jack Bate, who retired from heat number 3. He starts in P8. Martin Fisher and Chris Stoves are 9th and 10th, with Andy Ambrose and Emma Brown completing your senior Rotax runners. Addison Smith starts on pole position alongside Alfie Wallbank in our junior Rotax final, with Jared Fox-Whiteley and Monroe Renard on row 2, Catherine Potter and Oscar Waugh on row number 3. Then it's Ben Horner and Melissa Adrian, Nathan Jensen and Heat 1 winner Lizzie Mentier, who will start in 22nd overall, 10th in class, having not taken part in Heats 2 or 3. She is out, however, for the final.
Do you like a bit of breaking news?
Always like breaking news, Tom.
I tell you what, it is freezing out there now. It's been evidenced by the slick tyre shod senior Rotax drivers. I think 2 or 3 of them spun on the outlap at hairpin 1 on the cold tyres.
It's Baltic, Thomas.
And just as I went for that quick comfort breaker, somebody's off here. Who's that?
Oscar Waugh, Tom, is in the wall
right
over
in front of the
finish.
commentary box.
Get the feeling we're not going to go racing at the first time of asking here, as we've got a driver off over start finish.
And this is the issue
he's okay, which is good to know, because
with the very cold temperatures.
Yeah, I've just asked him if he's okay, and he's given me a quick nod of the head. But we are right in front of the commentary box. I think we could get an opportunity to roll. We're going to roll this one round, Tom. Oscar Waugh on the outside there, too close for comfort. What that could mean, though, Tom, if that car is okay, is that he could be able to join on the back of the juniors when they come round next time round.
Yeah.
Now's the O panel's just a little bit bent. Was a little bit disappointed, but should be okay to go there. Just having a quick look.
I think they're just going to adjust the front fairing as well, because it obviously got pushed in when he hit the barrier, nose in.
Just going to wait, Oscar Waugh. He's going to be able to join on the back of his back of that class. He's going to go. He's going to take with him, though, a chunk of a memento in a chunk of the Teesside grass.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not going to come in underweight, is he?
No.
He's got a good kilo of grass under the cart at the moment.
So
doing a good job of sweeping the circuit with it, though.
Oh, it's come off. It's come off. It's actually on the inside now. The seniors are going to find that, Tom, when they come through the chicanes. There's a big chunk of the grass. Senior are about to go racing, though. We're good to go. The green is down. Keldo off the outside of the front row, not happy. The inside of the row going very, very quickly. And Thomas Wood Looks like he's alongside Isaac O'Shea. He's got to relent. And O'Shea holds the lead. Wood in second place. Kell in third.
Oh, somebody's off. Were they? Yes, somebody is off.
Sir Jack Bates from 8th place in the 155 in the SPR liveried machine.
Really
down
tricky
into
conditions
12.
out there at the moment. Really cold is the circuit now.
Well, the issue we've got, Tom, is that the seniors whose race has started are almost, because they rolled round, is that they're almost going to catch the back of the juniors here. Their race just getting underway now as they come over. And that's because the juniors, when they came through...
and we've got...
Oscar War round again, and the seniors are going to find him
right in
mid-corner.
front of the seniors, yeah.
Well, he didn't have much choice, did he, Tom? Because he was over the grass. What I will say with that is, when the seniors came round and they were told to roll round, they all powered on again, because they didn't want to oil the plug up. And the juniors were still going round at rolling up pace for another 20 seconds, hence why now the seniors have caught the juniors.
And they're right on the back of the juniors, and straight up the inside goes Isaac O'Shea. Thomas Wood following through, and Dan Kell, who was not happy with the start procedure of this race, is still there in third place, but he's right on the tail now.
Yeah, real shame for the juniors, though, this, Tom, because I think this is going to break up most of their race.
This is, unfortunately, one of the downsides of what can happen if, when we do have these split races. Normally it works very, very well and is very organised within themselves. Does that say snow? Oh, sorry. I thought David was telling me it was that cold out there that it was snowing. But
well, we have got a winter series coming up.
Yes, indeed.
And we have had one called off here for snow.
I've seen it. I've seen it at Wilton where events get called off because of snow as well. So that's in February. But anyway, back onto the race. So we've got your seniors now moving through. Speaking of moving through, Lizzie Mentier is already up to 4th place in juniors, coming right off the back, the very last place on the grid. She's already up to 4th place with those fresher tyres. Yeah, although I'm not sure they're going to be helping too much in these conditions.
No, Isaac O'Shea was struggling to get past her, but he has done now, as has Thomas Wood. Dan Kell's right on the back as well. He's going to be able to, even though it's a junior, he's still going to be able to slipstream that down the back straight. In fact, I would say even sometimes the junior might even be better to slipstream because you know that you're going to be able to, as I say, you know you're going to be able to get past, but he can't. Down there, South Bank.
You get, whoa, there goes Lizzie Mentier into the back of Thomas Wood.
Don't want to get a drop down off the back of a cart, not in your class, though.
No, and there goes Kell now around the outside of Mentier, and Mentier isn't going to need to try and stick with these seniors. But yeah, extremely tricky conditions out there at the moment, so cold.
Yeah, they're going to really struggle to get heat into the tyres.
It's going to take a lot longer than normal, that's what I would say.
Smith leading the juniors from Wallbank and Fox Whiteley. Oscar War comes off into the pit lane. Tom, don't think he's in a brilliant frame of mind after that heavy impact into the wall on the rolling up lap. Kell now right on the back of Thomas Wood. The top 3 in seniors. O'Shea.
So it actually looks like our front 3 are the front 3 in juniors are heading the front 3 in seniors now.
Yes, but that's because they're actually quicker. They're moving away at the moment. Look at
Addison Smith, fastest lap of the race, 6/10 quicker than Isaac O'Shea.
Oh, O'Shea! O'Shea is backwards at the first hairpin, Tom. The race leader off onto the grass, and he's out of contention, certainly, for the victory.
So that's Isaac O'Shea out of, as David said, contention of the victory. Has dropped him right down to the back of the pack. So Dan Kell on the back of Thomas Wood. This is for the overall race lead. We've got 79 warning going out for Ashley Savage.
This is the incident with O'Shea, Tom, that was him on the grass.
Oh, he just lost it all on his own.
Just overcooked it, and that's why he was frustrated.
And this is what I mean about the conditions. It's just dropping colder and colder and colder. It's the grip level that they're expecting to find when they get to hairpin 1 is just not there. Not even remotely.
No, senior Pro Kart, Tom's going to be like Bambi on ice. It's going to be that cold.
But they're used to it, you see, because they're used to driving on these slick tyres.
Harder compound as well, aren't
they?
The Dunlops, whereas
it's just catching a lot of these Rotax runners out.
Yeah, these tyres get super, super hot and sticky.
Normally.
Well, the thing is, when these come in after a summer heat, you know, they've got loads of rubber pickup on them where they've run offline on the in-lap. You know, because and it just absolutely anything sticks to them. Like here, the dummy grid area, there's a lot of trees near it, so there's leaves everywhere. And you see these times they've just got like leaves all over them because it just picks anything up in terms of how sticky it is.
It's like driving on warm blue tack, isn't it?
Fox Whiteley Thomas found a way past Wallbank. He's up into second place in the junior class. Great first outing for him, having moved up, having secured the Minimax championship at the last round.
Yeah, so that's Thomas Wood has now passed Wallbank, coming up onto Fox Whiteley. Fox Whiteley second in junior at the moment. Mentier not able to make much in the way of inroads into Addison Smith at the moment. Is quicker, but there is a gap of around about 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds, I think.
Seniors now, Tom, are starting to come back into this. And what Fox Whiteley did there at hairpin 1 was run wider and allowed Thomas Wood to come through without any sort of issue at all. The 84 of Isaac O'Shea's picked up a contact warning. I imagine that's because he is very, very angry, having spun himself out of what could have been a great victory for the driver of the 84.
Mentier only able to match Addison Smith that time around. So the gamble of not taking part in Heat 2 and Heat 3 with the hope of fresher tyres, well, with the knowledge of having fresher tyres.
She might get a chance here, though, Tom. If Kel gets down the inside and she gets
there
in,
she goes.
Wallbank might not get a chance of turning in here.
Yeah, she's going to follow Kel straight through, is she? Yes, she is.
So she is moving up into a podium position there in third place, but not enough to come through to challenge for the victory.
Penultimate lap being started now by Thomas Wood. Dan Kell 1.6 seconds behind.
Wood is 0.2 quicker than Addison Smith. Smith in front of him at the moment on track, having leading. What this will mean, though, Tom, is if Wood doesn't get past Addison Smith, is that Smith's going to get effectively a victory lap, as he's going to be the only driver that doesn't see the checkered flag.
I was just looking out at hairpin 1. Andy Ambrose has just gone full send on Ashley Savage and moved through. Cleanly, I might add, but a good move at hairpin 1 and has got through. So that's Andy Ambrose up to third place in senior.
Yeah, Wood closing in. He sets the fastest lap of the race now. Kelder, sorry, in second place in the senior class. Wood was 0.6 quicker than Addison Smith on the previous one. Smith, obviously, if Wood does come up to him, doesn't need to defend, but Kel, the fastest driver, was 0.2 quicker, but he's not close enough to Thomas Wood. Down the back straight they go. Addison Smith will
so we've got your
round.
two class leaders on camera now, haven't we?
Smith's on a different lap, though, Tom, so
yes.
Wood's going to see the checker. Smith won't. And then he's just going to need to come through. So Smith's going to come through. He's in front of all the others, so he's not going to take the checkered flag. It's going to actually be Thomas Wood, but everybody else in the class is a lap down. Wood takes the victory from Kel and Ambrose, the top three then in the senior Rotax class as Ambrose comes through. Then Fox Whiteley and Mentier are in second and third. Addison Smith at the moment, he's going to come round because he thinks he's already finished, but he actually hasn't. That's the thing.
No, he has. They waved the checker flag early.
Addison Smith is not on the lead. He's not on the same lap. When he comes over the line eventually in a minute, he will technically win.
The race,
but everybody else has already taken the checkered flag.
He took the checker flag. He can't be overtaken now.
No, because everybody else behind is already through. Addison Smith then now will cross the line now to take victory in Junior Rotax.
Yes. But it nullified all the race behind him because he couldn't have been overtaken anyway. So he just potted in, really.
Yeah, because he thought he'd finished, but he hadn't technically finished.
But according to the time system, no, he hadn't finished. Yeah, anyway. All good. All good?
Yep, so Thomas Wood, Daniel Kell and Andy Ambrose, the top three in senior Rotax, with Chris Stowes winning in 1.77. Addison Smith, Jared Fox Whiteley and Lizzie Mentier, the top three in junior Rotax. Well then, Tom, the final race of 2022 is upon us.
Oh, that's a good point. It's the last race of the season.
Last race of the season.
I hadn't even twigged that until just now.
Yep, as a
All of a sudden, I've gone all sad. And I mean that, genuinely.
We love coming
because
here,
we're not
don't we, Tom?
streaming the Winter Series, to our knowledge at the moment. We're not streaming the Winter Series. So this will be, as David said, the final race of the season from us at Alpha Live here at Teesside. And probably the last time you'll be hearing my voice this season. Have you got any more races left, David, with Alpha?
Yes, I'm at Wilton Mill in 2 weeks' time.
For
the
CKC, JKC?
Yeah, Winter Cup, so at Wilton Mill, so I'll be there on the Sunday for that one. Many of the drivers actually that we see here today will be taking part in that as well in their various classes, so I look forward to calling the action alongside Alex Goldschmidt for that one. But the final race of 2022 here is upon us as the drivers desperately try to get heat into their tyres. And off the front row, Tom, Jess Alexander and Connor Lucas. My bad, Tom. It was just Jess led everybody round, so I assumed that she was on pole, but obviously with that very difficult opening heat. It's Connor Lucas on pole position with Asher Blythe alongside. That cart aggressively pointed towards the D chicane. Jess Alexander and Jack Morris on row 2. Lennon French and Harry Nottage on row number 3. In front of Peter Knight and David Thompson-Mack. They'll start in 7th and 8th with Gracie Mitchell and Thomas Braid completing the top 10. Then it's going to be Simon Dougherty and Mark Tate there on row number 6 with David Brewis and Caitlin Frame on row 7. 15th is Rob Fagg. He's alongside Jack Hewland with Alban Dowell and Harry Roddis on row number 9. Alfie King and Thomas Hewland complete the top 20. Oscar Buckley, Marty Gilfillan are your remaining runners with these 22 senior pro karters. Connor Lucas then on pole position. We've only seen him a few times this year, Tom. This will be the first time he goes off the P1 berth.
I've been trying to get Peter Knight's attention for the entire rundown of that grid.
Well,
he's not looked at me once.
Well, he's not going to jump out of his cart.
I've still got his weight here.
Yeah,
so
he's not going to jump out of his cart and collect it, is he?
Anyway, green flag is in hand for the final race of the year here at Teesside. It is down. We're away. Good start for Asher Blythe. Tucks into 2nd place. Jess Alexander in 3rd. Connor Lucas leads us away.
Lucas comfortably into the lead then from Asher Blythe and Jess Alexander. Jack Morris into 4th in front of Lennon French, Harry Nottage, Peter Knight, David Thompson-Mack with a good start. He moves up into 8th place from 10th. Gracie Mitchell and Tom Braid completing the top 10. Nice and cleanly round hairpin 1, Tom. Hairpin 2 there we know normally is where everybody comes together in senior pro kart. They are 3 and 4 wide down the back straight as Jess Alexander makes a move down the inside of Asher Blythe. Slide job into that corner. You still, Tom, that there's very, very little grip into that corner because normally it's absolutely flat out, and Jess was chopping at the steering wheel just trying to find a little bit of grip on the inside there. Lucas will lead them over the line then from Alexander. First of 12 laps here with Blythe, Morris, French, Nottage, Knight, Thompson-Mack, Mitchell and Braid, your top 10. Dougherty leading in the 40s class. Hewland, your leading novice.
Yeah, fairly steady away so far in senior pro kart. Front 4 starting to move away from French, Nottage, Knight, etc. So we've got a front 4 moving away. Then we've got a group of about 8 or so that's headed by Lennon French, although Nottage might have something to say about that in just a moment.
Yeah, Peter Knight, who's won heat 3 here. He's sliding it down the inside there of Harry Nottage. David Thompson-Mack as well might try to squeeze through on the outside. We know you don't want to be on the outside there. Harry Nottage will attest to that one.
Yeah, definitely with his pirouette that he did. Jess Alexander with the fastest lap of the race. 0.3 of a second quicker than Connor Lucas up front. Asher Blythe desperately trying to go with the front 2, and Jack Morris trying to hold on as well as Lucas and Alexander. Oh, and Alexander already up the inside into South Bank corner.
Yep, looked like Lucas was going to try and return the favour immediately, but Alexander is through and to the lead.
And that's brought Blythe into play as well, right there in third.
Brand new chassis for Asher Blythe this weekend. He's using that to full effect as well, having taken a heat victory. And he's on his way, Tom, in third place. Leader in the club class. And all he's got to do is get to half race distance, really, does Asher Blythe. Because, and that will be enough to crown him as the champion as the 8 of Thomas Hewland rolls into pit lane. Looks like he's got a problem because he's going very, very slowly. Looks like he's just coasting that one home.
Yeah, bringing that one in, so that's a shame for Hewland in the novice class. We've got Nottage and French going side by side through South Bank, and then into hairpin 3 we've got Peter Knight at the front of this train now. Gracie Mitchell there as well. Braid, Doughty's in there. That's David Thompson Mack as well that's in that group.
Alexander, fastest lap of the race, but fractions, only fractions in front of Connor Lucas in terms of time. Less than a tenth of a second. The gap opens up though to 0.230.
Jack Morris is in a bit of a race on his own, which, keeping in mind his exploits for the day, might be the best thing for him today.
Yeah, not the cleanest of race days for Morris.
No, he's had better days. Blythe up the inside of Connor Lucas, can't get that completed, but what I was going to say is if these front 3 start fighting away, that's going to bring Morris straight into play. And in fact, I think he is closing in on the back of the front 3. Well, let's have a look as they come over the line. He was 1.5 behind. It's now 1.8. So he's dropped a little bit to Alexander, but he's closed in a bit on Blythe.
Yeah, they've dropped away. Alexander once again with the fastest lap of the race. It's a 46.7, so some half a second off the usual pace that we see the senior pro karts, but obviously it's a lot cooler and there's still not a huge amount of rubber down on the track, particularly on that way into the South Bank corner. You see the karts sliding really, really wide, and normally they're just flat out there on entry. Asher Blythe looks to have the pace here for me on Connor Lucas, but could be just keeping a few tricks up his sleeve. Not at half race distance yet until Jess Alexander crosses the line in 2 or 3 seconds. That is officially now half race. Alexander leading from Lucas and Blythe.
Do you know, one thing that I've always studied a little bit is Connor Lucas' driving style. So when you see him come here into hairpin 1, look, fully crossed up, steering the wrong direction, then flicks it hard left and turns it into the corner. Now when you watch him come into South Bank, he'll barely touch the steering wheel, barely steer it at all. Look,
yeah,
so smooth on the entry into South Bank corner. Then when he comes into hairpin 3, fully locked up again. Oh, it's full steering lock.
Yeah, using effectively the grip as the brake there, isn't he?
Yeah, and I just find it really interesting, the contrast between how he takes a hairpin versus how he takes a much more open corner. You know, you see people like your Nicky Richardson, people like that, who are just full lock every single corner. Doesn't matter. You know,
yeah.
Drifting it around every single corner. You see other people who are super, super smooth on the steering, and Lucas is like a contrast in styles. It's really interesting for me to see.
Oh, Asher Blythe there, huge inside wheel lift, which is really what you want in these karts, you know, because it's a solid rear axle. So if you can get that inside wheel and he's going to sweep round the outside, can he get this done?
That was ambitious.
He's going to carry more speed in there as well. Potential straight line job into 4, although he elects not to. Yeah, what was I saying? Because it's a solid rear axle, if you can lift one of them, you can get more drive on the one on the outside, because effectively, if you've got them both on the floor, the outside wheel's got to go loads more around the outside. The inside wheel wants to push on.
You get the 2 styles, don't you? You get either like really smooth, or you get the Max Shield style, just rag it every single corner. Full lock-to-lock style driver. Have we got somebody off there? Sorry, I thought we got somebody off at hairpin 1, but no, all okay. And then you've got the super smooth, will barely touch the steering, much more Rotax kind of style, barely steer the wheel at all, not using those front tyres to scrub the speed off. Blythe moving on the inside of Connor Lucas into hairpin 4, can't get the move completed. Lucas very aware that he's there now. Alexander moving away at the front still, fastest lap of the race again. but only a tenth quicker than Lucas, even with that half overtake from Blythe. Jack Morris now off the back of Asher Blythe by 1.8 seconds. Very much in a race on his own. Peter Knight heading up the other pro driver. So Asher Blythe is in the pro class and is currently leading that in third place overall. Peter Knight in second place, and it's Harry Nottage. Your over 40s are headed by 10th place Simon Doughty, Mark Tate in second, David Brewis in third, and they are nose to tail in that class. And then your novices are headed by Jack Hewland, Harry Roddis and Oscar Buckley. And again, they're all together.
Yeah, so Blythe
sorry,
has
I tell a
done...
lie.
Yeah, Alban Dowell is sandwiched in there as well.
Harry Roddis is 11 seconds off the back of Jack Hewlett, but Oscar Buckley is there trying to take second place in the novice class.
I think that could be enough to put Hewland in third place, Tom, or at least certainly into the top three at the end of the season in that novice class category. Onto the back straight they come. Asher Blythe just sitting with Connor Lucas. He's going to try that outside job again, but doesn't need to be too hasty. Third place overall. It's leading the class and also on his way to that club class championship as it stands. He's already cleared half race distance, so he's going to pick up points for wherever he finishes, which should be enough. But I'm sure he wants to go out at the this season on a high by taking the class victory.
Last lap board is out to Jessica Alexander, who is currently leading by 1.6 seconds from Connor Lucas and Asher Blythe.
Blythe close enough, although probably not there because we know Lucas is going to send that kart sideways. South Bank for me is the corner that Blythe is going to be able to try and find a way through.
Question. Does Lucas need to defend from Blythe?
Not right now because he's not in a championship battle, but let's see what happens here. Blythe sweeps round the outside of Connor Lucas for second place. Your leader, Jess Alexander, making her way round hairpin number 4. 260 races we've had here at Teesside Autodrome. The 2022 season comes to a close with Jess Alexander taking victory in Senior Pro Kart. Asher Blythe is your 2022 champion in the club class as well, the 15 crossing the line in front of Connor Lucas and Jack Morris, with Peter Knight, Harry Nottage, Thomas Braid, Lennon French, David Thompson-Mack, Simon Doughty. Mark Tate takes second place and the 40s honours. And crossing the line further down, 17th, will be Harry Roddis. He's going to be your novice champion of 2022 as well. Your final champion is crowned there as Harry Roddis crosses the line to take 17th place. He is your novice champion of 2022.
Well, David, that brings an end to a brilliant action-packed year that we've had here this season. Loved every single race, every single round, and every minute of it. It's been a real pleasure to be here and be part of this and part of this wider championship and paddock. I've said it 1,000 times, but it is the best, the nicest paddock in the country.
Absolutely, Tom.
Everybody just helps each other out. And as the sun sets, what a great shot that is.
Teesside.
The sun sets over Teesside and the sun sets over our 2022 championship. Just a final reminder, the Winter Series, Round 1 here at Teesside between Christmas and New Year, the 28th and 29th of December. So if you're at if you're bored and you want something to do between Christmas and New Year, you want to burn that turkey off, even if you just come down to watch, we will be here on the 28th and 29th of December. It will not be streamed live as far as we know at the moment. So the only place to watch it is to be here in person. Three Sisters on the 21st and 22nd, and then 21st and 22nd of January, and then Wilton Mill for round 3 on February the 18th and 19th.
What I want to do, Tom, is finish the 2022 season with a bit of a story that epitomises the Teesside paddock as a whole. There was a round earlier in the season where just before qualifying, which was done on a Saturday, there was a bit of a downpour and the Honda Cadet Club class was just to go out. There was 30 karts down there. And honestly, to a person on that grid, there was people taking tyres off. There was people running to get the wets. Everybody chipped in. There was carts going up onto trolleys, down onto the next trolley, onto everything else. The whole paddock came together to basically make the Teesside Championship what it is, and that really for me epitomises what is Teesside. And talking about epitomising Teesside, joining me in the commentary box, the circuit proprietor, Kat Franklin.
Hello, I just thought I'd pop down and say thank you to David and Tom for keeping us entertained and up to date, and keeping it, I've run here, sorry, so I can't breathe, keeping us up to date with all the information and commentating and making it super accessible for all the people who are not directly involved in motorsports this year, so thank you very much.
It's been an absolute pleasure from Tom, myself, everybody at Alpha Live. We love this championship. We love coming here to Teesside. We love watching all the drivers progress through the classes year on year. And from Tom, myself, and everybody at Alpha Live, it's time to bring 2022 to a close.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you, David.
As always, Tom. Thank you very much to yourself and to everybody that's been here at Teesside, all our marshals, competitors, and everybody else. Until we see you again on the Alpha Live network, have a good evening.